Gary. Gary, in this body that you're in right now, there's simply a fragment of the higher self soul in you. Just a
Does a higher
piece.
self soul make a couple more dollars than I do? Because I could really. Welcome to Splintered Spirits, the podcast hosted by me, Gary, and my nephew, John Santa from Santa Paranormal, where we try to answer the question, what are spirits? Today's guest is going to give me a crash course in past life regression therapy. Myra Rath runs Soul Science Hypnosis in Los Angeles. Myra is a leader in the past life regression therapy modality, having regressed thousands of global clients over the last 26 years, both in person and online. In her practice, she offers past life regression therapy, QHHT hypnosis, and life between lives hypnosis. Now, I have no idea what any of those words mean when you're put together like this, but I'm about to find out. Past life regression therapy has gained a reputation for its incredible healing abilities. It can offer insights and benefits such as resolving emotional or physical issues, clearing fears, releasing trauma, resolving karmic relationships, and understanding recurring patterns or behaviors that are limiting you today. It's also a very interesting take on spirit communication and spirit origin in a milieu similar to those we talk about all the time on this podcast. Things like energy, frequency, vibrations. Now, we've all heard stories of reincarnation. Maybe someone you know claims to have been a Revolutionary War soldier or a wench in the past life. But as we're about to find out, the word past is a misnomer. Everything, everywhere is happening all at once. And I mean everywhere. Intergalactically, interdimensionally, mythologically. You tripping out yet? Don't take it from me. Hear it from Myra Rath. She's the expert. Let's dive into the conversation. All right, Myra, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate it. On Splintered Spirits, I say us, it's just me, unless there's somebody else around that you can tell me about afterwards. But Myra, I started off these interviews the same way with all of our guests on Splintered Spirits, so just to get a baseline. And the question is this, and it's a heavy one, but we'll see, and it's however you look at it. But Myra, what do you think spirits are?
Well, to me, spirit is an energy, right? It's not a physical body. It's a non-physical energy that can take shape, that can be communicated with. Spirit to me resides on many levels and frequencies. Yeah, I think,
So
it's just a non-physical. I believe it's very, very real. I believe that,
so it's not so much a religious standpoint.
No.
It's a very, and you said frequency, which is sort of a very Kabbalion, sort of the Hermetic principles of, vibration or something. Is that
Sure
a philosophy you
Well,
follow or?
no, I mean, it's not something I follow, but I believe that spirit resides on different frequencies. There are lower, there are middle, there are many, many, and higher.
Amazing.
So,
No, it's, I like where that sits. That fits into a lot of things. So one of, John, who can't be with us today, his sort of belief that what spirits are memories attached to energy. So in the sense that based on the idea of we all have electrical synapses going off in our brains, right? Like this is a scientific fact. And energy is something that cannot be created or destroyed. So what happens to this energy when we pass? It has to dissipate. It has to go somewhere. It doesn't disappear. And then it's the question of what is consciousness? And that's the piece we don't really know what it is. So he believes that maybe that consciousness, that memory is attached to that energy. And that's what he's talking to, and that's what's connecting in this. And when he goes to certain places, it's where, in the same way that a haunting, some consider a haunting to be an imprint on a location that's just going in a loop like a tape, these memories go to where that person may have felt the strongest or whatever it is, and that's
Hmm.
why they're there. So that's where he's coming from. So it's good. Okay, so I
Okay.
like I like that sort of basic setup. How did you discover and get into past life regression? How did you find this path?
Yeah. Well, I read a book. I read a book, and it was in the late 90s. I read Dr. Brian Weiss's Many Lives, Many Masters.
That's like the book, apparently. Everything that I've looked
It's the
up,
book. Yeah,
right? It's
it's
like that's it.
absolutely, and I'm honored to call him one of my teachers. Later, I trained with him. I've had many teachers along the way, but it was that book. And I grew up in a very, very spiritual home. My father was a medium, a channel. So reading that book, it wasn't weird for me, but I loved hearing about channeling higher masters, which the book really, really entails. Um,
We'll get into that in a second because
yeah.
you said a lot of words. I don't know what it means, but I don't want to jump ahead. But keep going.
Yeah. So, yeah, I kind of had a woo-woo house, even
Okay.
growing up in the
Sure.
70s and the 80s. My house was woo-woo. Okay.
Did you grow up
When,
out here in LA?
yes, in the
Okay.
valley. Yeah.
All right. So for
Hmm.
LA 70s for sure. I get it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I read that book, and then a couple years later, I think it was like 1998, my brother reached out and invited me to a weekend um it was a like an expo on not just past life regression, it was hypnosis, but past life regression was going to be in one of the halls. And of course, that's where we went, and we spent 2 days being regressed by Dick Setfen, who had written many books on past life regression. And it was put out by the American Board of Hypnotherapy. They were there. And I just, after the 2 days, I'm like, I want to do this. It was just like, I know I can do this. And I signed up for their program. And in 1999, they were like, here you go, here's your certificate. So try to find people to work on in 1999, right? Everybody was in the closet. No one believed in this. It was really, really hard to find people to even practice. It's like, wow, I have this really cool tool in my arsenal. Like, don't you want to know who you've been, where you've been? And it was like, no, no. So it was really hard in those early years. It was, and there were times where it was just like I didn't even do anything because it was so hard to find people. And on occasion, I would meet someone, and if the conversation ever went to a spiritual place, I would say, well, I do past life regression. And I was like, oh my God. So there we go. I was able to practice. So it was a slow, slow beginning.
What
Mhm.
is the difference between reincarnation and past life regression, or are these things hand in hand?
They are hand in hand. Reincarnation is like the word, the original word that was used to describe that we have been here before. Past life regression is the actual modality that
Okay.
gets you there,
I see.
right?
I
Hmm.
got yes, that makes sense. And you and past life regression is hand in hand then with hypnosis. Is that true?
It is hypnosis.
So it is. It's
It
right. It
is
is a
hypnosis. Hmm.
got it. Okay, so it's a type of. So all right. So then this is already enlightening for me in this crash course that you're giving me. All right. So then what is from what I've read about, and I'm trying to understand, like people use a lot of these terms, and maybe you can walk me through. Like, what is QHHT?
Yes. So QHHT stands for Quantum Healing Hypnosis Technique. It is past life regression, but QHHT, it was named after Dolores Cannon. It's her method of past life regression. There are Dolores Cannon didn't invent or, discover past life regression, but what she did, she she discovered something really, really special that set her apart. And that is through her work in past life regression, some of her clients started leaving Earth and going to other planets in their past lives. That's what set Dolores really apart from other hypnotherapists that were doing the same work. You know, Brian Weiss never talked about it. Now he does, okay? Because I saw him in August last year, and it's like, oh, now he's talking about, the star seeds and other planets and past lives. But Dolores was the first to do it. And I think that's where, like, the universe was just sending her a lot of clientele where she was able to write books about it. And she's written, I don't even know, 30, 40 books, a lot, about, how Earth is not it. This is a baby planet, right? This is just a baby planet. And so ever since I started doing her method of hypnotherapy, the universe said, okay, Myra, you're ready. And we're going to start sending you clients from other planets. So right now, about, I would say 35, sometimes 40% of my clients are exploring lifetimes on other planets. So.
Okay. And we're going to get into this too. So that's in this, is that in this realm, or are you talking about
No.
interdimensional things?
Interdimensional.
It's not just like they're from another planet, like in a galaxy a long time ago and far, far away, like a Star Wars opening, which is in
Yeah,
here, or is it
that
like
too.
you're in another, like, is this Marvel universe another spot?
Yes.
I'm not, and I don't mean to
Very.
be making a joke. I'm just trying to explain it in a way that helps me understand it.
Yes.
I'm the dumb one here, so I want to explain. Like, that's what helps me
You're
say it.
not.
But you know what I mean, right?
Hmm.
It's like is it because you say past life? I think it's a long time ago. So are these from aliens in our
Correct.
galaxy space from a long time ago, or are you talking they're from another dimension, like they've gone through the Twilight Zone?
It's kind of both because, I know right now when people want to explore this modality, we are calling it a past life regression. But to be honest, there is no past, right? Everything is parallel. Everything, past, present, parallel present, and future, right? So today I took a client through multiple lives, and one of them, she was on a ship and being promoted to come to Earth on a mission. And it was just so interesting. When is that? So that was really interesting. One of the things I asked her, we can't tell what year it is. They don't have years, clocks, and calendars the way Earth does, right?
Right.
So
I
one of her
guess.
missions was to come to Earth on their ship. There were four of them on the ship. And when they didn't land. They hovered and sort of like transmuted themselves to the ground where the cows were.
They got beamed down.
They got beamed down. Yes, yes.
Okay.
They have that technology. And she says, we're on the ground, we're looking, we're touching the cows. We're very curious. We've never seen them. And it's like, well, what are you going to do with the cows? And she says, we have syringes. We're actually extracting. We don't want to hurt them. We're giving them a lot of love, but we want to bring samples back with us because we're very, very curious about why humanity is killing this animal. What is it? Why are you eating it? Why is there dairy? All of that, right? Right? How is it creating food for the people on Earth? During that mission, they moved across and they saw some children playing. And when she saw the children playing from their ship, I said, do you have an idea of the timeline when you came down, when you see these children, how they're dressed, what they're wearing, what does it feel like? And what she said is, it feels like the 50s.
Oh,
It
interesting.
feels as if when we came in, on that particular mission, but remember, they travel through portals, so they can go to the 50s, they can go to the 20s, they can go to the 1800s. They can travel through any timeline. It's incredible. And research. So that was my day today.
That's wild.
Typically, yeah.
All right. And again, I'm trying not to jump around, but I'm going to get back to that too. I'm taking notes because there's some questions I have. So all right. So that's QHHT. That's I guess what the quantum part is, right? The idea
Correct.
of okay. And the H, the healing, is the whole point of this to then try to overcome something? What is the healing part of that of the H?
That's a great question. So this is again Dolores Cannon's technique. The healing part is once we see in a QHHT session, it's a long session. It could range between 4 and 5 hours. You're seeing
In one time?
yes,
Okay.
yes. That's in one setting. You're taken to multiple lifetimes, not just one. Okay, so typically I take my clients to 3 different lifetimes, and in each one, it's a completely different timeline. Okay, then after we see that, we connect with the client's higher self. Are you familiar with what is the higher self or the oversoul?
No, I have no idea what that means.
Okay.
What is that?
So,
Is this getting into like when you or in this world like when they talk about a spirit guide or a master spirit, or is this something different?
something different.
Okay. So this is higher self.
Yes.
Okay,
So,
what's that?
so Gary, you actually have a higher self. It's your higher soul. Gary, in this body that you're in right now, there's simply a fragment of the higher self soul in you. Just a
Does a higher
piece.
self soul make a couple more dollars than I do? Because I could really
Yeah.
like hopefully
That's the
pass it
big
down.
guy. The higher
All right.
self is the big guy for sure. And okay, so this is going to get much more broad. I want
Okay.
you to remember, think that there's no time at all. So the higher
Okay.
self, there's no clocks and calendars. So the
Okay.
higher self, think of it like an octopus. Okay?
Sure.
Intelligent, right?
Yes.
Wise.
I believe octopuses are aliens as anyway, but that's a
Me
whole
too.
other story.
Yes. So imagine that the head of the octopus is the higher self. And then the tentacles, let's say there's 30 tentacles. I know they don't have that many, but
Sure.
just for this,
This right. Yeah, this
yeah.
creature right. Got it.
Each tentacle is a lifetime that the higher self is projecting itself out to have an experience. You, Gary, are one tentacle
Right.
to the higher self.
This meat
Yeah.
sack that I'm in right now
Yeah.
is one version that he's testing out for some reason.
Yeah.
If I had to guess, it's to be like, let's see what it would be like to suck on Earth. And then he's picking me right now to be this one. Like, let's just make this guy go through the grind. It seems. I'll have
Well,
words with him in the end, but we'll talk about that. Okay.
you could,
All right.
but
So,
it's going to tell you have free will. It's all you,
no, I
Gary.
know. I get it. Sure. So, okay. So I understand the concept. I understand. So that's the master self. So you're in this. So, okay. So then continue for the healing part then. So you're
Yes.
with them in this session. You go through 3 lifetimes and you're trying to figure out what needs to be healed with the master self.
Well, the master self, the oversoul, higher self, whatever you want to call it, it knows everything about you. Everything. Okay. I don't want to skip something also really important in between connecting with the higher self and leaving the past lives, because we do make a stop. The first place we stop on the 3rd life, we do see the death. Okay, we do take you through the death scene on the 3rd life. How did you die in that life? Okay.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying 3rd life, but you're saying there's no time. Is this a chronological order of some kind, or
There's
you're
no
just picking
order.
so you're just picking a random third one of the
Well, I
30
don't
tens-
pick it. The higher self chooses what to show you.
Okay, but it is a random third thing from the multiple that you probably have.
Right.
Is that what you're
Hmm.
saying? I just
Yeah.
want to understand what we're saying. It's not like this was the third time you lived and now this is the
No, no,
death.
no,
This
no.
is this
No,
is all okay.
not in
Got
order.
no,
It's
no, I
not
got it.
linear.
I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
Okay.
So whatever
So then you
that,
go through that death of that whatever. Okay.
right. You go through the death and then we move you up, up, up. And the first thing I'm going to do is bring in those spirit guides because I know you mentioned them earlier and I don't want to forget that it's part of the experience is to connect with your spirit team. Okay.
There's a team.
There's a team.
Okay.
There usually
Are
is.
these human spirits or are they? Do
No,
you know what I'm
don't call
saying?
them spirits. Don't call
Oh,
them spirits. They are guides. These are your they could be angels, they're your guides. They're or they're not spirits, but they're spirit guides, right? They reside in the spirit realm. They have been with you. They've been watching over you. They've been helping you in whatever incarnation you're in. And in many times they offer themselves as your guides through multiple lifetimes that you've had, right? You don't have an idea of who they are, but when you're on the other side, you're like, oh my God, bro, hi, you know them, right? You're very familiar with them.
but they are not human entities. They
They're
never
not
were.
human. No,
Got
no,
it. Okay.
no. Well, some of them have had uh, incarnations and they've sort of ascended and now they are on the other side helping. They don't need to come in anymore. They've
Okay.
evolved. They've evolved.
Okay. And these are there to help you or help a person what? Make right choices? Find a better tentacle to go down? What is there? No, I mean for real. Like what is there? What are they guiding people to do and how are they doing that?
Quit your job. Move. Certain things, big moves, they're always going to be there. And a lot of people understand and pray to their guides and their angels. They're like, God, help me get this job. They're gonna move things and make things happen to help you. But there is a thing that is known that they don't get in the way. You have to ask them for help. Otherwise, they're just there. What I have heard is, let's say there's a death in the family and you're in just major grief. You're laying in bed and you're just crying and bawling and they are there. They are sitting on that bed and their hands are on you. You may not feel it, but these guides love you. They love you unconditionally. So they act as, just these helpful, non-physical beings throughout your entire incarnation.
Okay. So then does that mean that are you saying then that the help part or the healing part of this process is to get to them so that or to better help you connect with them in order to get over
Yeah.
what you need to get over to solve whatever problem you
No.
need to solve?
No.
Oh,
That part when I bring your guides in is because people are curious. They want to
okay.
know who their guides are, what their names are, what they look like. And often they do appear in a physical form for you. Some of them have wings, some of them are angels. Some are light beings where they're just luminescent.
Hmm.
Yeah, so a lot of them just are pure light, but there's like a shape to them.
Okay.
Sometimes they come forward in multiples. Sometimes it's two, sometimes it's four. But I always ask one to come in even closer to moderate to ask questions. So we are with the guides for just a little bit.
Why are
Okay.
they who puts them there? Where are they like who's paying them?
Who's paying them?
Yeah, like why
They're
are
not
they there?
paid.
So is this like what is that from? Like where are they why are they helping?
Well, before you came into this body, it was an agreement. They are the ones that helped you, that sat with you, with your that pre-soul, like I'm jumping in, right? You are planning your life. You're planning your challenges. Who's your family? Who's going to be this? Um, who wants to volunteer to be the narcissist father, right?
No, I guess what I'm asking you, Myra, is if we looked at it through a religious lens, right? I can see that, okay, there is a God and God has angels and these angels are helping humans get through it with their souls and this and that. But if we're not saying it's like a Roman Catholic God and these are these angels, what are we saying these beings are that are want to help people get through these various different
Well,
timelines?
I call them my spirit guides. I don't,
Okay.
and there's a lot of people that are going to listen to this and say it's bullshit, right?
No, no, I get
I don't
that.
believe
Please,
in it.
yeah, no, we're not in
I,
the bullshit. We're not in the bullshit. But like, please, and we get caught. That's not where we're here. I just want to understand like this, like the hierarchy of it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just trying to get a handle onto how that, like, what is it? Do they report to a god or a even higher spirit? Like, or is it were they always there and always were? Is it that
yeah,
sort of idea? Okay,
they are there for you. Whether you believe they're there or not, they are still there for you. You'll learn the truth once you're on the other side of it, right? You will
okay,
learn the truth. So
all
after
right,
we connect with the guides, that's when we make contact with the higher self that we had talked about.
okay,
Now we're
yes,
getting into the healing, okay?
okay, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we're getting into the healing. So in QHHT, a client arrives with a list of questions. What do they want to know? They can ask anything about their life, their past, their future, and what's going on with their body.
But do you know what they're doing there beforehand? Like, hey, I'm coming to see you because I'm either grieving over a family member or I want to quit smoking or I want to like do you have like a baseline with a
Yes.
client? Okay, so that's like your starting place of something like a tangible problem that
Yeah,
they have.
well, that 4.5 hours. First, I do a consultation the week prior to their
Okay.
session on Zoom, so I'm able to see them, and that's the first thing I ask. What do you want out of this? Why are you
Right.
doing this, right? And so they will tell me what their goal is. It's important not to have expectations, but people do come for healings, and I've seen miracles happen in QHHT.
Are any of these mental blocks in terms of like, grief or dealing with people or emotions or getting along with a person versus physical or,
All
or
of the above.
it's a good mix.
It's
It's a
all of the
total mix.
above. All of the above. And because
Okay.
people do listen to the podcast and listen, all of a sudden it sparks a question. It's like, oh my God, I never considered that the reason why I don't get along with my sister, that this is something karmic. Her and I are like this. We all we do is fight, fight, fight. What is going on? What's really happening here? So sometimes it is about relationships.
And do they use that knowledge to change or to justify their behaviors?
No, definitely change.
Okay.
Yeah. The
But you see
people
what I'm
that come
saying,
to,
right?
yeah, oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
People that come in, they're ready for change. They are ready. They don't want to keep doing the same thing, and they realize they're getting sick. It's making them sick. It's not, they're not evolving, and this is the one thing that they really want to, move on from. And
Okay.
so, yeah.
Um, okay. That's super interesting and helpful. Now, what is life between lives? What's LBL work? What is that? Is that part of the process to get to the higher self, or is it a whole separate thing?
Okay, so that's a different session.
Okay.
That Life Between Lives, that was created by Dr. Michael Newton, who also has written many books, Journey of Souls. So very, very interesting collection of books that Michael Newton has. And what his method is moving you through a past life, just one, okay? And then we bring in the guides. We always bring in the guides. But after that, we kind of keep going. From there, we take you to a place called the Akashic Records. Okay. Have you ever heard that word?
I've heard the word Akashic before.
Okay.
I have no idea what it means. It's okay, but Please continue.
Okay. So the Akashic Records, I want you to think, okay, what would it be like if I handed you a book and I said, Gary, in this book is every life you've ever had, every life you will have is in this book. Would you want to look at it?
I'd be terrified to look at it. I
Well,
would be terrified to look at it.
it's in your records. So the Akashic Records is where everyone's records are kept. A hall of records. It's etheric. It's not like a physical place,
Hmm.
but it is etheric. Um, and the cool thing is that when you're in sessions, because you're working in the quantum field, it's a place that we can visit. And my clients can get their books, open them up. Today, my client, without even me asking, her guides took her there. After the third life, the fourth one, she was in the records, and I knew she was there. And she says, I see people like studying. I see them in little corners, like people are looking down and they're sort of reviewing their own records. So we pulled her records. And when she opened it up, everyone is going to everyone perceives different in the records. For her, it was like a movie that was playing, right? For others, it may be impressions and pictures that come based on some of your past lives, right? In this case, today, she was shown where her because she did give me permission to share, so I'm able to talk about this, where her insecurity with men comes from today. And it was really interesting through this, movie that was playing out. She saw herself as an 8-year-old girl, a memory that she completely forgot, in a bathing suit, in a bikini. And she says, and I'm swimming with neighborhood kids, and there is these boys, and they're teasing me. She says they're just teasing me. And she said she felt so bad and so insecure that the next time she went swimming, she wore a long t-shirt. Right? So, do you see how
Did this actually happen to her, or was this
it
something
did?
she's from a different timeline or from
No,
a
it
different?
happened in this life, and they were
Okay,
showing her where her incident. That was one of her
got it,
questions.
got it.
And it's like we were going to ask the higher self that question anyway, but the guide said, we're going to show it to you now, where it came from. And so where you can recall anything in the Akashic Records. It holds every possible, even future possibilities exist in the records based on decisions that you might make.
So,
So
Myra, are you your role? What exactly is the role of that? What exactly is your role? Are you like a cipher to help them get there, or are you the one channeling the spirit guide, or how does that? What
yeah.
is that?
No, I'm not channeling. I'm
Okay,
all the healing, all the information comes from within them. I'm simply the guide. I take them to the deepest level of hypnosis, not
okay.
sleep, but deepest level of hypnosis. And my job is to ask lots of questions and to unveil and reveal what is happening in each scene, in each memory throughout the lifetimes. We're taking them to important days, your proudest day, your saddest day, an important event. What are those days, so that we can learn and reveal everything about that life. And then we do it again on the second life or the third. So, but with life between lives, you are just seeing that one life. Then we take you to the Akashic Records. Then, because it's we're going from place to place. From there, have you heard of soul families?
No.
Okay, so it is the concept of, like,
To be
Gary,
clear, I've rarely heard of anything. So,
okay.
oh no, this is my crash course in this. And you
Oh,
called
it
it
is.
soul families?
Yeah, so do you have a mom and dad, correct?
I would think so.
Do you have siblings?
I do.
Do you have a partner or
Yes, I'm
had a
married.
partner? Okay.
Yes.
All right. So typically, and you have children?
Yes.
So typically, your parents, sometimes your spouse or your partners, your children are in that soul family, okay? And you've all agreed to come into this life as your family. I'm going to be the mom, I'm going to be the dad. But what happens is, what happens in the next life? Well, maybe you and your dad, you may trade. Maybe you'll say, I'm going to be the dad in this time because X, Y, and Z, right? There's a reason for it. Maybe you need to trade these roles for a certain reason. I work with a lot of clients that come in and it's almost as if they already know. They'll say, my daughter, my little girl, I know my daughter was my mother in a past life because all she does is boss me around. Bossy, 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 telling me what to do. And generally, they're correct.
I have a question
No.
because uh, I'm just trying to get my head around it. We're talking about a higher self and tentacles with different sort of tracks, right? These different lives. But
Hmm.
then it's like, but in the next life, we're going to do this, we're going to switch, which then says to me there is a timeline, there is a linear place. First we're doing this, then we're doing this. Is that just a misnomer, or is it in another timeline we're switched?
In another
It's
timeline.
not after this we're going to be this, or before
Correct.
this we're going to be that, right? I'm just trying to clear up the vernacular here so I get my
Yeah.
head around it. It's like,
There is
even
no
though,
linear. There is no linear. Forget
okay,
linear.
so even when we say like I know in a past life I was this, that could actually be happening right now somewhere. Is that the
Everything
idea?
is hap- everything is
Everything
happening right
everywhere all
now.
at once kind of thing,
Yes,
right? Is that what we're
yes.
talking about? Right. So that, but I just want to be clear about that. And I think that that kind of clarity, trust me, I know our audience,
Yeah.
they're going to be tripping out, trying to figure this out, like they're going to need a degree or something, but they don't. And so we're just saying past life. We're saying
Yes.
in another, but it's really in another life. I am this. All right. Right. Like,
Right.
as opposed to I was or I will be.
Yeah,
It's
people don't talk like that. Yeah.
right.
And I think we'll continue to call it past lives because it's just easy to,
Easier. Right,
it
but the
is
truth
easy.
is, what I'm saying is really how you think of it, and what the people in your field think of it, right? It's this is all happening, everything, everywhere, all at once.
Absolutely.
Okay,
You
thank
got it,
that's.
Gary.
I'm trying to get it. You're a good
You got it.
teacher. You're a good teacher.
So the soul family, you
Yes.
just you move from life to life to life to life, right? So let's say when this is over, right? When this is over and you're all up there and everyone's sort of deciding, okay, maybe it's time to come back. Here's the cool thing. Remember, it isn't linear. So you can decide if you want to come to Earth, you can come into Earth at any timeline you want. It's not, well, we lived in 2025, and we don't want to do that again, although you could and do it differently. But you can say, hey, who's up for Nazi Germany, right? Who wants to do that? Or who wants to go and be a Viking? You guys want to be Vikings, right? You
Two
can
words why
live,
I would never want to live in the past. By the way, two words: modern dentistry. But go ahead.
right,
I
right.
do not
That's
want to
true.
go anywhere. That's not it. And I hope you don't have a lot of clients who are sitting there going, I hope I get to try out Nazi Germany in another life. That's a little weird, sort of. You might
Yes,
want to
and
call the FBI.
I have had clients that have gone there, and it's
You might
pretty
want to,
brutal.
you might want to put them on a watch list or something. But anyway, it's just like, all right, guy. But go ahead. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, so you get to choose. And honestly, Gary, when you're up there, it's a game. It's all a game. Everyone is like, we're doing this, okay? Because it is temporary. But when you're here, it feels so real. It feels so real. But when you're up there and you're planning, and Dolores wrote in one of her books, I don't remember which one, it was really interesting. She took a client who was up there planning her life, and she was sitting with one of her guides. And there was a bowl on the table with marbles, lots of marbles that she was given these marbles. And she says, okay, so for every challenge that you want to experience in this incarnation, I want you to put a marble in the bowl. And she was, okay, I want to experience, grief. Okay, throw that in there, right? And she just kept on with the emotions. I want to experience this. I want to experience that. And she said, I just want to get it over with. I just want to get there and get this all done. But the guides really try to talk you out of it. Okay? They really say you're taking on too much. But we can choose the life. I want to choose some of the tougher things that I don't even want to put words to it. Okay? And you can throw marble in. It's like, why do we do it? Why do we do it? And it's really to evolve faster. So the soul evolves faster, faster. So there's no need to come back because I've done that, done it, done it, done it, done it. I am good. Send me somewhere else. Let me be a spirit guide, right?
Sure.
So,
Let me ask you this, Mara. How do you, from a practical standpoint, because look, I'm playing in a paranormal space. You're playing in a fringe sort of belief system with past life regression and hypnotherapy, just in general. What kind of safeguards do you put in place to distinguish between people who want to use this for help or they might have real mental illness? How do you know what, and how do you protect yourself and them or from that? How do you know the difference? You know?
yeah, so there is a waiver, a waiver and a questionnaire, and then also the consultation. So this work is safe for anyone,
Hmm.
for the exception of anyone that's having, I think, schizophrenia for sure, no.
Hmm.
Um, but besides schizophrenia, you can pretty much take on, clients that have PTSD. Anxiety is an epidemic. I have everyone coming in has anxiety, which is really fear. But fear
Hmm.
of what? Let's find out, right? Let's
Hmm.
find out. Um, Depression, people with depression come in. It's okay. It's very safe because all the healing is you. It's inside of you, right?
Have you ever had a situation with a client where you got into it and you're like, wait a minute, this is not, they lied on the form or this is not
No,
going okay.
no,
I mean, I'm not
no.
going to ask you. I wouldn't ask you to name names. I'm just sort of curious. Like, has
No,
there
no,
ever been
no,
like,
no.
I got to call somebody. This person might hurt themselves or
Oh,
hurt
no, no,
others.
no. No,
Okay.
Gary, hypnosis is so safe. It's
Okay.
very it's so safe. Yeah, it's like a deep meditation. Where have you heard anybody, like losing their marbles?
No, I mean, it's like, but it's
Yeah.
like, if someone reveals some deep, dark secret where you're like, wait a minute, that might be, you know, we might have to call the police about this or this might be,
No,
no,
no.
nothing like that.
No.
Now, what are your beliefs, in terms of in the ghost hunting and the spirits that people claim and apparitions that people are seeing or speaking to in spirit boxes? What is your belief system in what they're talking to and what that is in relation to what you know and what you in your work? Are they connected, or do you just think it's not? These are two different things. Like, where does this fall?
Well, honestly, I feel that there's some stuff that, there's a lot of, mm, not real, people that
Sure.
are just, yeah, that there's some phonies out there, but,
Let's assume it's real, though. But like
yes, yes,
for sake
yes.
of this argument, I want to assume that we're dealing
Yeah.
with someone who admits that they have seen an apparition or
Oh,
they are
for sure.
talking to spirit, like mediums who are talking to spirits that can somehow or clairvoyancy or things like that. Where does that fall into what you do, and how do these things
It
connect in?
doesn't. It doesn't fall into what I do, but I absolutely believe in it. And I believe that I mean, I've seen things in my house here
No, no,
where
okay,
I live.
right. No, so
So,
I don't mean like what you do as a work, but what are they then in comparison to what your clients are finding? What's the
yeah,
spirit there? What is that?
I
Or
think
how would you,
it's
or just say, what do you think?
I think that these are spirits that Don't go back to source. Don't go back to the light. I feel that they are lost. They're sort of wandering and they've made themselves very, very comfortable. They're like, I don't know anything else, right? And it's not that. I think that if you really focus, that you can see that there is this tiny little light that you can focus on. But again, they've made themselves very, very comfortable on this plane in a non-physical way. And I think that that's why people do see apparitions and, spirits.
But they may very well have a body in another place, correct? That's just the one
Yes,
version,
think of the
right?
octopus. Yes.
Right. I'm just trying to put, right? That's what we're, no, that's, my
Hmm.
nephew believes the same thing. He believes that there's different dimensions. Cause one of the, people always ask him, oh, cause they'll always say he's messing with demons. It's all hell. And he's like, I don't believe in hell. I believe there might be hell-like dimensions, horrible places, and some of
If
these
you
people
believe
might
in
be
them.
experience. If if that might be a thing, who's to say? If there's an
Mhm.
endless amount of tentacles, who knows what we're dealing with and when it comes through? He believes he has had issues with various entities that he believes were never human that have come through.
Yeah.
That it's like he doesn't know what those are, so he just calls them interdimensional non-human entities. And I like your explanation for it. Like, what could we be talking to, and how that relates to past life regression? If after a session and we make a breakthrough of some kind, and I go off on my own, but I want to keep that going, do I need to always
Yeah.
be hypnotized to do it, or is there a way to
No,
make a
no.
connection with my spirit guide without it? What do people need to
Yeah.
do that?
I think you should have a daily practice. Before you get out of bed in the morning, take a moment, lay down, connect with your guides. You can ask them, what do I need to know today? Right? Or just sort of, just ask them to bless your day, right? Yeah, you can ask them for anything. Can I share a story? I'll share a cute story
I love it.
that happened with a spirit guide. I had read a book about how you can ask your guides for favors, all right? Like a
Hmm.
favor. And I had lost this locket. It just disappeared. This locket disappeared. And it was missing for like 3 years. And I thought of that, and it's like, maybe I should ask my guide to put that locket, if it's in this house, it will put that locket right in front of my eyes. So I did this little ceremony, a little candle. I said a prayer. I called them in, and it's like, all right, I'm going to test you. And I'm looking for the locket, the little locket that you open with the little pictures. It's been gone. I don't know where it is, but I made sure to say if it's in this house, but you also have to give them a time, right? So I remember saying, you have a week. You have 1 week to put that locket in front of me if it's in this house. All right. Thank you. And I blew out the candle and that was it. So then as the days go by, I am just, you forget your little ceremony. You go about your day, you're just bipping along. And then I woke up one morning. This was on the fourth day. The fourth morning, I woke up and I remember I brushed my teeth, and all of a sudden I had this urge to braid my hair. Just like
Okay.
braid your hair, two braids, right? And I'm opening the drawer. I'm like, okay, I need a hair tie. And I'm looking, I'm like, okay, maybe they're in the other bathroom. So I go to the other bathroom, I open the drawer, and this is my makeup drawer. Okay, where I have just lots of stuff.
My
Yeah.
wife has one in my bathroom.
Yep.
I don't ever want to
Lots
go
of
in
stuff.
there.
Don't.
You're right.
And so I'm looking for hair ties, and then I realize this drawer is a mess. So I pull it out. I feel like just this longing now to pull it out, drop it on the ground, and clean it out. So I went to the kitchen, grabbed a bag to throw stuff away, and I'm moving so meticulously, just boom, 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 boom. Wasn't even thinking. And as I'm going through old shadows and lipsticks and whatever, just going through it, I was my hands were moving so fast. I saw this little box and I shook it and I heard something was in it. And when I opened it, it was the locket.
Mara, that's
Swear.
when do you, no, it's amazing to me. But you know what's more amazing to me actually is like your realization or your connection that was based on your asking your spirit guides for help.
Of
Can you
course it was.
But can you pinpoint when in your life, because you've been doing this a while, when in your life you realize like this is what this is, and you start recognizing it for what it is, as opposed to coincidence or anything else? Like what was that moment where this is? You said you grew up in a woo woo
I
house, so
did.
maybe it always was this way.
It
But
always was. For me, it
got it,
was. Yeah. For
got it.
me, my dad taught me a lot.
Uh-huh.
And, I saw a lot of things and through him learned a lot of things. He's the one who told me about past lives when I was like 11 or 12. He talked to me about it and it was like, when he said it, I was just like, yeah, why wouldn't we come back over and over and over again? It seems like why just once? So, yeah, it's just always been there.
Got it. It's a really I'm really liking the perspective, like this perspective on what the spirit is. It makes it's just amazing how energy and frequency fits into these theories in a
Mm,
really interesting
yeah.
way. Um, okay, so then earlier, just to take a jump back, you talked about extraterrestrial consciousness or star seed, right? The word is star. What does that word star seed mean exactly in past life regression therapy?
Yeah, it's not really a past life regression therapy word, but a star seed is a soul that originates from another star system and planet.
Okay.
And they are all coming here to Earth to volunteer to help bring light to Earth, to help Earth in many different ways and many different occupations that they have, right? So,
Now, I listened to a couple of your episodes. One of them, the client was like an elf. It was like he went to Middle Earth. Now, I certainly believe in extraterrestrial life. If we have an infinite galaxy, I can't believe there's not life somewhere. I firmly believe that. But now we're talking about mythical life.
mhm.
How is that? How do you approach that? When was the first time you ever came across that? And were you like, was that like a dog whistle at all? Did you tilt your head a little bit? Like, you know what I mean? How do you hear something?
Curious,
Okay.
curious.
So but how do you guide them now? Now they're dealing with a world that we can't, what is how do you guide somebody to say, oh, there's a troll there and the king of the elves? Like, how do you
Yeah.
even, what do you do? Like, how do you, I'm
Ask
serious. Like,
questions, lots of questions. Just keep asking. And I want to say my first um, elf was maybe 7 years ago. I had an elf. I've had mermaids. I've had giants. There are unlimited realms, and we are completely oblivious. That was a really fun one, the one that you just listened to. And my client, he's brilliant. He's brilliant. He's a brilliant, smart man. And that was just one of his lives. In a second life I took him to, which I will be sharing, he is actually Pleiadian from the Pleiades galaxy. They are very human. They can pass as humans, many of them. And he is on a ship with the man that's his best friend here. They're both on a ship doing Earth missions right now. Whenever there are rallies and riots, they are coming down disguised as humans. They dress as humans, boots on the ground. They are not part of the rally. They are observers.
careful, someone in the government's going to take that as, see, Antifa. They came here to start trouble.
Yeah,
Someone
they are
political is going
here.
to take advantage of that story. Now, I mean, what is the most, uh, what is the biggest reason clients are coming in? What would you say there's any one or, or high end reason why they're coming in to go through this process?
I'll give you five. Okay.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, they are so many. Curious.
Okay.
Curious. Fears.
Fears. Like to
Mm-hmm.
get over a fear,
Yep.
right?
Certain fears. Yeah. It's like sometimes your fears can pop out of nowhere. It's like, I was fine, now I'm not. And now I have this, now I have a horrible, I can't even get in an elevator, a fear of heights,
Okay.
fear of driving. It could be any fear, fear of swimming, fear of deep
Okay.
waters, fear of flying.
Sure.
So lots of different fears. Relationships. People want to know about how they connect. Sometimes maybe someone passes away. Maybe they have a child that passes away. Grieving mothers come to see me because they want to connect.
I think grief across the board in this space, in
Hmm.
mediums, uh, from mediums to hypnosis to the paranormal, is a very big. Grief seems to be always the top
Hmm.
one,
Yeah.
and unfortunately, a lot of people take advantage of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of people, like I said, have anxiety. They want to know where it's coming from because they're done taking medication. Their therapists, it's like they're done. I don't want to talk about my issue. It's like not found. And to be honest, I work with therapists that come to see me,
Sure.
and they recognize that they can't help everyone. They can't help everyone when the issue is coming from a different time. There's no amount of therapy that's going to find it, right?
Yeah.
So it could be that. It could be about well, I kind of said
Yeah.
relationships, grief, and then also relationships.
Hmm.
Why you don't get along with certain people,
Hmm.
right? Um, and yeah, sometimes it's just they want to know who their soul family is. So they'll specifically pick, a life between lives, or they want to connect with their higher self. They want healing. They want to correct some things that are happening in their body. But the higher self doesn't just say, okay, let me just cure your IBS, right? It's not it's not going to do that. It's going to show you where it's coming from, why. The why is really important. And that allows it to release because it's just really it's energy. It's stuck energy. And we've had a lot of healings here in my
That's amazing.
office.
No, that's wild. It's very interesting. I asked you earlier how you discern and protect yourself against, mental illness. How do you distinguish between their actual spirit communication and just what's in their own subconscious from being hypnotized?
Yeah, so what I think you're asking when you are in that deep hypnosis, you become a channel. Right? So what essentially what hypnosis is getting it out of the left brain, that overthinking, overanalyzing part of your mind, and we're switching it to the right, quiet, intuitive, focused, right?
Hmm.
So, and then now take it deeper, 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 right? So we are in that right side. And so it allows you to connect with spirit, to listen, to hear messages, to hear what your higher self is saying. Everyone that comes in becomes a channel. We are all channels. So I'll give you an example.
Yes.
So you said you had kids, right?
Hmm.
All right. So has your child ever come to you with a problem, like an issue, like dad, blah, blah, blah. Like, what do I do? They're just pouring their heart out and you're just listening like a good dad would, right? You're
Hmm.
listening and you're already in your mind. You're already like, "Oh, I'm so ready. I know what I want to say." And out of your mouth comes out this very wise, intelligent piece of advice. Has that happened to you?
I wish I could say it has. I hope some of my advice is wise and intelligent. But yeah, of course, I have done my best to try to give my kids some sage wisdom
Yeah.
at times.
And sometimes what comes out, you're actually, wow, that was pretty good, right? You're actually proud of yourself
Yeah.
when something comes out. You're literally channeling, Gary. You don't even realize it, but when you are in that listening mode, you just went from left brain overthinking to right brain receiving, right? And so you're simply going to let flow whatever information is coming through. And this is what is called awake and aware channeling. So you could be totally awake having a conversation and channeling information, or maybe you're on the opposite side where you have the issue and you tell someone your problem and they give you that advice, and it's like, wow, that's actually really good advice. They're actually channeling they're reaching somewhere up there in the ethers for the correct answer for you, right?
Yes.
So,
No, it's super interesting. Look, Myra, you're giving us a great hour here. I got just a couple more questions to wrap up if
yeah,
you've got a minute.
sure.
How do you look at psychedelic drugs in your space in past life regression, from mushrooms to LSD and things like that, which is, you can see why this
Mhm.
could play a big role, but how do you look at those things?
Personally,
Yeah,
I
or for
love,
clients.
no, my clients don't need it
Okay.
because hypnosis works all on its
Got
own.
okay.
So there was a woman that came in and she wanted to take some mushrooms to travel, and it was a distraction. It became a distraction. You don't need anything to experience hypnosis. All I tell people is no stimulants, no coffee, no caffeine, on the day of your session. And
Mhm.
I do ask them to stop eating meat for 5 days, drink lots of water, because you're going to be channeling information and you want to be that clear channel. So avoiding meats actually helps for you to hear and get those downloads of information when you're in a session. Personally, I've gone on many, many mushroom journeys. And personally, I am leaving for my first ayahuasca trip on Friday morning. So,
Well, I gotta say, I've heard a lot about ayahuasca, and I don't understand it. It seems so unfun to be throwing up and shitting yourself to get some idea of some open mindedness. I feel like that's a very strange way to go about it, but I wish you the absolute best
thank
for it.
you.
I hope you have an incredible experience. It's just, I find it like that does not seem like a good time to me.
I know that.
I'm the worst vomiter on earth. If I start
Oh my
throwing up,
God.
people hear me from miles around. It's like it's just unfun. There's nothing fun about it. And then I feel like someone beat the shit out of me for days. My back hurt. It's just like
Oh
it's
my
not
gosh.
it's not it's not something I enjoy. But okay, so and this, I guess, can anybody be hypnotized? Have you ever met someone like, I just can't hypnotize this guy or this girl? Like they're just
Yes.
not, and
Yes, of
sorry,
course. I
the
mean,
session's
yes.
not. What what does it take for someone? What is it about people that can't be hypnotized versus people who easily can? Is there have you noticed a trait or a
Fear.
certain type? Like, is it just the
Fear.
Irish that can't
Fear,
be
fear,
hypnotized?
fear,
Okay.
fear, fear. It's just fear. And that's why it's so important, I have these protocols in place, talking with them on Zoom so that they can meet with me, so I can hear about the why, and make them feel comfortable. I also provide them with a pre-hypnosis audio where they're already going to listen to my voice. They're already getting used to my voice at home. So I have them listening to that and already experiencing a lighter hypnosis with me, so that by the time their session comes, whether it's online or in person, I work with people globally, my voice, it's like boom. So I'm
Do
already
you bring
hypnotizing them.
did you bring your voice down to a certain
Oh
frequency
yes.
and level, right? To like sort of to go into that space for them?
Yes, Carrie. I
Right.
speak very softly.
Right. They're like the whole the ASMR thing is really a big hit. Um, Mara, I don't have any other questions. This is really incredibly educational. I am
Thank you.
fascinated by it. I think our audience is going to love it. And it's, if they didn't understand it before, where can people go to find you? Is it all online? Could you do these things online, but eventually they have to meet you in person, or if someone
No,
from
no,
another
both.
state?
Yeah.
Okay. Where
Oh,
do people find
I
you?
work. Yeah, I work with people all over the world. I'm flexible on time zones, and
Tell
yeah.
everybody where to find you. I'm going to put the links up too when we're done, but let them hear it out of your mouth. Where can they? How can they
Yes.
get a hold of you?
So I am Soul Science Hypnosis. My business is here in Los Angeles. You could find me my website soulsigns.net. You can explore the different the menu of services there and book directly. And you can find me on Instagram and all the socials at Soul Signs Hypnosis. Also, YouTube channel too.
Okay, great. I will. And I'll put those links up. Myra, thank you so much for
You're
your
welcome.
time.
Thanks for having me.
Right on. Thank you so much for checking out this episode of Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, and follow us on Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts. You can also follow Myra Rath on her podcast. She's everywhere, especially on YouTube. And check out her website if you want to book a session. Guys, until next time, Splintered Spirits. Thanks for listening. Oh, look at
Right.
this.
Here
Oh,
we
man.
are.
We are
Live
going
Splintered
live.
Spirits.
What's up, folks? Let's see who joins. Let's see if we get the people.
The good peoples.
The good peoples.
Who's
Welcome
gonna-
to Splintered Spirits. I'm saying welcome, but right now it's just me and you.
That's all right. They'll
That's
probably
all right.
see it on a delay anyway. And if you're watching after the fact, welcome.
welcome. Yeah. We are in the future.
Yeah, we're in the future.
If you see like if the comet hits the Earth, it'll hit us
Get us
about a
first.
half a second
Yeah,
before
right.
it gets you.
Yeah. So we have a very cool live guest tonight, right?
Yeah, we do. But before
Awesome.
we get, yeah, absolutely. We'll tell about, I think it'll play into, because I want to hear a little about your trip, and you could talk about your trip, because I want to compare like battlefields, you know what I mean?
Okay.
To everything. And she'll be with us. She's joining us. She's already even, she's in the waiting room, but let me introduce her and give her a few minutes before we go.
Okay.
I wanted to point out one thing. Have you ever, just something funny. I mean, look, the world was on fire this week. It was nuts. And I was trying to think, like, how do I avoid talking about how Jimmy Kimmel got canceled and the free speech that's a problem and the government starts attacking everybody. But instead, what made me laugh was I got a notification that, like, you got a new comment from one of our fans. And the fan's name was Squirrel Nut Sniffer. And I can't listen, Squirrel, if you're watching, I don't mean to be making fun of you, but I have to ask myself,
I love the name.
you know, do you have like a job? Do you have a boss? Do you have children? Like when you say, like, my name is Squirrel Nut Sniffer, like what is it? What are we telling the people?
Yeah.
About ourselves.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And it's like, and listen, I get it. Maybe Susan was taken. Maybe Susan 2000 was taken. But then how do you go from like your name to, you know what I'm going with? Squirrel Nut Sniffer.
Squirrel
And it's
Nut
just,
Sniffer.
and then you guys, I mean, I don't know, man.
I love the name.
I mean, it's hilarious, but it also makes me want like, okay, how do we lock in on that? How do we do it?
Yeah, that I don't know.
Have you ever? So now it's like every name that all of our fans. I'm gonna really start looking at it and go.
Oh, they have great names. Some of them have amazing names. It's great. Yeah,
Oh
they
my
really
God, it's
do.
nuts.
They really have some wild names. It makes me laugh on a
It's
daily basis.
That's nuts. Welcome everybody. Welcome to Splintered Spirits, the podcast where we talk about all things paranormal and really try to answer the question, "What are spirits?" I'm Gary. That's my nephew John Santa from Santa Paranormal. And John, you just got back from Gettysburg.
Oh, Gettysburg was amazing. It was just every part of the trip was just filled with energy, filled with fun, filled with laughter, and just amazing documentation. I went with, if you're not aware, to the people that are watching, which I'm pretty sure everybody is aware, I went with Chris Netzel, who we've had on the podcast before. He's got over 900,000 on TikTok, over 100,000 on Instagram. He's an awesome dude, and we had Brian the Mod with us as well, which was, he was a pivotal player in this entire trip. And it was just amazing. I mean, we got to do things that a lot of people in the paranormal field wish they can do with some of the spots we were allowed to go to. And, the documentation on my end, which fulfilled, if you will, it was fulfilling,
Did
going to
you learn
Devil's.
anything? Did you learn anything about history
So, I mean, I knew a
from
lot
the
of the
spirits?
well, I knew a lot of the basics when it came to the Civil War because I do enjoy history. What I found just so interesting was that Devil's Den, there was a lot of Native American talk, and the Devil's Den, the name itself is a native. It comes from a Native American legend. It had a lot of Native history before it did even Civil War history. So that was cool. That was like, what a treat.
Huh.
Like, what a treat. Like, I was ecstatic. It
Well,
just.
going along with those lines of history, we have a guest today. She was referred to me by Rebecca the Ghost Guide,
Okay.
and her name is Anika Enfield. But outside of the North, where you Yankees were, you and Brian, not Chris,
Yeah.
Anika's specialty is the South. She was a journalist and a producer. She spent years shaping Savannah's morning news at WSAV, and before she traded the newsroom for ghost stories. She's got a background in print communication and broadcast. She brings a reporter's precision to the legends of Savannah. I've never been to Savannah. I am dying to go to Savannah.
I've
It
never
looks
been to.
beautiful.
Yeah, I've heard it's amazing. I just haven't been.
I bet it's crazy. And during the pandemic, she began sharing Savannah's strangest history on TikTok and YouTube, which soon evolved into her own ghost tours. So I'm really, I wanted to bring her on talk, especially since this week that since you went to Gettysburg. Let's keep it historical. Let's keep a little North v South as we get into Savannah's haunted story. So let's welcome in Anika. Welcome. Thank you so much.
Hey,
Thank you for joining us.
We were just talking, Anika, about John was at Gettysburg, which feels like the paranormal ghost hunter mecca. I feel like every ghost hunter on earth needs to go to Gettysburg at least once. Are people interested in the spooky? Have you ever been?
Not yet. A lot of my friends have. I have not, but when I was in college, I was at the student union one day, and there was a historic interpreter there who goes up there a lot, and he actually saw a ghost regiment march by him one night.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So, Anika, how did you get from being a news producer into touring for ghosts? Did something happen? Did you see something that changed your life, and then you went, the current events isn't where it's at. I'm going back to the past and telling these ghost stories.
Well, everything kind of plays into everything, because ghost stories, to me, it's just another way to tell history. A lot of people, unfortunately, think that history is really boring, but if you ghost stories in there and talk about paranormal encounters, suddenly you've got everybody's attention, right? And I always tell people that these are stories that we're supposed to learn from. You learn from the past so that you don't repeat the same mistakes. And
Gotcha.
Working in broadcast news, I saw a lot of mistakes repeated over and over and over again.
You mean like history repeating itself, or things are just the way our world is working? Yeah, in a negative way?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. So you might as well deal with the dead, maybe learn from it. That's pretty interesting. So when exactly did you make that? So you said during the pandemic, that's when you really started to focus on this angle,
Yeah.
or was it more Savannah history first and then the spooky side?
I've always been interested in history and ghosts. I just wasn't really allowed to explore the paranormal growing up because my dad was heavily evangelical. And if you've ever watched the documentary Happy Shiny People, like that was my family. That was my life growing up.
Wow.
So very, very religious. And, you start questioning things as you get older. I went off to college and, started looking into some spooky stuff there because I went to college in Pensacola, Florida, which is another very old city. But I didn't really get into it until like 9 years after that when I moved to Savannah, because Savannah has a lot of history, and that's part of the draw here is all the history that you can still see that's still around you. But it's also incredibly haunted. And I learned that before I even got the job, before I even moved here. I come up here for a job interview, and my friend Tukwin was showing me around Savannah the day after the job interview. And she's pointing at different buildings and telling me which buildings are haunted. And after a while, I was like, so they're just all haunted, right? And she was like, yeah, basically.
Now, did you experience anything?
Oh, yeah. My news
Tell us
station was
something.
haunted. I worked overnights, and, you know, it's an older building. It's not old. It was built in the 1960s, but working overnights, you hear weird things. But when you're by yourself, you just tell yourself, yeah, it's probably just like a TV that somebody left on. And that's I'm just hearing like that little bit of volume on it. But then our crew grew a little bit, and other people started hearing the footsteps and weird noises. There was one time where the station was working on the production booth where I, as a news producer, and my director would sit during the newscast. They had to move us upstairs, and the staircase goes down into the lobby. Our teleprompter operator was sitting up there with us, and he stopped during a commercial break and turned to look at us and asked, is there anybody else in the building? We said, no, it's us and the anchors you can clearly see on the monitor. And he says, I keep hearing somebody walking around downstairs. And the more our crew grew, the more people started having these instances where they would hear somebody walking around, or maybe hearing voices in the older part of the building. And then one day, the ghost ran in front of one of our cameras.
All right. So what did you see when you say it ran in front of the camera? What does that mean? Like, what did you see? Like a shadow or something, or what?
I saw someone in a brown shirt run very quickly past one of the cameras.
You saw color.
Mm-hmm. And I stopped. I asked our teleprompter operator, who was sitting in the studio by this point, is there anybody else in the studio? And he said, nope, it is me and the anchors, and we're all sitting down. And I turned to look at my director, and he's staring ahead at the monitor where someone just walked in front of it, and he just nods to say, yes, I saw that too. So I was like, okay, so Station Ghost is real. I found out later his name is Byron.
Byron the Station Ghost.
Byron the
Okay.
Station Ghost. I talked to a guy who had worked at the station since the 1980s and asked him, do you have any idea who this is? And he says, oh, yeah, that's Byron. And I said, you can't just say that's Byron like I know who that is. He was like, oh, Byron was an engineer. He's one of those old timers. Like, his life was his job. He used to live behind the station, bought a house back there specifically so he would be closer to work. Passed away in the late 1980s. And then after that, people started hearing voices and footsteps. What? So he's still there.
So, Anika, what do you think spirits are?
I think they can be a lot of different things. I think
Now,
sometimes
we know they can be a lot of different things,
right.
But what do you specifically think? This is what I think they are.
I think there are a lot of different things. I think sometimes it is a piece of our energy that we leave behind somewhere, maybe someplace that we have experienced something really extreme, like extreme grief or extreme happiness. I do believe there are also conscious hauntings that are the spirits of people who have died, who are coming back. So I think there's a combination of things there.
Okay, but when you say, I just want to dig in a little bit. When you say for those conscious hauntings, the spirits of people who have died, and they're what is that? What do you think that is?
I think that's just them.
But what? Okay, right. But what of them? Do you think it's a soul? Do you think it's like they're what do you think it is? What do you think happens when you die?
I don't know, man. Like I grew up in such a religious household where you had to know what happens after death. And so now I'm just like, we don't know. Nobody really knows. We're all just trying to
nobody
figure it
does.
out.
the whole thing we try to do here is like, we ask that question, right? What are spirits? We ask it of everybody, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And it's, you can talk to parapsychologists and people in academia and experts who study it, or ghost investigators, and they all have a different answer of what it is. Whether it's like you said, your first answer, is it a form of energy? Is it our energy, or that is, that energy has to be dispersed and go somewhere, and is consciousness attached to it? Is it an imprint somehow that people have left there? But again, what is that? Is that energy? Or for the religious, they do believe in a soul, like there is another thing, but they don't have an answer for what that thing is. And I always like to just we like to paint a picture and get different perspectives based on what people have seen and what they feel when this happens, to sort of paint that full picture, right? Of what could a spirit be, and does it mean something different to everyone, and how are they looking at it? For some people, it's all demons. Everything's a demon.
Yeah. That was my dad. That was my dad growing up. Everything's a demon.
Right? Everything's a demon. And it's like, well, why do you feel that way? And it's not just everything's a demon, but it's why. Why do you feel that it's a demon? Why is it evil? Is there a heaven and hell, do you think? Is that what's happening when you go? Who knows, right? I mean, it is nuts. So getting back into a little history here, I mean, I've been watching your feed. I mean, you are so incredibly knowledgeable of it. When did you start doing that deep dive study of Savannah and say, I'm going to become the Savannah expert?
I'm incredibly spoiled here. We have so much easy access to our history, and a lot of it is incredibly well documented. I've traveled to other places and tried to research some of the things there, and it's so hard finding things when you travel because, Savannah, everything's just right there, right at your fingertips. But because of all that history and the fact that it's well documented, even when I was working in news, we would do stories about it. There would be an archaeological dig. Oh, we just discovered this thing. We didn't know that this was here before. We have an incredible Black History Month here, and the anchor that I worked with, primarily Kim Gusby, would put together the Black History Month special, and I would help her with it sometimes. And we also have a lot of Irish history because a lot of Irish people moved here in the 1800s.
Yeah, by the way, so John, I don't know if you know this. It's you said it was like the fourth biggest St. Patrick's Day celebration in the country.
We are always somewhere in the top 4. I think we bounce back and forth between 3 and 4.
I would never think Savannah when I think St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah, not a lot of people do, right? Unless you know.
I think Boston. I think Chicago.
Yeah.
Which is wild to me. That seems very fun. And you're saying, where does that stem from? Why was there so many Irish there?
The reason that a lot of Irish were moving to the country during that time, it was because of the potato famine. And a lot of them coming to Savannah were able to find easy work here because we're a very successful port city and we had the railroad. So it was easy for them to find work.
Got it. In your sort of spooky tours, do you think there's a difference, in sort of the way the North and the South remember the Civil War in ghost stories that you're sharing?
Yeah. A lot of people, when they come down, like with my private tours, I can specialize. So if somebody wants to learn more about Savannah's Civil War history and Civil War ghosts, I can focus in on that. Even though Savannah has more Revolutionary War history than it does Civil War history, just because none of the Civil War was fought here. Outskirts, yes. In Savannah, no.
That's interesting. Okay.
But yeah, a lot of people come down, and I think a lot of people think they're going to ask me like some gotcha question when it comes to the Civil War. I was like, no, that was messed up. Slavery was everywhere. Even Savannah's own city government enslaved people. Like, it was awful, and it was.
What are they trying to get you? What do you mean gotcha? Like, what are they trying to bust you on?
Because they think that I'm gonna just like skip over it somehow. Like,
skip
it really
over
wasn't
slavery?
that bad. Yeah. But I'm like, no, I think we can all agree that it was really bad. I don't go into graphic detail on my tours just because, you never know who's going to be on your tour. And that's a lot of trauma. I do talk about some darker aspects of Savannah's history, but I always try to be conscious of the fact that there are people on my tours who may have gone through similar things or who have a family history. And, you don't want to completely bum someone out on a ghost tour. It's supposed to be fun. But at the same time, you do want to be a little educational about it. So normally I will direct people and be like, and if you want to learn more about this, we have this museum here that you can go to, and they talk about it.
Got it. Gettysburg's about like one shattering event, right? It's this one big battle that everyone knows about. Does Savannah have something like that in its history that you point to or go to?
We have quite a few events. I told you we have more Revolutionary War history.
Sure.
One of the bloodiest battles of the American Revolution took place in Savannah. It's called the Siege of Savannah. Most people have never heard of it. It happened over the course of 4 weeks in 1779 and left somewhere around 150 British and between 1,000 and 1,200 Americans and French dead. Huge difference.
Yeah, they didn't teach us that in my New York Yankee school, but go ahead.
Yeah.
So it's not at all.
Huge difference in those numbers. And that might be why we don't hear about it so much, just because it was so incredibly one-sided. I tell people that it's a not so funny comedy of errors. If it could go wrong on the American side in that 4-week time period, it did. The bloodiest day was October 9th, where about 800 Americans and French died all in one day.
Oof. You win some, you lose some, America.
Yeah, it was
seems
bad.
So is that area more haunted, would you say?
So Savannah was significantly smaller in 1779. It has grown out, and some of the squares where the railroad would later be developed were all built on top of those battlefields. Part of a French field hospital is where Bonaventure Cemetery currently stands. So we built out on top of it. So you don't get like what you get as Gettysburg, where people say, on a foggy night, you see troops marching across the field. There's no field. There's no field for them to march on.
Okay.
There's roads and
Wait, are
squares
their bodies
and
buried under everybody's house? Is that what you're saying?
under some of them, yeah.
What?
If you go to the Georgia
It's like
State Railroad
poltergeist.
Museum, they'll talk about how when that whole area was being developed, I think it was around the 1830s, as like this big railroad hub. As they were digging, they were uncovering the skeletal remains of those soldiers that died on October 9th. And so they just reburied them and built on top of it.
Wait a minute. Hold on. They reburied them right there?
Oh, yeah.
And built on top of that. They didn't like say, hey, we should put these soldiers somewhere where people can. They're just like, fuck them.
Yeah.
Let's just build this building over the top of it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Sure. I guess that's how it goes. John, it's not like that in Gettysburg, right? Is it?
No, no. Gettysburg, from my understanding, is very well preserved. They don't allow you to do anything. So, and it's not, and where the battlefields are, it is just open. There's very few structures, couple farmhouses, maybe a couple of houses on the properties. That's it. The monuments. That's it. No, there's no development.
What's the most haunted place in Savannah?
So someone asked my friend Chris this recently, and he said that Savannah is the most haunted place in Savannah, and he's kind of right. There are certain areas that I would say are a little bit more active. River Street, I think, is an incredibly haunted area just because it's one of the older areas, and that used to be our port, and a lot of disasters have happened there, several fires. Of course, Savannah itself has caught on fire a number of times. I joke around that every building in Savannah has caught on fire at least once.
I learned this from watching your feed. It was mainly made of wood for a while,
Yep,
and then
yep.
they had to make enslaved made bricks, right? To start.
Yes. You can see fingerprints in some of the bricks made during that time.
Wild.
But aside from that, Wright Square, I think, is also very active. Taylor Square has its own activity. I don't think it's super active, but it's different.
What's the name of the cemetery that you mentioned earlier?
Bonaventure?
Is that the cemetery that has that famous child that's always people have caught running? Or am I
Uh,
thinking of another cemetery? There's like
that
a
was probably
famous.
Colonial Park Cemetery. There was a family from Ohio in 2008 that recorded what they said was the ghost of a little boy running across the cemetery and up into a tree.
Okay.
Uh, and quite a few other people have seen ghost children in that area as well because, one, that cemetery was used from 1750 to 1853. So a lot of infant mortality, a lot of children buried there. And after the 1890s, it was turned into a park, an actual park.
Okay.
And so children played there for a really long time.
Wow.
Wow, that's dark.
Yeah.
That's a little dark,
Not,
right?
I mean, it is, but that was happening across the country during that time because the Victorians were obsessed with gardens and green spaces and parks. And if you live in a city, you can't just magically create a green space. But if you have an old cemetery that nobody's really using, you just tear down the walls, put in some benches and pathways, and boom, there you go. It's a park.
And John, what did we learn? Why are those so many children buried in cemeteries in that time period?
No
No
vaccinations.
vaccines, folks.
No vaccines.
That's
It's
why, if you're ever
science.
wondering,
It's
science, people.
science.
It's science,
The
not
whole the
supernatural.
Victorian obsession with death and greenery and all that so molded together perfectly in cemeteries. I mean,
Oh,
people
yeah.
used to picnic. They used to picnic in cemeteries. Even if your municipality did not turn it into a park, they turned it into a park just by their activities.
Mhm.
So it's pretty wild. And that was across the country at that
Yep.
time. Yeah.
Which is what Bonaventure Cemetery ended up becoming. That's a Victorian garden cemetery. And I'm also a member of the Bonaventure Historical Society, and we have all these pictures of people just sitting out in burial lots with their picnics and their books and everything.
Yeah.
We have just the chat. You're teaching people on the chat right now. Some people from Georgia. I can't pronounce that. I was talking about the handles that some people choose for their thing, and it's like, I'm sorry, YOLO. I don't know what you're trying to do with that. I don't know what your boss thinks of that, but YOLO has said she lived in Georgia their entire life. They never knew what you just said. Now, if I could educate just one person from this live, I feel fulfilled. Anika, is there anywhere you won't go?
I mean, Ellis Square after 9 p.m., but that's not because of ghosts. That's just because there's a lot of bars and it gets a little shooty sometimes. So,
Oh, sure.
uh,
People are. We
I,
always say people are far worse than
oh
spirits.
my God,
Oh
But
yes.
yes,
yes.
People
Oh
are like,
yes.
"What? Aren't you scared? Like walking around downtown after dark?" I'm like, "No, I worked in broadcast news for a long time. I know where not to go."
Right. Do you approach how you tell these stories? Are you approaching it as a journalist, a folklorist, or an investigator, or is there a mix? How do you attack a story these days when you're telling it and for your posts and for everything else?
I do feel like I do bring journalistic integrity to it because doing an investigation, when you do an investigation, you are conducting an interview. You're trying to find out, what this person is, like what their motivation is, why they're here. Um, so conducting it like that, yes. When I'm explaining a story on my tours, I also explain it in kind of a news fashion because the whole point of news is for you to, one, know what's going on in your community, and two, gain a sense of community by understanding the people around you. So when I tell the ghost stories, I want people to relate. I want people to relate to the spirits that I'm talking about, what they went through in their lives and why they are still around. I want them to feel that connection. So it is very newsy from that regard.
Do you have more locals or more out of towners on your tours?
It comes and goes in waves. It really just depends on the season. I do get a lot of people from out of town, but I do get a lot of locals who reach out to me as well because they have family members or friends coming in and they want a tour.
And so this goes to what you were just saying, but when they're done with one of your tours, what are you hoping they've walked away with? A little bit, either chills or history of Savannah or both? What's the vibe?
I love it when I'm telling a story and someone goes, "Ooh, I just got chills," because it lets me know that I'm doing a good job. But at the end of the night, what I really want them to walk away with is a better understanding of Savannah and a better appreciation of it. Because I love the city, and I want them to as well.
It seems like you really focus. Is TikTok your primary
Yeah, it's
source
my
these
biggest
days?
audience.
Is your biggest one? Where can people find you? What is your handle on there? And I'm
So
going to post this, guys. Everyone, I'm posting. You can find her in my link tree in my bio to get to, but just hit them up now so they know where to find you real quick.
yeah,
What's your?
nothing matches because I didn't start any of this to start a tour company.
I didn't want to
I
say that. I was going to tell you that afterwards, that you should really redo that and like make sure everything gets your
already have
brand on
business
point.
cards. I already
You
have
know,
business cards.
you know.
um,
But tell everybody where you're at.
but yeah. So on TikTok, my handle is Salt Waves Spanish Moss. On Instagram, I am Eni Edenfield, EENIE Edenfield. And then on YouTube, I'm Enika Edenfield.
Has TikTok changed the way you think about storytelling? You make really good videos. Your videos are
Thank you.
high and tight. I'm new to social media, right? And John's social media is he makes sure that he cuts his feeds. He doesn't do any editing because he wants people to really understand that there's no trickery here. It's cut from his live. He's a live influencer primarily, and he literally just cuts that section out and gives it to the people so they can see this is what happened. I try to edit this stuff mainly from the podcast. I'm not really a social media thing. So I really appreciated the short form storytelling you were able to do. Was that something you had to get used to, or
No, that's
how do you
news.
look at it?
I used to have a news director who, anytime anybody would ask for extra time on a story, he would look at them and say, "The entire Vietnam War was told in 30 seconds. You can do this."
That sounds like by the way, how old was that person? That sounds like a real classic news
Yeah.
move, just like just a real classic person in the news to give you one of those things.
Mm-hmm. So I'm used to telling a story in a short amount of time. So what I did before really did lend itself to TikTok. And I've had a few other people who also used to work in news watch my videos, and before looking into me, they were like, "Yeah, she worked in news," and I was like, "Yeah, you can tell, can't you?"
Have you ever thought about becoming a ghost investigator, like one of the classic paranormal investigator, going out where with the spirit boxes and all that jazz?
I go on paranormal investigations. I also have a Patreon, and one of the tiers is that every month I live stream a paranormal investigation.
Oh, you do? I didn't see that. I didn't find that.
And sometimes I go out places, and then sometimes I'm just here in Savannah. I'll go to a square if it's the off season and there's really nobody there, and set up some equipment and see what we get.
Have you ever got anything that freaked you out?
Oh yeah. Not anything that freaked me out. There's a spirit from the American Revolution who hangs out in Madison Square, and he does not like me.
Ooh.
Anytime that he would come through any of my equipment, all he would ever say was, "Go away." And earlier this year, I went out to that square, and it's a square, so there's four corners of it. He hangs out in one section. So I was in another section. Spirits were super chatty that night, and I asked them, "Do you know about the spirit over in that area, the one who's always telling me to go away?" And they said, "Yep, that is Benny." And I said, "Benny. All right, Benny, I got a name." So I go back over there, and I said, "Hey, Benny, my name is Enika. Maybe we got off on the wrong foot. If I did something to upset you, I'm so sorry. But can you let me know like what I did so I can not do it again?" And again, all he would say was, "Go away." So that is his line. He has set his boundary. I'm respecting that. So I leave Benny alone.
Forever. You don't bother him anymore.
Yeah. That's his little corner of the square.
Do you ever take your tour guides by there just to see if there's like an energy or a vibe?
We go close. We do not go into that section anymore because, again, he told me to go away. He's told me that multiple times. So
all right. Now, I asked you earlier, where do you avoid? That's the place. It sounds like there's another place without gunshots that you don't go to.
Only after dark.
Only after dark. Listen, Enoch, I appreciate your time. I'm fascinated by history. I love the way you tell it. People should really check out your feed
Thank
and
you.
go to and see and learn something about just a really beautiful city. My wife goes to Savannah for work. Like now, this will be her second year in a row, and unfortunately, I can't get out there with her because I really want to see that town. Where would you like to go beyond? Okay, here's two things. Where would you like to go in Savannah if there is a place you haven't gone yet and really deep dive? And where would you like to go outside of Savannah if you could?
In Savannah, so we have the Savannah College of Art and Design,
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a
and
great school.
yeah, and they're all over the place. They don't have a central campus. They came in the 1970s when downtown was still kind of sketchy, and they started purchasing older buildings and turning them into their campus. So they are spread out. They have a couple of buildings that, if ever given the opportunity, I would love to investigate. One is the current Habersham Hall, which is actually an old jail.
Oh, so it's not
Yeah.
that new. Yeah, they just
Uh,
refurbished it.
Yep. And the other is I think it's Deloitte Foundry now. Most of us just refer to it as the old Candler because it's the old Candler Hospital. And I have heard so many things about that building, and I would love to go in and investigate that now that it's not falling apart.
Will they let you? Why not go? Is there anything stopping you from going there?
The fact that it's a college campus and I'm not a college student.
Oh, they just won't let you. Just can't talk to them. All right.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Now, where outside of Savannah do you want to go?
So there are a lot of places back in my home state of Florida that I would like to go to. Everybody always mentions like these really big places, like penitentiaries and stuff like that. But a lot of people have gone there, and I feel like you've gotten all the answers you're going to get with those places.
Probably
Uh,
true. Yeah.
so I would like to check out the Bellamy Bridge in Marianna, Florida. Um, It is now part of a park, and I actually tagged along with a paranormal investigation crew way before I got into this because it was for a story I was working on, and they got this really eerie EVP. The legend behind that bridge is that Elizabeth Bellamy, on her wedding night, was dancing with her husband, danced too close to an open flame, her dress caught on fire, and she ran down towards the river to try and put it out. And, at night you can see a woman in a flaming dress running down towards the river. Well, while they were doing their investigation, later on they were going through all their recordings, and they heard this very whispery voice say, Elizabeth. So I would love to go back there now that I have a little bit more experience and see what I can get.
Why are bridges so? What's the bridge in Gettysburg you were at, John? Why are bridges so haunted? Because people.
Saxbridge.
Which one?
Saxbridge.
What's it with bridges and ghosts? Is it because people dive off them? Like, what's going on?
Well, who knows the actual answer to that? But most people would say because it's above a body of water.
Yeah.
What's water have to do with it?
Conductor. They say it's a great conductor for spiritual energy.
No shit.
Well, I mean, water is a dangerous conductor. It's not a great conductor; it's a dangerous conductor with regular electricity. You
Sure.
know, but
Oh.
with spiritual energy, they say it's a great conductor for ghosts and whatnot. Let me ask you a question. You said on your tours that you don't like to dive into the more depressing because you're trying to make your tours fun and whatnot, which I understand completely. But here on Splintered Spirits, I would love to hear about one of these stories that you wouldn't tell on your tours, if you'd be willing to
There,
share.
yeah. Just like a quick trigger warning for anybody who's listening. This is going to involve a woman being beaten. But there is a house here in town called the Owens Thomas House. It's a house museum. It's actually the first house museum in Savannah. And they have gone back through and researched a lot of the enslaved people who were there. They actually start the tour behind the home in the old carriage house, which was the quarters for the enslaved people. They start with them, and then they end the tour with them. You go through the house. They talk about them the whole way through, about how, this is the dining room. This is where Peter the butler would have served people. And then at the end, there's a room with all these letters written by members of the Owens family. And in these letters, they are discussing the people they were enslaving. And you read in their own words how they viewed and treated these people. And in some letters, they are talking about how, like, oh, and give my love to the nanny. I can't remember her name right now. And talking very warmly about her. And it's like, you're so close to recognizing her humanity and you just blow on past it. But then there's another letter where one of the sons had been out late and was walking back home and came across a couple of police officers who were beating a woman. Her name was Janie. She was enslaved by the Owens family, and she had been out past curfew. She had been caught by police officers. They were beating her, and this guy comes up and is like, oh, this is Janie. And they asked him, do you want to take her home with you? And he said, no, do what you're doing. And he walks off and leaves her at the mercy of these people. And they take her back to jail. After beating her, she doesn't get medical attention. And then a few days later, one of the Owens family members goes to get her out of the jail and brings her home.
Yeah, I'd say that's a story you can leave off the tour for sure.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's a terrible. That's a pretty horrific sort of piece of small town. Not small.
Yeah,
town,
I don't blame you for leaving that off the tour.
It's amazing, right? That's all part. And that's there for, like, if you go to the museum, that's there for you to read.
Yeah.
That's not something secret.
Yeah,
that's like, they don't hide it from the public.
Yeah. And I tell people, like, because part of my story at the Owens Thomas house involves that room. And I tell people, when you go here, you need to go through this room and read these letters and see how the Owens family viewed them. Because this isn't an interpretation of how they viewed them. This is them in their own words. So you can read that and go, oh, yeah, it was bad. It was really, really bad.
Yeah, that's amazing. There's a lot of great culture in that city, man. I really have to get out there for sure. Anika, thank you so much.
The history is phenomenal with Savannah.
It really is. Anika, thank you so much for taking the time and sharing your time with us today. I appreciate it. And I love hearing this. I love getting a little history in. Felt like a very history week, and maybe one people needed to hear in a lot of ways, and know that you're out there sharing it and keeping people informed is really wonderful to know. It's great. It's great stuff.
So you told us the dark, right? You told us a piece of the dark history. What about the light? Anything super positive that you could throw at us and and explain, like, the other side of Savannah, the lighter side.
Yeah, that's a good way. Let's end it on that. Let's smart,
always.
John. Let's find a fun ghost story or a fun historic story about Savannah that you love. Letting people go out before they grab a drink and get home to their hotels or wherever they're going after your tour.
Sure. So Savannah is also the birthplace of the Girl Scouts, like the Girl Scouts. This is where it started. Juliette Gordon Lowe, the founder of the Girl Scouts, born and raised in Savannah, moved back here after her husband's death. And she had been involved in the Girl Guides in the UK and thought it was a great organization because her mom had always encouraged her and her siblings to know how to take care of themselves and also be very community minded. She thought the Girl Guides were doing that. We didn't have any other organization in the United States at that time that was doing quite the same thing. So she called up a bunch of her friends who were running girls' schools in this area and said, hey, it's Juliette. I'm back in town. Bring your girls over. We're going to get something fun started in the carriage house back behind my home. And that is how the Girl Scouts get started.
What's everyone's favorite cookie?
Tagalongs.
Interesting.
I really like Savannah Smiles, and they discontinued that one.
Oh, I'm a samosas person. And I don't even, it's the only thing on earth I'll eat coconut in.
I don't like coconut at all.
I hate coconut, but I'll eat them in those cookies. What about you? What about the chat? Anybody? What's your favorite Girl Scout cookie?
It's funny. I have a Girl Scout house where I'm at that's actually haunted. It's funny you bring that up.
Yeah, and we have her childhood home, which is owned by the Girl Scouts. The home that she was living in when she started the Girl Scouts, that's owned by the Colonial Dames. It's also a house museum. And the carriage house back behind that home is also a museum, and it's also owned by the Girl Scout organization, and all three of them are haunted.
Wow.
Zen with samosas. We got a lot of thin mint
Very
lovers
cool.
up in this
Well,
chat, guys.
a lot of people like Thin
A
Mints. They're
lot of
never
love
going
people
anywhere,
love thin mints. I got to tell
Yeah.
you, I'm saying straight up. I'm sorry. I don't like chocolate and mint. It's not my thing.
Chocolate
Chocolate.
and
I like
peanut
to keep
butter
my
is my
chocolate.
thing, you know?
Yeah, me too, bro. I don't
Yeah.
chocolate with mint isn't for this guy.
No,
But I don't judge people for their choice, their poor choices. No, I'm kidding.
no, not at all. You know,
But
they're York peppermint patty taste
yeah,
buds.
right. It's like it's not for me, but I like how everyone's going shortbread. All right, Nikki. All right. Yep,
Listen,
peanut butter.
thank you
It'll be
so
nice.
much for diving into the history like that with us. I mean, this has been an awesome treat to hear about Savannah's history. You know, I'd love to go
Uh,
down to Savannah.
I'm sure we've got a lot of ghost hunters listening right now who are now like this is going to be their next thing. All the ones that have
Right?
hit
They're
Gettysburg,
gonna
you're
head
like,
down to
ooh,
Savannah.
here's a city I haven't thought of, and then
Yeah,
I might hopefully they'll get them down there for you.
yeah.
To do some invest. You see a lot of guys running around with SB7s and stuff, just
Mhm.
Yeah,
trying to
which
get.
it always cracks me up when I see people walking around with the EMF detectors and they're like, "Oh my god, it's going crazy." I'm like, "It's a city. Everything here puts off electromagnetic frequency." I watched people go nuts next to a tree one time, and I was like, "I know there are electrical lines that run underneath that tree. I know that's what you're picking up on."
Oh,
That's
yeah.
great. Just tell them it's a ghost. Don't break their
Yeah.
hearts. Just tell them it's a ghost.
Yep.
Anika, thank you so much. We're gonna say goodbye to you. I appreciate you, and I appreciate your time again. Anika Edenfield. You can all of her links on all those different handles, which she's gonna work on getting them all to one handle. I hope for
One
her
day.
branding, maybe. But
One day. One day.
you can find your TikTok feed in my link tree. Please go follow her. Her videos are great. It's like you'll learn something and you'll actually enjoy it while you watch it. It's not like going to school. It's a good lesson, and it's a great history. Again, thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Yes,
Thank
thank
y'all.
you.
All right, that was super sweet. I like having a little
Yeah,
bit of
yeah.
a different vibe, different
I
educational
love
sort of.
history, man. I love history. The people that
Yeah.
always present the history are usually, very knowledgeable about it and just, awesome.
Well, she's a broadcaster, right? She comes from a news background, and
Yep.
so if you watch her videos, they are very well put together. They're smart. It's an excellent high-end production of this quick snippet of a Savannah
History.
tale that it's like you just and there's a little spookiness to it. It's not all just the ghosts and the apparition. It's spooky because it's so old and has all this other weight to it. That was wild, man. So how does that, hearing sort of that history, John, talk a little bit, we got a few minutes here left. We got some time. I know we started earlier, so we have a little more time. Let's talk about Gettysburg in comparison. What did you learn? What did you find? What are some of the things that make you want to go back? Why do you want to go back now that you've been?
So I definitely want to go back for the simple fact that every second of the live stream, we were just hearing so much. It was almost like it was layered and also coming in waves. And there's just so much. It seems like there's more than just, Civil War history there. It seems like maybe some things are attracted to that place. I mean, who knows? I just started skimming the surface of
Okay.
Gettysburg. The history, I pretty much knew a lot of it already. But what I did learn before I went, and I didn't realize this until recently, is that New York in itself, which makes a lot of sense because I'm constantly coming across civil war veteran headstones here in New York. Um, they had the most casualties and the most injuries of every state
What
on
did New
both
York?
sides. New York, and
Sure.
even when we were at Gettysburg,
Dude,
all
New
we were
York's the best at everything, dude. We don't go
no,
half-ass on everything, even our
no,
battle deaths. Let's
no,
go.
even our battle death,
Let's
right?
go.
And literally, there were so many monuments at Gettysburg to New York infantries. It was wild. Like we were walking and oh look, New York. Oh look, there's New York again. Oh crap, there's New York again. It was a lot of representation, so it was that. So seeing that, hearing information is one thing, but then seeing it is a
Sure.
completely different. So it was that was I thought that was wild history wise.
Megs, sorry, John. Megs, you can tell me that you love me and you don't have to qualify it then by saying you love John too. You could just leave it. You could just give that to me for
Yeah,
a minute. I get it. It's okay.
I can't even see the chat.
No, I'm like, I've got, dude, I got like 4 screens going here,
Yeah, yeah,
now that
yeah.
I'm, because I'm running live on like 4 different platforms. We'll see, how it plays. Mainly TikTok. It's like, they're fun, but it's, well, look, let's be real about Pennsylvania for a second. Pennsylvania as a state is a suburb of New York.
Well, I'd say it's more of a suburb. I'd say
Got
it's more of a
Pennsylvania. I
suburb
love
of,
you, Pennsylvania. I just like hazing Brian the Mod. BTM. If he's
it's
watching, he
weird.
knows I like hazing him a little bit.
Pennsylvania is not even a suburb of New York. So it's like it's divided up of all the states around it. You know what I mean?
I think
It's
there's like a
got a
city.
little.
There used to be,
It's got a
dude, there
little
used to
bit of
be a city in,
Maryland, a little bit of Jersey, a little bit of Delaware, a little bit of
there used to be a city. I'm fairly certain there's a city in Pennsylvania. It used to be called like Fornication, Pennsylvania. Like
There
it was
is.
like
There,
this
there
most
still is.
religious.
I believe that is correct.
Dude, my father told me a story before he died about it in Pennsylvania when he was younger, where he got pulled over, right? He was young, so I don't know what it had to be the 50s or something. He gets pulled over in some small town. The sheriff makes him drive to the sheriff's, like, whatever, the police department, but it's him. And he's sitting there, and the sheriff then sits in one chair and sort of reads the, what he just did, like the violation. And then the sheriff gets up and sits behind a desk because he's also the judge, and then bangs the gavel and says guilty. And it's like, wait, what just happened? And it's like, and then issued him the ticket, like whatever happened. He didn't go to jail, but it was just, what the hell is going on in this state? This is the North.
But a lot of places were like that.
Yeah,
That
but
also happened to
Pennsylvania's
me.
different.
Yeah, Pennsylvania's different.
It's
You
just a
don't
little
even
different.
feel like you're in Pennsylvania when you're in Gettysburg. That's the other thing. Like, it's weird. Then again, I don't
What
have
do you
that
feel
much.
like? What does it feel like? Where does it feel like you're at?
Well, it didn't feel like it doesn't feel like Pittsburgh. Yins are different over there in Pittsburgh, right? It didn't feel like
I've never been to Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's very industrial, though, right?
the pits.
So
Yeah, definitely industrial.
I've never been.
It didn't feel like like Hershey Park area and all that. Because I've been to Hershey Park. Doesn't feel like Philadelphia.
No,
It
I've been
just
to Philadelphia for sure.
yeah, it's just different. It's just
Huh.
it's just a different vibe.
How far away is Gettysburg from Philadelphia?
2 hours about 2 hours. Two and
I
a
see.
half hours. So
Guys, I love Pennsylvania. I do this because I tease BTM, who I thank for watching over my boy here all the time. But the way I thank people is by hazing them. So I like to haze. And unfortunately, all you Pennsylvanians have to suffer through it because it's the best way to make fun of it, to tease him. So he had a good time too. Did you freak Brian out at all when you were out there?
So we well, first for me, me and Chris had two big firsts, right?
Okay, let's hear it.
Netzel, me and Netzel did a spirit board, which it was Netzel's first time doing the spirit board, and we also did the Esses method.
Oh, dude, I got to see the video. I didn't get to see the
I'm
video
gonna
of that.
put
I got to
it,
watch
but
it.
I can't get into details
Okay.
about what happened to Brian. But Brian had a very hard experience. A very hard experience. Like it was bad. It was no joke.
You
But
recorded the whole thing? Was it
look,
live?
I got the whole thing. The whole thing is recorded.
Is it on YouTube?
Yes, I believe it's on YouTube. I think because I was having a lot of trouble with YouTube streaming. I believe that night is. I know one of the nights is not, but one of the nights is. I think that one
All
is.
right. I got to see that full, even if it was on TikTok.
Yeah.
You got to put it in a Dropbox folder because we might be able to play with it and make a thing out of it.
Okay,
Talk about it.
definitely. Hey, I definitely
The
get him
whole
on to
thing.
talk about it too. I mean,
Yeah.
if he's willing, he briefly talked about it, and I'll briefly say what he said. It was just a very personal, wild experience
With the Estes method or the
with
spirit
the
board?
no with the Estes method. Oh,
So who did the Estes
spirit
method?
board
Who was in the
all
chair?
three of us. All three
You
of
just
us went in the chair.
So did this experience happen when he was in the chair?
Yes, yeah.
Oh.
We all had experiences when we were in the chair, right? But his experience by far was the most powerful, in my opinion.
Well,
What
because he's
he,
surrounded by you and Netsu, who I believe are witch
yeah,
magnets, and then you're probably like forcing that witchness onto
that
his
witchy
ass,
sauce all over him, you
that
know?
witch sauce, and it's
Yeah,
like he's stuck between these two ADD witch magnets from the north and south, and he's like like stuck in the
stuck in the
middle of it.
middle.
Good thing you didn't do that on the bridge,
Yeah,
and then it would have been like, forget it.
and then the spirit board was equally as crazy because Netzel had a manifestation of a black bug on his hand, and he even straight up was just like, oh, it's just a bug, you know. And then I ended the board as quickly as possible after that. I was like, nope, we're not doing this, and
What does that
because that's
mean? What does that mean?
that's usually something dark, a demonic entity coming through the board. And the fact that he thought it was a bug, and I'm looking, my eyes are directly on our hands. There was no bug on him, and it's not like he was BSing because he had a nice little sigh of relief once the bug was off his hand. And I'm like, there ain't no bug, homie. We got to end this board. You know what I mean? We got something bad coming through. So we ended the board, especially because it
That's
was his
always fun.
first time, you know? Got to take it easy. You know what I'm saying?
That's fun. Did
Yeah,
it?
yeah, yeah.
What were there? Was there any moments from an investigatory perspective that stood out? You know what I mean? In terms of like in using the apps or the thing, or he's over here and I'm over here, we found the same thing. Or was there any sort of moments of ghost documentation or investigation
Yes.
that answered some questions that you were hoping to capture?
Well, so what was wild was the entire time because when Netzel goes live, he normally runs just Spirit Talker and Necrometer. And the
Mm-hmm.
entire trip, I was switching. I was switching through all the apps, right? I wasn't
Okay.
just using two. But we would be, even if we were next to each other, all four apps were working together, which they're made by different companies. So technically that shouldn't be happening. So we're getting responses from everything, right? Different
Okay.
responses for everything, everything correlating. And then when we would split apart from each other, and we were never that far from each other, just far enough where we could talk a little louder and whatnot. If our questions were being answered by both, so he'd ask something over on his end, and it would be answering on mine, and vice versa. So that was happening too, which I thought was two incredible pieces of evidence for the usage of the apps.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Well, what about you guys in the chat? Who has some questions for John about Gettysburg? Does anybody have any questions? Any follow-ups? Now they've had some time to digest it. Anything you want to know about Savannah? I'm an expert now. Let's give them a second to see if they respond to that. It's probably got to be a couple seconds because the delay there, delay back.
Yep.
Any
But listen,
soldiers
I got a couple on the
specifically?
thermal. Yeah, I got some crazy stuff on the thermal. So I thought I saw with my own eyes a soldier. I chased after it. Like we had a lot of crazy experiences. But Gary. It was just high energy. Like even like just the ride to the supermarket, we were just balls of energy bouncing all around. Like Brian's a dad, and me and Chris are in the car, just you know high energy.
Yeah. Oh
Yeah.
yeah, Chris
So
is like, yeah, for sure. Was someone's at Jones at Joan? There's a handle that makes sense. Joan was asking, was someone bitten?
no. No,
Okay.
we
No
did
one
get
was
our,
bitten,
like
Joan.
shoulders tapped, grabbed, stuff like that. But I don't think anybody was bitten.
Okay. No one was bitten, Joan. Everyone say it.
Yeah,
Ooh,
I don't think
Mooncat.
anybody
That's a
was
good name.
bitten.
Now I'm obsessed with looking at everybody's name
Yeah,
because
you
it's
look at
like
everybody's handle.
Squirrel Nut Sniffer. That one
Yeah.
made me laugh so hard. And you get like an email saying Squirrel Nut Sniffer has left you a message. There's BTM. He's sitting there watching. He's getting it. That's Brian the Mod, for anyone who doesn't know.
Brian Tenda.
Yeah, why did he change his name? What does that mean?
I called him that. I called him Brian
Oh,
Tender.
okay.
I'm trying to remember why, but I'm having trouble, but it's stuck. So Brian Tender it is. I said
Something you can't
something.
share. Little secret
Or no,
inside
or he
joke.
said something. I don't know. It's just funny moments.
It's funny
We have
moments.
funny moments. Yeah.
It's curious. We'll have to get Brian's take on the whole thing being around the two of you guys, and then we got to get Chris back on because I still believe Netzel may have captured the greatest thing I've ever seen in terms of a ghost, which that walking thing, which is wild. And I wanted to get him on and show that. That thing
it was pretty wild.
That is one of the clearest things, and it's nuts. What else are we talking? Anybody else have anything? Nobody has any other questions? Oh, sorry. Well, then let's talk. We're about to wrap it up, so let's talk about what's coming up. Next week on Splintered Spirits is Past Life Regression Week. Not that that's going to be a standard thing, but just so happens to work out. I interviewed Myra Rath, past life regression therapist. You can find her at Soul Signs Hypnosis, and she gives me a crash course on past life regression. And then on next Thursday's live, we have another psychic medium, Heidi Kemper, who also does a lot of work with what in that field of study are the Akashic records. You know what those are, John? Have you ever heard of this?
Yeah. That's the whole.
The Akashic records I compare, if you're a Marvel fan, for those who don't know, it's like the what was it called? What's it called? Where Loki,
TVA.
like the TV.
It's like the TVA.
The TVA.
It's basically
the file room for your life, for all of your lives.
Yeah. Of all life. Of all life. Essentially, that's what it is. Like all life, universe spanning, like everything.
It's it must be it's the Library of Congress for life, but especially like your own life, every reiteration of your life. And I find past life regression it's just funny how the progression of this podcast and what we're talking about, all these pieces fit somehow when you start, and guys, things are going to get quantum soon. Just by coincidence, some of the people we're talking to and how they get into that thing. And I got to read a few more books on it. As I recommend everybody read some books. All these people's books are in my link tree, guys. Check them out. I think you're going to see it's really quite fascinating. But we come back to energy, frequency, and when we start talking about past life regression, you're talking, that's another dimensional thing. Past life is a misnomer. I used to think when you say past life regression to me, it's like 100 years ago, or in the Middle Ages, I was a knight, which probably wasn't, dude. There's no way I was a knight in the Middle Ages. I was probably like the piss boy or something. There's no possible way holding a bucket for some royalty. That was not a knight. But I thought it was like that, like something that this is what you were years ago, but it's not. Past life regression is everything, everywhere, all at once. There's multiple versions of yourself and timelines of yourself. And then this also goes into potentially alien life and that whole thing with this connection, which we start talking to. I mean, it's getting crazy over here at Splintered Spirits, folks. It's getting really, I didn't know what I was getting. I got to admit, I didn't know what I was getting into when I stepped into these first questions a year ago. Yeah. Even though we launched in February, I didn't know what I was getting into, but it's nuts.
There's a lot.
Karen, what are those books called? Karen, go check out the link tree in Splintered Spirits bio, and you will see all the books of all of our guests and all of their websites that we look at and that sort of our go-to for understanding. A lot of them. Read a fucking book once in a while, guys. Pick up a book.
Read a book. Gary,
read a fucking book,
it's been fun. Excellent guest.
It's been good. Everybody, Splintered Spirits again, Tuesday, new episode with Myra Rath.
Yep.
Next Thursday, another live with Heidi Kemper. And guys, thank you for watching. We really appreciate you. Tell a friend, like, share, subscribe. Much appreciated. And our guest, Anika Edenfield. Check her out. She was amazing.
Yep.
All right, everybody. John, it was good chatting with you. I appreciate it.
Gary, love it.
I got so many things to shut off the live. Well, that's it for another episode of Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Until next time, stay curious. Hello, everyone.
Yo. What is happening, everybody, and welcome to another live episode of Splintered Spirits.
Splintered Spirits, the podcast where my nephew John Santa Paranormal, and I deep dive into the mysteries of the paranormal. as we try to answer the question, what are spirits? Anything, do we figure it out yet, John? Do we know what spirits are yet?
No, we have not yet figured it out, but I do have some ideas. Some theories, and, keeping up with quantum physics and quantum mechanics and all that fun stuff. Seeing if
you've
any
been reading some books?
Oh, dude, I've been
taking some classes.
Yeah, no, it's always been one of my hobbies, that and anthropology and a couple other things that I always say up on the up and up with, and it's wild. It's wild, and we're gonna dive into
but
it.
let me ask you a serious question. We do have a guest coming today, and as soon as they join us, I will tell you all about them. It's but when you're looking at all of your documentation, what lines can you draw to connect these dots when you start thinking about, your quantum theories of these things? You understand that question? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. And the line.
How does it support or go against your
It
theory?
definitely supports. It definitely supports because it seems the common thread, whether something is asking for help, something is talking about a situation, something is talking to me directly, or something is talking about a situation, or they're dealing with each other. The common thread is always that it is one singular mind from their perspective.
What do you mean by that? What does that mean?
So think about it like this. If you were to take this is going to get really crazy, but it's the only way for me really to describe it.
That's the only way we know how to do it here at Splintered Spirits is to get crazy.
I know. I wish I had my whiteboard. I'm about to start busting it out.
Let's go, dude.
Yeah. So
LFG.
So imagine you took a man from the 1400s, okay?
Yeah.
And you granted him the ability to live that entire time up until now. Right. And, you're about to take away this ability from him to live, but you want to hear before he dies, you want to hear everything about him.
Okay.
Everything he's experienced, everything. You're going to get an account of history, correct? As he lived from one singular perspective, his. And that's it. So it doesn't matter let's say he was from England. Okay. Or Italy. It doesn't even make a difference. Or Africa or wherever. You're going to get his singular perspective on the 600 plus years that followed, and he's not going to be able to tell you anything outside of his perspective. Okay, so it's the same thing with spirits. It's literally the same thing with spirits. Whether they learn something new or they're speaking about what they're going through, it's always from that singular perspective. And people lose sight of that when dealing with spirits.
So, and how does that knowing that it's one perspective, what does that tell you from a longer haul, a bigger picture?
So the longer haul, bigger picture, tells me that I'm dealing with these individuals individually, if you will, right?
Okay.
You get what I mean by that?
Yes.
Like, it's not, so if I turn on the spirit box, I start talking to a spirit, I'm not going to turn around and get, answers to something that happened, hundreds and hundreds of miles away from the spirit. Okay, now maybe in the next 200 years, when the ghost hunters and investigators and enthusiasts are talking to spirits in 200-300 years, they'll be able to say, "Oh yeah, I remember the World Trade Center," even though they're all the way in France. You get what I'm saying? Because it's a different. Yes, it's a different type of it's always that one perspective, and it's really wild, and you really start to see it. And it's almost like they don't exist outside of that perspective unless you bring them into it. And that's when, for example, like the spirits are talking about the ranking on TikTok, or they mention a gift that gets dropped, or even more simple, they bring up somebody in the chat.
Speaking of the chat, welcome everyone. Welcome everyone on TikTok and YT and wherever you may be watching or listening to Splintered Spirits. If you are on Santa Paranormal, by all means, hop over to Splintered Spirits and give it a subscribe, give it a like, and give it a share. Can you give me a practical example of everything you're talking about, like a specific thing that you have listened to that said that's why this is what I think it is?
Yeah. So a great example of this is Anne over at the pre-war burial ground.
Okay.
It didn't take Anne long to learn that I was on this strange thing that was allowing me to communicate with the tons of other people. It didn't take her long to realize that. In fact, she was even able to realize, hey, I can't talk to John right now because he's not hearing me, but I can talk to the people and respond to what the people are. It's weird. And another example of that is Edward, when Edward would start flipping out on people for sending gifts. Like he was able, through his perspective, he was able to go, wait a minute, what the hell's going on here? I don't want this fool making money. Stop sending him gifts. He was able to tell. He was able to figure it all out.
Now, to counter your own argument, what would they be saying that would then make you think that that's not what's happening? What would be an example of something they could say that would make you think otherwise?
So those are, and what's funny is it does happen, but on a different level. Like one time, I came across a pair of time travelers. I shit you not. They claim to be time travelers, and they claim to have gotten stuck and then died.
Okay.
Which completely, that's if you're time traveling, yeah, sure, it's your singular perspective, but now you have a linear, a not so linear shot of seeing everything. If they're saying that means they can pick where they wanted to go, which is a different, example, but that's so few and far between. I think it's only happened once to me. I think maybe there's
Okay.
someone in the chat that's like, no, John, it happened this time too, and I just don't remember.
Some of your librarians that have
Yeah,
gone
yeah.
through your stuff
I've got them, and
oh yeah, for sure.
without them, my stroke brain ass wouldn't be able to figure out anything.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
That's amazing. All right. Well, and then so this is what you've been doing. You've been going through. You're literally now going through a lot of your lives and the old videos.
Yes.
And you are sort of categorizing them.
Yes.
And grouping them together to see connections,
Yep.
messaging, progression, regression, just sort of everything.
Everything. Themes. Like think about all the spirits that hit on me and asked for sex, right?
Sure.
I mean, it's crazy, and sometimes they're crude about it. Sometimes they don't care. They will sound horrible about it, and why not? They're dead. Boredom.
Thank you for those gifts, guys. That's kind of you.
Boredom is a big part of it.
Boredom.
Spirits are bored. Yeah, spirits are bored. Why are they bored? Why do they keep saying they're bored? What would lead them to be like, oh, I'm bored. It's wild, and what's crazy about that too is like you can hear them talking about being bored, whether it's a static stream. Like if I were to fire up the spirit boxes and walk away from here and we just left and we left them running, we'll hear the spirits talk about how they're bored. You'll hear them all the time, even at Seventh, any location. It's like, wait a minute, why are you bored? What's your reality like that, you're so damn bored?
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Man, and it also I don't know, I kind of would find it a little offensive because it's like, what? You guys got to be bored to talk to me? Why can't you just I don't have the personality
that's one of my
to
things.
Bring you in on this?
Yeah, when a spirit says they're bored, I'm like, all right, spirit, if you're bored, then talk to me. Let's have a conversation. Try to talk to me. That's what I try to tell them.
Someone's asking, have you ever used other things other than apps?
Yes.
They love your show. Lady Calamare.
Yes.
Wants to know.
Yes.
But we're predominantly a ghost app guy.
So 100%. And the reason why is because there is nothing easier and simpler than firing it up on a device. Okay.
Right. Especially when you're walking and moving and
exactly. It's just so much easier to do. I've done it all, especially back in the day with EVPs and using different things. A lot of people want me to bring EVPs into it and also run EVPs, but that's when I got to remind them, hey, listen, I'm documenting. I am not ghost hunting. However, One of the big changes that's coming up for Santa Paranormal, and I'm hoping to have this up and running by December, is the actual investigation process of the tower while I'm documenting. I'm creating a essentially a language model, very rudimentary, that all it's going to do is be an investigator. And I looked into it. I actually got off live last night early because I was sitting there and it's just in the back of my head, and I'm like, I have to make this. I have to plan this out and make it.
All
So
right. I want to hear more about this, and I think that's going to be easy for you to put even, a digital recording device in there, and then you can record and follow up and see if you hear things that you don't hear and all that stuff. But our guest
is
in
ready.
the lobby.
Awesome.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a wonderful guest. Very fun. Goes by the name of Spooky Scoundrel. Spooky's got over 400,000 followers on TikTok. They're a paranormal investigator and a ghost tour guide based in Toronto. I want to hear about some Canadian ghosts. I wonder if they're nicer there, because everybody in Canada is nice. So I just want to see if the ghosts are even nicer. Spooky has been exploring the supernatural since 2005 and began leading public paranormal investigations in 2021. They teach people how to talk to ghosts. Specializing in historic and heritage hauntings, they bring history to life through the spirits, all with a uniquely level-headed, goofy, and curious approach. I've been watching a lot of Spooky's TikToks, and I find it very funny because, I have an affinity for more lighthearted, ghost talk as opposed to the guru, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Spooky's always ready to debunk when possible, make the paranormal less scary, more accessible, and a whole lot more fun. Let us bring in Spooky Scoundrel right now so that the people can meet them. Spooky, welcome.
Thank you so much. Hello.
Hello.
And welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, thanks so much for having me. This is so exciting.
Oh, good. Is it? Wow, that's
yeah.
good.
I love talking about ghosts. I can't get enough of it. So
now, why? What is it? Okay, I want to know first off, Spooky, what happened that sparked your interest? What made you get into ghosts?
That's a really good question. I feel like I've just been super into ghosts my entire life. When other people were playing with toys and like going outside, I was reading about aliens and ghosts. I would ask everywhere that I would go to if they were haunted. Just a fascination ever since I could remember. But I also went to a haunted high school, and that's kind of when I really started actively investigating because I had a place to go to.
But does that mean that you saw something there? Like that you had an experience that was okay, everything I loved is now it's happening. I'm seeing it.
Yeah, pretty much. I worked in the auditorium a lot. I was on stage crew for a lot of our shows that we put on. And that meant that I was always one of the first ones in and last ones out. So we were there alone a lot, and a lot of really strange things happened. It was a very well-known spirit. His name was Jamie. He was a former custodian. And he would mess with the lights all the time. We would hear the piano play by itself when no one was even near it. The fire curtain would come down by itself, even though the only way it could even be triggered would be if someone like broke that little box and pulled down the actual alarm. So yeah, a lot of different things happened.
That sounds like a terrible place to go to high school, to be honest with you. It's just like,
I don't know. It was the best years of my life.
You love it. Now, Spooky, you don't consider yourself like a medium or anything.
No.
This is just a love of yours, and you investigate and you got into. So did you start reading up? How did you learn how to become an investigator?
The first year was just figuring it out, really trying things. I had always kind of gotten in my head that I was going to be a paranormal investigator one day. So I had studied parapsychology just like on my own time. By that point, I was already a member of the Toronto Ghost and Hauntings Research Society here in my city as well.
Say that again. What is that?
Oh, sorry. The Toronto Ghosts and Hauntings Research Society.
Okay.
Very fun online database, I guess, of all of the different hauntings in Toronto and Ontario. And then Ghost Hunters in 2004 was kind of the big one, the TV show. I was like, oh man, there's actual people out there doing this.
Sure.
I could do
Jason
that
Hawes
too.
has a lot of babies, I think.
Yeah,
He's
I
got a
think
lot of
he
babies.
taught an entire generation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. That's okay. Yeah, it made it very okay. Like the everyman kind of guy, the plumber, and then it's like they're out there doing it and
Yeah, they
passionate.
weren't like weird by day. I mean, they probably are weird by day. We all are, right? But yeah, they were just average people. And then, you know, they had jobs. And so it kind of showed you like, oh, okay, so this is, you know, a hobby that people really enjoy. Even
When I
if
worked
they
at Discovery
are
at the time, I know there was a sci-fi show. When I worked at Discovery, the name we would have for those types of people that weren't, you know, that had these incredible hobbies, we called them passionate obsessives, right? We always look for like, who's the passionate obsessive? They didn't have to be learned or have a 17 degrees behind them on their wall. They just had to know an incredible amount of knowledge of that stuff, you know? Like there's a
Absolutely.
guy, this is neither here nor there, but it's the example I used to use. It was one of these actors, he was on Lost and he was one of the hobbits, you know, and I forget his name and I'm blanking on his name. But his parents were what are people who study bugs? Is it
Entomologists?
entomologists? This guy could tell you everything about a bug down to like, you know how there's like 12, what is it, 8 classes or something, could go down all the way, like any bug. He's obsessed. He loves it because but he didn't study it. He's a good actor, right? He's a working actor. That's not his study, but he is a passionate obsessive about this. And that's what I find so now, is this what you do full time?
No.
What's your day job?
My day job is doing online customer service support for government login services.
Oh my God.
So really super the opposite of ghost hunting.
Right. That is. So when do you but you give tours?
Yes. So I consider that kind of a part-time gig. I do that in the evenings, ghost tour guide. At this point, I've been doing it for over 10 years. So it's honestly just fun. I sometimes forget it's a job for me. I just really enjoy telling stories and talking to people.
Is this for our company or is this something you started? Because you sort of investigated.
Yeah, I wish I'd started it because it's such a fun place to work for. But it's called the Haunted Walk. We operate in 3 different cities in Canada, Toronto, Kingston, and Ottawa. They've been around for, I think, 30 years this year. So pretty well established, like tourism, but showing the darker side.
Got it. Have you ever been absolutely freaked out yourself? I've seen some of your videos where you sort of see something that wigs you out, but what happens? How do you do that? And if you have a bunch of people with you, what do you do?
That's actually one of the hardest things, I think, is when you have like 20 people with you who are expecting you to be this really calm storyteller, who's leading them through this place that you're very familiar with, and then something happens and you have to not only keep yourself calm but also keep them calm. And that's one of the harder things to do. I think at this point in my career, I've just been doing it for so long and I'm so excited by the prospect of activity that I look forward to it every time I go to work. So I get like giggly more than anything. I get really excitable and I try to bring my groups in with me into that feeling, to try to scary is fun and it's okay to be afraid a little bit, but I think it's more exciting when you're really curious and really passionate really about it.
Where's your favorite places to go?
Definitely the Pioneer Village that I often do all my tours at. It's just so contained in such a big city. It feels very quiet. It feels very calm. And then you've got all these wild hauntings. Like every building is haunted by a different ghost with different stories.
Why? Give us some history here.
Oh man, okay.
Give us your Toronto tour. Give us the quick version of what is happening in this place that these ghosts like hanging out in this village.
So I think it's a museum by day. And then we do like our darker stuff at night. I say darker, but it's ghosts.
Right.
And it's a collection of buildings from around Ontario, our province, that were all from about the 1940s to 1840s to about 1890s. And they all showcase different things. So like there's a general store, there's a tinsmith, there's people's houses, there's a hotel. So the buildings had a history before they came to the village in the 1960s. And I think that's maybe why they're so haunted, is they're places that were likely haunted before they arrived. And then their new location has just allowed the haunting to thrive, especially with us going in and trying to talk to them all the time.
So when you say that it's allowed them to thrive, what does that mean?
It's a reenacting village. So they actively pretend like it's 1867. So they're in like the costumes, they churn butter, they do farming, and all of that stuff. And I think that that has this way of just staying like lightly in tune with the history of the building and the ghost stories that might have happened there.
And you think that keeps them?
I do.
All right. Well, then that leads to the question I like to ask all our guests, because it's perfect. If you think that staying in the time period somehow energizes them or keeps them there or more active, what is it, Spooky? What do you think spirits are?
That is like the hardest question ever.
Well, that's what we're all doing here. What are we doing here?
That's what we're trying to figure out.
We're trying to figure it out. But what do you think they are that keeps you going? What is it? It doesn't matter if you have to have some idea of what you think it is that you're doing.
Yeah, I absolutely do. And I think, we could get into the really weird parts of it.
Let's do it. But first tell me what it is. Like, what is that thing?
All right. So I think it's a combination of really long lasting emotion or like emotional energy, in a sense. So that's, you see a lot of places where there was certain kinds of specific attachments, whether it was a home that somebody cared about deeply or somewhere there was a traumatic incident that let out that kind of energy. I think that places kind of contain that. They hold on to that. And then the other side of it is I'm not actually sure that ghosts are always dead people. I think sometimes we have this psychological ability to create our own ghosts and interact with them. There are experiments that have been done and continue to be done about this.
That's like the Phillips experiment.
I was about to say, I'm from the city that happened in, so it's one of my favorite places.
That's like a very famous sort of. Right.
Absolutely. And they did it, right? They were able to essentially talk to a ghost they had created. So I think when we know something about a place, a location, and we go in with that intention, we are partially responsible for that haunting.
Well, so I'm going to spit back what you just said in a different way.
Yeah, it was long-winded.
No, because it speaks, John, I think it speaks a lot to, it's very similar to say, because one, you say emotion. Now, when I hear emotion, that's clearly in the mind. That's how, whatever it is, that's a consciousness. We don't really know how the mind works. And then you say it's emotion and our energy. Well, we do have energy. And, look, John's theory is that spirits are memories attached to the energy and that is released because it has to go somewhere when people pass. So you're very similar, have a very similar philosophy on what spirits are. That's not, look, some people come out and they think it's a soul. They think it's, it's more religious, like we got dipped by God or something. And then it's like, whatever that is. Right. And then, but that's, more power to, I don't know if they're right yet. I mean, I really don't want to know just yet that answer.
The real question is what kind of dip we talking about?
Yeah, right.
Are we talking about like, some good dip that, my wife is making, or are we talking about the dip going, back to Who Framed Roger Rabbit, I
don't know. Oh, do we lose Spook? Oh, there you are.
No, yeah, she's not. He's there.
So, there's that. I think you have very similar philosophies on what spirits are in that respect. And I think that, now the other thing you were talking about, is it manifestations by people or not? I spoke to, there's certain theories on like the difference between spirits or apparitions versus hauntings, where like that energy, we can release that energy at any time and it becomes an imprint there. which it's not. It's just a recording, right? It just is the same thing. Have you ever experienced something that just it's repetitive, as
Yes.
opposed to, like it's always going to happen. Like, up, it's 3 o'clock. It's 3 o'clock. This ghost is going to use the bathroom.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, I've definitely experienced a number of those kinds of hauntings, residual hauntings. One of the coolest ones I think I've ever experienced was one that no one even died. And that one is hard to explain to people that it was a haunting, but the energy that was left behind was from survival. It was from this moment of pure joy. These prisoners escaped this fort and they left with their lives. They were never apprehended again. Um, and one night I was there and I heard the men shouting, and it was this unbridled like joy, this literally shouting that you survived something and made it out alive. Um, but they didn't die. It wasn't a dead person or a ghost necessarily.
right. It was just
Spooky,
a
spooky.
moment.
How long ago was that? Are they like
Mm,
they escaped? What do you mean by that? Like they didn't die on the property? They died like elsewhere, or are they still
m-
alive?
much later. This happened in the 1840s.
Okay, so they're dead
Yeah,
now, though.
it's at
They're
an
dead
old
now, though.
fort.
Right.
Absolutely dead now. Yes. So that begs the question, the haunting that I experienced, was it truly that imprint of that joyous moment, or did after they passed come back to the moment of the most joy they ever had? Who knows?
Well, it's like the episode. It's like when I talked to Professor Auerbach, like Lloyd Auerbach, and he was telling me about the 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 imprint of a couple having sex in this person's house, but they were still alive. He went and found the previous owners and said they're experiencing something at this time every night, and it was like the couple freaked out because they had a little thing that they like to do every night at that time, and they left a spectral sex tape in their old apartment. So it's like,
That's wild.
that sort of thing, that happens. Um, but anyway, right. That could have been such a big moment, big joyous moment, that the energy of the group even could have, maybe that is something to that there. I lean towards this theory more than most. I mean, I know I'm biased because of him, but it's still starting to feel from others. Energy is always a thing. That memory and consciousness is always a thing, and we don't know what those answers are, right? I mean, it just seems to fall a lot into that space. How long have you been on TikTok, Spooky? How long have you been?
2021, I think, is when I started.
So, like a lot of people, like
Like a
right
lot of
around,
people, the
right,
pandemic, we
right,
Yeah.
were bored.
Yep.
right.
Yep.
Yeah, and it was by accident. I never expected to do anything like what I do now.
Well, I love finding that, like, and building like a paranormal community and on TikTok, and it is a big social, and you have a hell of a following, which is really quite something. Then, and I believe it's because of the fun and the joy that you bring to it. And what do you notice about your community? Do you do lives, or do you just drop videos, or how did you build this, and what kind of reactions are you getting from people from what you deliver?
I'll admit I'm not as on it as I feel like I probably should be, especially with, people actually interested in what you're doing. It all happened by accident. I had one video go mega viral overnight, millions of views overnight. And that just started this kind of idea in my mind, like, oh wow, people actually want to hear about this. I thought it was just me in my tiny weird corner of the universe. And so it's mostly just videos. I do want to, work on, on getting better, but with it. What I have noticed though, and what is really, really impactful for me is people messaging me, whether by email or in DMs, saying things like I've changed their entire perspective. Um, just the idea that I can shift someone from being absolutely terrified of something they're experiencing, even or have experienced, and make it something more gentle for them or empowering in some way, that will never get old, I don't think.
That's
Hey,
wild, right? That's
Spooky.
great.
What is your what like? What's the first thing that comes to mind when I ask you your favorite tour? because you said you do these tours, nightly and whatnot. So, you're doing it over and over at the same spots and whatnot. What is your most favorite? Not scary, not, like great, like just your favorite overall thing that's happened while giving one of these awesome tours.
Oh, I love that question. I have so many that are so fun.
Yeah.
I don't think I'll ever be able to beat Halloween night. I believe it was 2 years ago. Um, and part of I think why the story is so fun to me is that it happened on Halloween night. Like that's just so cliche,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
You tell that story to somebody else and they're like, "Oh, pff, sure, it happened on Halloween."
Halloween. Yeah.
But it was a series of events that had happened. We went to do one of my favorite experiments, the Estes method. And
We're
as
going to
we
talk about that
started,
with you in a second. I told you
yeah,
we were,
I'm
but let's
excited.
go.
As we got into the session, this woman in my group had a nosebleed immediately. And this is like almost 2 hours into our night. So, it was weird to happen at this specific time. Her nose starts bleeding. The receiver starts getting really interesting stuff. Someone else in the group starts hearing footsteps above us on the first floor of this building. We go look. We don't see or hear anything. There's no one there. Can't explain it. Come back down. We hear it again. This time it's running, like actively running footsteps. So we run back upstairs and we're standing in this hallway watching an empty hallway, and hearing footsteps run towards us, turn around, run back towards the door, turn around, come back towards us, like a back and forth. And I cannot explain that. We'll never be able to explain that. I had 4 different people with me witnessing it, as well as people downstairs doing other things. Eventually, I was like, we have to end our night. I don't know what to do. Like it's still going. So we said our goodbyes. We went downstairs. I pulled the receiver out of the Estes method, and the nosebleed in the group stopped. The minute I pulled someone out.
First of all, if I had heard footsteps, you would have one of those sets of footsteps running would have been my own. We could have narrowed it down. Like at least
Yeah.
one is this guy who's leaving
He's like out the door.
out the door, straight out the door. All right. I mean, that is all right. That's interesting. Now, was the nosebleeder the person with the blindfold on in the head? No, this is
No.
just a witness.
Yeah, just someone else in the group.
All right. Listen, let's get into the Estes method for 2 minutes because I do see that in
Yeah.
your feed a lot.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
here is the thing, and I'm not goofing on it. Maybe I am a little, but it's like it's
Please.
mainly because I don't understand it, and I
Sure.
want people to explain it because it's all right. You got the headphones on, you got the blinders on. You're supposed to be sound and sight deprivated from the rest. It's plugged into the spirit box, right? I got
Yeah,
this so far.
into
Okay,
one
I
of
got
these
one of those.
guys.
You plug it
Yeah.
in there. Now, then the other person asks the question, and this person the person who's covered up can't hear anything, correct? Can't
Correct.
hear you anyway, but then should just start talking when it hears it.
Yeah.
Why do I want to hear from that person and not hear from, why am I adding a middleman? Why do
Yeah.
I not want to just hear from the ghost? Why do we do it? Why
Really
do you think
wonderful
we do it?
question. Super question. Great question. I think that there's too much of an outsider bias that happens. When the person listening for the answer is also participating in the asking of the questions, you psychologically will anticipate an answer. If I ask the ghost, what's your favorite color? The whole group, they're listening to hear a color on the spirit box if we're listening out loud. So by having that one person who cannot hear the questions and all they're doing is saying what they're hearing in the radio or the spirit box, when you get that answer that lines up, you know that it's maybe more than coincidence because it's answering your question.
God damn it, John, that might be the best answer I've heard for that question.
100% because I can back up. I can
That's,
back
got
up.
it
more.
avoids pareidolia,
I can back. So on my
right?
stream,
That's what you're fighting.
what they're fighting is audio pareidolia, which
It really is.
that is, and it's listen, pareidolia is the bane of the paranormal. No matter how you're doing, whether you're investigating, whether you're documenting, it is the worst. It was horrible back when in 2021, 2022, when the phones weren't as good as they are now. And you can even go back and watch old streams if you saved them, how pixelated backgrounds were, how groggy the sound was. And people, even now, I use iPhone 16s for the streams. Even now, people will hear things that are not being said. Why? Because they want to hear it, and it's a pareidolia, and it's horrible when it happens. So that's a great answer.
That is a great answer,
Right.
and I wasn't even expecting that answer, but that is a great.
It's a great answer.
That
It's
is a
not the
great.
only reason either.
You got another reason? I would
I've
quit
got
it while you're ahead, but go ahead. What's
listen.
another reason? I'm
I'm
buying into
obsessed
that
with the
reason.
Estes method. I think it's truly one of the coolest experiments that's come out in a really long time in the paranormal field.
What's another reason?
Another reason is that there's a channeling aspect to it, and this is the maybe more woo-woo side of the answer.
We
right?
were expecting this one.
Yeah.
This is like, this feels a little right.
But
Great way to
let me
say it.
unwoo-woo. Let me unwoo-woo a little bit.
Undo that
for it.
mumbo jumbo.
Unmove it.
It's almost like going into a trance, right? So you've got this like constant noise. You can put yourself into a trance very easily with static sound, white noise, the spirit box. And having that noise directly in your ears with your eyes, your senses removed in terms of sight and other sound, you really, really give in to that rhythm, the like, right? So it's just constant. And then you start to kind of nod off a little bit. There's that. And so the inventors of the method have said that it's almost like you get out of your own way. And then is there a channeling aspect? Unsure, can't prove it, right? But that trance does seem to be what allows you to have more genuine conversation responses. When I do the Estes method, I do it for an hour or more. And that's not something that's easy to show on video because it gets boring at a lot of moments,
For
right?
sure.
But as you get to that hour-long mark, it's the remarkable stuff starts to happen. You start to get incredibly direct responses. There are times I've said things that I know I didn't hear, but that were a direct answer with accurate details. Where did I get it from? How did I get it from the spirit box if I didn't even hear it, right? So, you kind of have to look at that side of it as well.
I guess for me, first of all, I like your first answer better. I just do because it makes it like that makes very clear sense because it's okay. I could see it. I think what I would also like, and it's not because I wouldn't say I come, look, this whole podcast, this whole thing that we're doing, we come from a place of believing first. I'm actually not interested in debunking. I think it's unfun. I'd rather believe it. And then, there's 110 reasons why it might not be the thing because what we're talking about ghosts, you know what I mean? So yeah, who knows what's happening? So let's come from a place of curiosity, right? I want to just stay curious about it. So what I would like to see though in an Estes method is why not do a splitter so that you're recording the sound, the sound box, the spirit box, and so you can play it back later and compare. I would like to hear the comparison.
So,
of both of those things.
On that note, I have figured out how to hook up my digital recorder to the spirit box so that you can record the direct output from the spirit box and not have it be like a microphone or, grainy. So it's like the actual pure channel from the spirit box.
Yeah.
And then you could sync it up with the actual answers. Have I done that experiment yet? I need to find someone to do it with me.
All right, get on it because I want to watch it. I want to see it. Get on that. That is something I will watch for 100%. Sure. Because I think that puts it. Look, when I first saw it, my belief of it was that the reason those cats did it in the hotel was for a visual because they were making a documentary and it looks fun, right? Like it's visually interesting. You got somebody in the thing, they're wrapped up and it's just like, and then someone's...
What are they doing?
Yeah, it's spooky stuff and it's like, the whole thing. But then I just didn't get it. But goddamn, if that pareidolia answer isn't a really great reason to try it. To cut out...
It blows your mind. When it works, it blows your mind.
But to rule out the idea that you're putting the thought into their head to hear it ahead of time. Mm-hmm. All right.
Which happens all the time.
No,
which
absolutely,
literally happens all the time. That's what is. It's one of the biggest things that I battle with when live streaming my documentation is people hearing things that aren't being said. And then they have a hard time understanding, hey, listen, you're getting this secondhand. Regardless, you're getting this secondhand. I'm getting it firsthand. I'm hearing it. And another way that translates too is like any low voices will translate to the people watching as burps. They're like, oh, why? And for about a year, I kept getting hit with the same question. John, why is that spirit burping? Why is that spirit burping? And then all of a sudden it dawned on me, wait a minute. Everyone's asking why the spirit's burping right after I just heard a low voice.
Mm.
Oh, that's translating to you guys as a burp instead of, leave here now, John, like something like that. And it's wild.
Well, yeah, we're getting, we get some weird, so I don't know how often you watch John. John is predominantly live. All of his stuff is
I
live.
do watch John.
Yeah. So he's all live. And we did an episode we just dropped about Buckout Road where he goes all the time. And there was a part of the interview where he turns because he's like, I just heard a child's voice. And then we listened back and I isolated his audio, and all, what I heard on there was like as if you were wearing a mic and you rub it. It was like a and then he turns, like it's like a and he turns. That he's telling me I just heard a child say my name. But what we recorded was a sound. And that's real. We make a bit out of it in the episode. I'm not going to spoil it for anybody who hasn't watched it yet, so it's kind of fun. But the sound is 100% real and strange. And he doesn't wear a mic. I mean, he's barely wearing a shirt. So it's like there's definitely no mic on there. It's a ripped t-shirt he's got on. So it just becomes, it's weird, right? How people, I don't know what's going on in his head to die. I think he's a witch of some kind, the way he gets what he gets. A medium of I think he does have superpowers in this ghost space to get what he gets. But I do find that interesting that people hear things a different way, and that leads to a whole other art talk about frequency that we've heard, and vibration that we get into with a lot of people too, that as I'm learning about this stuff. Spooky, how do you keep it? Because you do have a very fun, lighthearted tone to your feed and to how you tell these stories, which I love. I like it. I'm a big fan of that. I like, let's take the piss out of this a little bit, let's just have some fun. How do you keep it that way? Have you ever been scared and been like, I can't use this, it's too scary, or I have to figure out how to turn it so it's not scary?
Luckily that hasn't happened to me. I guess I find the more silly you are with the spirits, the more silly they're right back. And so, when you approach it with this silliness and this lighthearted, fun, playful energy, it's hard to get something really terrifying, I find. I've had moments where I wasn't actively looking for something and something unsettling or spooky happened. And those moments, sometimes, yeah, I get a little scared. I jump, it startles me. I'm definitely not as easy to scare as I think I was, 10 years ago. John, you probably feel the same way. Like, things happen to you all the time. It just gets fun. You're just like, awesome. Hey, you're here.
Yeah.
I get scared constantly. Do you like horror movies, or you're like a horror movie buff?
I do.
See,
I love horror movies.
Don't. I can't
Maybe
stand.
that's what it is.
No, I mean I find them after I watch a horror movie, I'm exhausted from being like tense. It's
On
like I
edge.
just did a workout like the whole time. It's awful. And my wife will film me secretly because I grab my dog and I'm like, just holding my dog, terrified of the whole thing. And it's the absolute worst. The greatest jump scare in history is a total side point, by the way. There was a Netflix, that Netflix series, I think it was The Haunting at Hill House or something, with the bent neck lady, right?
Yeah.
Is that the one about the house in Connecticut?
No, I don't know where it was.
Second one, I think.
That might have been the second one. The first
Yeah.
one is wonderful, and there's like the bent neck lady ghost, right? Dude, it is. There is an episode in the middle, I don't even remember which one, and I wouldn't want to tell anybody to spoil it, that has the absolute greatest jump scare that I might have jumped across the room. It was so bad. If you think about it, I don't know. I don't want to spoil it for people, but fuck the people. It's in a car. It happens in a car, and it's like, it is unbelievable, and it is so unexpected. Anyway,
But don't you love it? Like, you get
after
scared of it, and then
it's
you're like,
I'm just, I can't. Then I'm tired. You know what I mean? I just don't want to deal with it.
Fair.
What else can I ask you here? have you found a difference in? Well, here's the question: do you ever get out of Canada? Do you go other places? And it seems like you like historical spots. Where have you ever gotten a chance that's really different from your, your regular haunts?
I haven't, and I think
Okay.
that's really what I'm looking for. I think
Okay.
I'm starting to get to this point where I'm like I'm too accustomed to my own hauntings. They're too predictable in a way. Sometimes I want to go somewhere I don't know anything about, that's just totally out of my comfort zone. Um, that's kind of my next goal, I guess, for investigating, is finding somewhere that'll get me. I want to be gotten again. I want to go back to the early
Don't be
days.
careful what you wish for,
Yeah.
Spooky. I don't know if you want to be.
Oh,
We're
I'm
talking
putting it
about
out there.
we're talking about ghosts, man. Um, let's see. Does anybody have any questions in the chat? Let's jump to the chat. We are live.
Oh, cool.
I
Chat.
can I can look and see what's going on here. Let's
One day I'll be able to read the chat soon.
Yeah, you would have to go into like all the different things. Yeah, you got to get off your phone.
Yeah.
Because I'm all over, right? I'm on.
Happening soon.
We're simulcasting like 4 different spots, and it pulls them all into one place except for TikTok, which I'm looking at TikTok too. That's why you see my eyes looking like this. It's not that I'm ignoring you or trying to be rude. What do we got here? What movie again? I was talking about. I think it's The Haunting of Hill House. It's a Netflix series that I was talking about. Some people on the TikTok feed would love for you to go to on some of John's haunts, to see because John's got some nasty ghosts. There's some
I
nasty
want them.
ones.
Bring me to your nasty ghosts,
The
John.
nasty ghosts. Oh, I got some nasty ones.
They
And
are
whatever your
nasty.
definition of nasty is, I got it. It's just the way it is here. I got some good ones too, though. Hey, good people. Don't forget about those good spirits.
Right, they're people. Who's got some questions?
Yeah,
Anybody
yeah,
got
yeah.
questions
Don't forget about
for
'em.
Spooky?
We
Let's
got
see.
some sweetheart spirits.
Let's see.
I always like the nice one. I mean, obviously it's
The nice. Let me
you
tell
like
you
to have
something.
conversations, but I like the ones
Spooky.
that are like there to interact
Yeah.
also.
Yeah, like Spooky. The best conversations that I have ever had have been with pleasant spirits. Now,
Yeah.
content wise, people want more dark. They remember the dark more. They want the darker stuff. But listen, I've been doing this for a while, and I've seen people in the paranormal rise and fall. People get into it and then drop off, and the reason is they submerge themselves in that darkness, in that negative headspace, and it affects people. So I like best of both worlds. Give me the sweet spirit that's gonna say that they don't mind me hanging out there and gonna talk to me, and then give me the spirit that's gonna tell me to go fuck myself. I'm cool with it all. So
Spooky, here's some questions.
Yeah.
What devices do you use when you investigate? Like, what is your go-to?
I mean, Spirit Box, obviously. I really like the REM pod. I know it's very easily debunkable, but I do my best to keep all of the potential triggers out of the environment. A good old digital recorder. I think a lot of the time, because I deal with historic heritage sites, I like the old school methods. I try not to go too much on the gear and the equipment, because I kind of worry sometimes it scares them a little bit. Like if they're not
Scares
as
who? Ghosts?
the spirits, yeah. Like if
which
they're,
are easily scared, by the way.
from the
Don't ask me
1800s,
how, but they are.
lights and beeps and stuff like that, it might confuse them. So I'm actually working on developing a couple of my own tools as well, to try to limit strange things like beeping and lights.
Spooky, do you? These are all questions from the chat. Spooky,
Yeah.
do you always go alone, or do you usually go with someone?
I try to go with someone, and it's not for the reason you probably imagine. It's not because I'm scared. It's actually because I don't trust myself enough to have an experience and like be able to fully say that was 100% an experience I had. So having a witness is always what I want. But I do go alone sometimes. Sometimes you don't have somebody to go with you.
Have you ever had here's another one from Mama Lisa. Have you ever had a physical experience? Like, have you ever been
Yeah.
touched or physical? Tell us about that.
Yeah, I've been touched. I've been touched just like a casual, like tap on the shoulder or, tugging on a jacket or pants or something like that. But one of the most amazing ones that I will never forget is I was about to fall backwards down a staircase, and literally two hands on my shoulders, like full 10 fingers, all hand, pushed me upright, and definitely saved me from cracking my head
That's the
open.
difference between Canadian ghosts and U.S.
And
ghosts,
Very
right?
kind.
I mean, come on,
100%.
100%. That's a
Yeah,
Canadian
100%.
ghost.
And he was like,
And New
"Oh,
York
don't
ghost over
fall."
here would be
I
like,
was just
What's up,
missing the
Stark? I
story.
see you, Stark. Yeah, it's that's definitely a Canadian ghost, right? I think for us, we would want the pratfall and the laugh,
Yeah.
because if you don't get hurt, it's funny. If you get hurt, it's tragic.
I
Someone
was
falls.
on tour, so I'm glad it didn't come to that because I could have traumatized like 15 people.
Yeah, sure,
Um,
sure. That's interesting. So wait, can you tell us a little about what you think you're trying to make to catch ghosts, or
yeah.
to...
I'm essentially building a REM pod, I guess, that is going to function as a slight proximity sensor, but more so capacitive touch sensor. So if something comes in contact with an object, specifically, I want to be able to hook it up to different objects and use those objects as a trigger for the spirit. So an object that might be kind of mundane in their lives, a cookware or a plate, something that can be connected to the device in another room so that it's not interfering immediately in the room that the activity is happening in. I'm also building similarly with my brother who did his master's in capacitive touch and stained glass. We're building a stained glass panel that, depending on where it gets touched, it might have a small light go off, because I think art might intrigue a spirit and they'll want to like touch it.
All right, so I'm sorry. It's called what? What kind of touch? It's
Capacitive touch.
capacitive
Yeah.
touch. So basically you're doing something where it's like I'm just explaining it from I'm explaining it for myself slowly,
Yeah.
so I can understand what's happening. Uh, it's got whatever sort of wires or sensors on it, so that if
Mhm.
it feels I guess a physical touch or heat
Mhm.
or what defines a touch from a spirit to set it off that you're trying to do?
So
Like, could a
that's
person
the
touch it
big
and would it
question.
go off?
Yeah, 100%. Because
Okay,
what it is it's like I'm not a sciencey person, so it's like the electrodes or whatever coming out of your fingertips. Like when you touch that, it completes the circuit. And so by completing the circuit, then the light goes off, the alarm goes off, right?
okay,
The question is, does it work the same with a ghost? And so that's, you'd have to go through all of the testing and stuff. It
sure.
seems like maybe because the REM pod works similarly, but have to be in the testing phase to say anything more about that part.
That's
so is it
got
gonna
it.
be like two alligator clips coming out,
Yeah.
one on the object, and then where's the other? The other alligator clip is gonna be on something for the spirits to touch, or
Yeah,
are they?
so it'll all kind of, so it's going to be a
Don't get kinky,
box.
dude. Don't get kinky when you're
It's
putting
like
it
a
together.
box with toggle switches, because why not? And then
What if the spirits get kinky? Then they can't
Let's
do that. You know what I'm saying?
keep it clean. It's not after hours yet.
um, so yeah, there's going to be an alligator clip going to the object itself, and then to potentially a copper plate as well, but
Okay.
then to the electronics on the inside.
Okay. Cool.
Mhm.
Here's a good question that came in, and a good standard one for people who do what you both do. Spooky, how do you keep entities from attaching to you, or do you believe in attachment? Do you believe that can happen?
I don't believe in it the way that I think is like publicly understood, or thought of. I think that anything can want to attach to you if you especially are emitting like a really nice energy or whatever. But I also am a firm believer that, at least in my interactions, spirits are a lot more aware than we realize, and I don't think they want to go with you anywhere. Like a lot of the time, I think that they're okay with where they are at, and if they didn't want to be there, they would just leave. The actual documenting cases of attachments, there's not many. There's very, very few. Um, it's a bit of a tricky thing to discuss because some people really believe it, and some people have had experiences where they're like, I had one. And I'm not gonna ever deny somebody those experiences, but I think they're a lot more rare than people make them out to be.
Well, and when you think about it, it's like, you know, what relative to what, right? Like think about
Yeah,
relative to what? Attachment. Okay. Are you talking about something actually sinking its teeth into you and not letting go, or something that might have followed you from the grocery store into, a bookstore, and like you
exactly.
said, spirits could, I agree with that. Spirits want to go where they're going to go. They stay where they want to stay. Sometimes they get a little confused. Sometimes they unconfuse themselves. But regardless, it's literally that they do what they want, right? Essentially. So yeah, like the whole attachment thing. People are so stuck on attachments. They
And
really
I
are.
think
Like,
there's, yeah,
yeah. No, no.
I
What are
was
you
just
saying?
going to say, sorry. I
Yeah.
think there's with attachments, it's a lot more psychological than paranormal. I think that if you go in, especially to a location where maybe there's a more aggressive spirit, and you know that, you're gonna expect to have a bad time. You're gonna think about, oh, I don't want this attached to me. You're gonna get scared. You're gonna get in your head. Things are gonna happen. You're gonna go, oh my gosh, it's the attachment. But at what point did you actually prove that it was, like
Right.
are you looking into that at all? Are you trying to figure out what is happening? Or are you just jumping to that conclusion because you know you were in a scary spot?
And that goes back to what we, kind of what we started about, or we mentioned when we started, like, are you manifesting? Are you the architect of your own nightmare in a weird way? Right. I mean, is it that?
100%.
Are you hearing yourself? Fucking pareidolia for the goddamn Estes method.
I'm so glad to have been
Yeah.
part of this
Yeah.
moment.
Yeah.
This like mind
Now,
opening.
what's really interesting about like the whole like middleman thing, and Gary, like why would somebody do that? And pareidolia being a great answer for that. Um, in my documentation, I never do it. I stay away from the method because I try to do documentation that everybody can see and hear, regardless if they're seeing and hearing wrong. It's still part of the data coming in, right? And let's be real. In 2025, in this social media age that we are in, because we are in peak social media age now. There are many people out there that, oh, Esses, blah blah blah. They do they get everything going, and what they are saying is just complete horseshit. And a lot of people don't like to say it, but it's the truth. You know. Now, where you're coming from, you're a shining example of, if you're going to do the method, do it right. So, that's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, one
I
of the
expect to see that recording. I want to see you do that. I want
absolutely
that.
100%.
I want to see that split because that's
Oh, I'm
fun.
so intrigued. I'm so intrigued because I want to see at what point is it something that actually was heard? Or like, was it your brain filling in a gap? Was it you completing a word that came through only half a word? From a investigation perspective, I want to see that difference.
So do I. I'm fast. Now it's like, now I'm into it. Now I got
Yeah.
to try it. God damn it.
That's the other thing about the method. I think that it's hard to watch someone do it and fully believe, especially on social media. Like it could totally be scripted. You have no idea. Trying it yourself changes everything. When you have that session where you're like, I don't even remember what I was saying, and it was half accurate, or more than half accurate,
Right.
those are the incredible sessions that make you wonder what's happening.
Spooky, this has been incredibly fun. I am so
Yeah.
So much
glad
fun.
you agreed to
Yeah.
come on. Where do
Thanks for
people
having
find
me.
you? Let's make sure we tell the good people where to find you. Is it
Tell the good people.
spooky.scoundrel?
Spooky.scoundrel, TikTok, and YouTube.
Right there. I just put it up on the board. Hopefully you guys can see it. Spooky.scoundrel. Oh, wait, it's a little too small here for this. Let me just shrink this a little so the folks can see the name. I'll put it up again for everybody who didn't catch it the first time. There you go. At spooky.scoundrel on TikTok, Instagram.
Not Instagram.
Not
YouTube.
Instagram. I
Sorry,
made that up.
YouTube. You
On
made it happen.
YouTube, TikTok, spooky.scoundrel.
Damn
And it's
audio
really fun.
paranoia.
Spooky's got it. Yeah, right. Yeah. I just made that up. Spooky's got a great feed. They're very fun
Thank you.
stories, and they have a great way of telling those stories. So I encourage you all to follow Spooky Scoundrel because it was great. And we thank you so much. This was a real pleasure.
Thank you. Awesome.
Thanks for having me.
Awesome
Of
having you.
course. Just leave your browser on for a minute until it says fully uploaded as we say goodbye to you, and then we're gonna brag about you and talk about you a little more behind your back while you're away. And I thank you so much. It was a real pleasure. It really was.
Right. It was great. If you ever want to chat again, even off cameras, I can't get enough talking about ghosts.
Would love it. Welcome it.
Cool.
Awesome.
Awesome.
We'll
Have
see
a great
ya.
night.
All right,
Bye.
bye.
Thank you.
All right.
They gave you a great answer.
That was a great answer, dude.
That was a great answer. They gave you a great answer.
I saw a little. I saw it in your face too.
Yeah,
that was a good answer.
Because that's the answer.
Because you know what? You know what the worst part about how great. You want to know the worst part about how great that answer is?
Yeah.
Is that the two dicks like us have been talking about it for so long, and we didn't think of that as a possible answer. We never said it out loud. But it's like that's of course. That makes total sense. Like you get rid of the bias that puts in your head of what you want to hear.
The only thing is, what you're doing is you're trading that bias for the wait a minute, or is that person full of shit?
Well,
right?
that's the thing. Well, we don't know, right? You have to. But
That's the only thing. Okay. It's got to be someone you trust.
You trust, right? You have to go at it and think.
Got to be somebody.
Come at it from a place of belief, right? If you come at it from a place of belief, and you let's assume everyone's being on the up and up, then that's why you're doing it right. But if it's just like somebody yelling out words, what can I do? What can I do? I can't say if they're lying or not. I don't know how to answer that. If they're faking it, so it goes. But that was a great answer.
Yeah.
Spooky Scoundrel, everybody, wonderful.
Wow.
Guys, today is Thursday, September 4th. On Tuesday, September 9th, we have our interview with Amy Belaski from the Belaski Experience. Is that right? Am I saying that right? Is it the Belaski Method or the Belaski Experience? Hold on.
I thought it was the Belaski's Experience.
Yes, the Belaski Experience. Amy Belaski, she is one of the most popular and highly rated social media psychic mediums out there. She's absolutely wonderful. And her perspective on spirits and communicating with spirits using and the idea of Voxy approved, frequency and vibration. Again, going back to this hermetic principles of vibration, this Kabbalion sort of belief, which I don't know if she even recognized or follows. I think it's just a natural frequency for her, because when I brought it up, she sounded like she had never read about it. But it's still, which sort of makes it feel even more legit, right? When someone's doing something that they didn't know was a thing or didn't realize was
they're doing it just naturally.
Just naturally. She's wonderful, and she has had 4 near-death experiences. She has a slew of medical issues that have strengthened her connection to spirit. It's a whole different way to look at things. She's a wonderful guest. She's a big personality online. I mean, you'll find her on TikTok at the Belaski. I mean, she's got like almost 3.5 million followers. I mean, she's huge. And we are very lucky to have her. We are very lucky to have Spooky Scoundrel today. We have a lot of good guests coming up. We've got... Who are some of the others? Oh, after Belaski, we're going to a little week of past life regression. I know that was a lot for people. They really wanted us to get into that, and I get into that. That's a whole other mind F. That's like a whole other thing, past life regression. And then I got the executive producer of one of the Ghost Adventure shows, House Calls, is going to be on. If you guys like those ghost shows, it talks about, a little more behind the scenes on that stuff.
Yeah, which is awesome.
And we've got a couple more executive producers coming on, too, who've produced some of your favorite shows, from Skinwalker Ranch to, he was even a producer on Ghost Hunters, the first season, the original. So,
yeah. And that's just so wild. Because it's a window, it's a sight and knowledge that normally isn't presented in the paranormal. We're gonna hear from the people that are essentially producing the content,
Yeah. And
which is why.
there's so much love hate of that content, right? You know,
Yeah,
because
yeah,
it's
yeah.
fake, it's TV, it's fake, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
it's still
it's a great dive, guys. I'm telling
it's
you,
fun.
it's a great. It's awesome.
So we got a lot of good stuff coming up.
Yeah, a lot.
Keep listening, keep watching. What else can I tell you, good people? Stay curious, for Christ's sake. We have a good thing going here, and we want you to keep watching, and we want you to share it. Remember, like, subscribe, share. Here on TikTok, on YT. If you're watching on Santa Paranormal, go to Splintered Spirits. Please give us, subscribe to our channel. We are very close to hitting our
1,000.
Our first goal of 1,000 subs, and it's free to do.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all I got for us today, man.
Awesome.
Do you have anything you want to tell the good people?
No, nothing at all, other than the fact that you guys are awesome. Stay curious, and make sure you guys catch up when you can. A lot of episodes, a lot to catch up on.
Yeah, man, we're having a lot of fun, and we're gonna try to close out the year. Oh, and if you haven't noticed, on the weeks that we don't drop a brand new episode, we've been going back and dropping those episodes that never had video with video.
With video.
Bigger, longer, less cut. There's still some edits in it. There's still some edits in it, but they are like, I dropped the full interview with Lloyd. We're about to drop episode 1, which is twice as long. My initial interview with John. I'm going to drop the full reading that Kathy gave me from episode 6. So there's a lot of fun, some backstory and some things now that we're hitting. So cool. Check it out, keep following. But if you're not subscribed, you're not gonna see these announcements and these drops. So that's it, John. This was a good one.
Gary, awesome, man. Everybody, thank you.
Thanks so much, folks.
Gary, in this body that you're in right now, there's simply a fragment of the higher self soul in you. Just a piece.
Does the higher self soul make a couple more dollars than I do? Because I could really... Welcome to Splintered Spirits, the podcast hosted by me, Gary, and my nephew, John Santa from Santa Paranormal, where we try to answer the question, what are spirits? Today's guest is going to give me a crash course in past life regression therapy. Myra Rath runs Soul Science Hypnosis in Los Angeles. Myra is a leader in the past life regression therapy modality, having regressed thousands of global clients over the last 26 years, both in person and online. In her practice, she offers past life regression therapy, QHHT hypnosis, and life between lives hypnosis. Now, I have no idea what any of those words mean when you're put together like this, but I'm about to find out. Past life regression therapy has gained a reputation for its incredible healing abilities. It can offer insights and benefits such as resolving emotional or physical issues, clearing fears, releasing trauma, resolving karmic relationships, and understanding recurring patterns or behaviors that are limiting you today. It's also a very interesting take on spirit communication and spirit origin in a milieu similar to those we talk about all the time on this podcast. Things like energy, frequency, vibrations. Now, we've all heard stories of reincarnation. Maybe someone you know claims to have been a Revolutionary War soldier or a wench in the past life. But as we're about to find out, the word past is a misnomer. Everything, everywhere is happening all at once. And I mean everywhere. Intergalactically, interdimensionally, mythologically. You tripping out yet? Don't take it from me. Hear it from Myra Rath. She's the expert. Let's dive into the conversation. All right, Myra, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate it. On Splintered Spirits, I say us, it's just me. Unless there's somebody else around that you can tell me about afterwards. But Myra, I started off these interviews the same way with all of our guests on Splintered Spirits, just to get a baseline. And the question is this, and it's a heavy one, but we'll see, and it's however you look at it. But Myra, what do you think spirits are?
Well, to me, spirit is an energy, right? It's not a physical body. It's a non-physical energy that can take shape, that can be communicated with. Spirit to me resides on many levels and frequencies. Yeah, I think,
So that's
yeah, it's just a non-physical. I believe it's very, very real. I believe that,
so it's not so much a religious standpoint.
no,
Okay, it's a very, and you said frequency, which is sort of a very Kabbalion, sort of the Hermetic principles of, vibration or something. Is that a
sure.
philosophy you
Well, I
follow
believe,
or?
yeah, no, I mean, it's not something I follow, but I believe that spirit resides on different frequencies. There are lower, there are middle, there are many, many, and higher and higher.
Amazing.
So,
No, it's I like where that sits. That fits into a lot of things. So one of John, who can't be with us today, his sort of belief that what spirits are memories attached to energy. So in the sense that from based on the idea of we all have electrical synapses going off in our brains, right? Like this is a scientific fact. And energy is something that cannot be created or destroyed. So what happens to this energy when we pass? It has to dissipate. It has to go somewhere. It doesn't disappear. And then it's the question of what is consciousness? And that's the piece we don't really know what it is. So he believes that maybe that consciousness, that memory is attached to that energy. And that's what he's talking to, and that's what's connecting in this. And when he goes to certain places, it's where, in the same way that a haunting, some consider a haunting to be an imprint on a location that's just going in a loop like a tape, these memories go to where that person may have felt the strongest or whatever it is, and that's why they're there. So that's where he's coming from. So it's good. Okay, so I like that sort of basic setup. How did you discover and get into past life regression? How did you find this path?
yeah. Well, I read a book. I read a book, and it was in the late 90s. I read Dr. Brian Weiss's Many Lives, Many Masters.
That's like the book, apparently. Everything that I've
It's
looked
the
up,
book. Yeah,
right? It's
it's
like that's it.
absolutely, and I'm honored to call him one of my teachers. Later, I trained with him. I've had many teachers along the way, but it was that book. And I grew up in a very, very spiritual home. My father was a medium, a channel. So reading that book, it wasn't weird for me, but I loved hearing about channeling higher masters, which the book really, really entails.
We'll get into that in a second because
Yeah.
you said a lot of words. I don't know what it means, but I don't want to jump ahead. But keep going.
Yeah. So, yeah, I kind of had a woo-woo house, even growing up in the
Sure.
70s and the 80s. My house was woo-woo. Okay.
Did you grow up out here in LA?
Yes, in the valley.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So for
Mhm.
LA 70s for sure. I get it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I read that book, and then a couple years later, I think it was like 1998, my brother reached out and invited me to a weekend of it was a like an expo on not just past life regression, it was hypnosis, but past life regression was going to be in one of the halls. And of course, that's where we went. And we spent 2 days being regressed by Dick Setfen, who had written many books on past life regression. And it was put out by the American Board of Hypnotherapy. They were there. And I just, after the 2 days, I'm like, I want to do this. It was just like, I know I can do this. And I signed up for their program. And in 1999, they were like, here you go, here's your certificate. So try to find people to work on in 1999. right? Everybody was in the closet. No one believed in this. It was really, really hard to find people to even practice. It's like, wow, I have this really cool tool in my arsenal. Like, don't you want to know who you've been, where you've been? And it was like, no, no. So it was really hard in those early years. It was, and there were times where it was just like I didn't even do anything because it was so hard to find people. And on occasion, I would meet someone, and if the conversation ever went to a spiritual place, I would say, well, you know, I do past life regression. And I was like, oh my God. So there we go. I was able to practice. So it was a slow, slow beginning.
What is the difference between reincarnation and past life regression, or are these things hand in hand?
They are hand in hand. Reincarnation is like the word, the original word that was used to describe that we have been here before. Past life regression is the actual modality that
Okay,
gets you there,
I see.
right?
I
Mhm.
got yes, that makes sense. And you and past life regression is hand in hand then with hypnosis. Is that true?
It is hypnosis.
So it is. It's
It
right. It
is
is a
hypnosis. Hmm.
got it. Okay, so it's a type of. So all right. So then this is already enlightening for me in this crash course that you're giving me. All right. So then what is, from what I've read about, and I'm trying to understand, like people use a lot of these terms, and maybe you can walk me through. Like, what is QHHT?
Yes. So QHHT stands for Quantum Healing Hypnosis Technique. It is past life regression, but QHHT, it was named after Dolores Cannon. It's her method of past life regression. Dolores Cannon didn't invent or, discover past life regression, but what she did, she discovered something really, really special that set her apart. And that is through her work in past life regression, some of her clients started leaving Earth and going to other planets in their past lives. That's what set Dolores really apart from other hypnotherapists that were doing the same work. You know, Brian Weiss never talked about it. Now he does, okay? Because I saw him in August last year, and it's like, oh, now he's talking about, the star seeds and other planets and past lives. But Dolores was the first to do it. And I think that's where, like, the universe was just sending her a lot of clientele where she was able to write books about it. And she's written, I don't even know, 30, 40 books, a lot, about, how Earth is not it. This is a baby planet, right? This is just a baby planet. And so ever since I started doing her method of hypnotherapy, the universe said, okay, Myra, you're ready. And we're going to start sending you clients from other planets. So right now, about, I would say 35, sometimes 40% of my clients are exploring lifetimes on other planets. So.
Okay, and we're gonna get into this too. So that's in this. Is that in this realm, or are you talking about
No.
interdimensional things?
Interdimensional.
It's not just like they're from another planet, like in a galaxy a long time ago and far, far away, like a Star Wars opening, which is in here, or is it like you're in another, like, is this Marvel universe another spot?
Yes.
I don't mean to be making a joke. I'm just trying to explain it in a way that helps me understand it.
Yes.
I'm the dumb one here, so I want to explain. Like, that's what helps me say it. But you know what I mean, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like is it because you say past life? I think it's a long time ago. So are these from aliens in our galaxy space from a long time ago, or are you talking they're from another dimension, like they've gone through the Twilight Zone?
It's kind of both because, I know right now when people want to explore this modality, we are calling it a past life regression. But to be honest, there is no past, right? Everything is parallel. Everything, past, present, parallel present, and future, right? So today I took a client through multiple lives, and one of them, she was on a ship and being promoted to come to Earth on a mission. And it was just so interesting. When is that? So that was really interesting. One of the things I asked her, we can't tell what year it is. They don't have years, clocks, and calendars the way Earth does, right?
Right.
So
Okay, I
one of her
guess.
missions was to come to Earth on their ship. There were four of them on the ship. And when they landed, they didn't land. They hovered and sort of like transmuted themselves to the ground where the cows were.
They got beamed down.
They got beamed down. Yes, yes.
Okay.
They have that technology. And she says, we're on the ground, we're looking, we're touching the cows. We're very curious. We've never seen them. And it's like, well, what are you going to do with the cows? And she says, we have syringes. We're actually extracting. We don't want to hurt them. We're giving them a lot of love, but we want to bring samples back with us because we're very, very curious about why humanity is killing this animal. What is it? Why are you eating it? Why is there dairy? All of that, right? Right? How is it creating food for the people on Earth? During that mission, they moved across and they saw some children playing. And when she saw the children playing from their ship, I said, do you have an idea of the timeline when you came down, when you see these children, how they're dressed, what they're wearing, what does it feel like? And what she said is, it feels like the 50s.
Oh,
It
interesting.
feels as if when we came in on that particular mission, but remember, they travel through portals, so they can go to the 50s, they can go to the 20s, they can go to the 1800s. They can travel through any timeline. It's incredible. And research. So that was my day today.
That's wild.
Typically, yeah.
All right. And again, I'm trying not to jump around, but I'm going to get back to that too. I'm taking notes because there's some questions I have. So all right. So that's QHHT. That's I guess what the quantum part is, right? The idea
Correct.
of okay. And the H, the healing, is the whole point of this to then try to overcome something? What is the healing part of that of
Yeah,
the H?
that's a great question. So this is again Dolores Cannon's technique. The healing part is once we see in a QHHT session, it's a long session. It could range between 4 and 5 hours. You're
In
seeing
one time?
yes,
Okay.
yes. That's in one setting. You're taken to multiple lifetimes, not just one. Okay, so typically I take my clients to 3 different lifetimes, and in each one, it's a completely different timeline. Okay, then after we see that, we connect with the client's higher self. Are you familiar with what is the higher self or the oversoul?
No, I have no idea what that means.
Okay.
What is that?
So,
Is this getting into like when you are in this world, like when they talk about a spirit guide or a master spirit, or is this something different?
something different.
Okay, so this is higher self.
Yes.
Okay,
So,
what's that?
so Gary, you actually have a higher self. It's your higher soul. Gary, in this body that you're in right now, there's simply a fragment of the higher self soul in you. Just a
Does the higher
piece.
self soul make a couple more dollars than I do? Because I could really,
Yeah.
like, hopefully
That's the
pass it
big
down.
guy. The higher
All
self
right.
is the big guy for sure. And okay, so this is going to get much more broad. I want
Okay.
you to remember, think that there's no time at all. So the higher self, there's no clocks and calendars. So the
Okay.
higher self, think of it like an octopus. Okay?
Sure.
Intelligent, right?
Yes.
Wise.
I believe octopuses are aliens as anyway, but that's a
Me
whole
too.
other story.
Yes. So imagine that the head of the octopus is the higher self. And then the tentacles, let's say there's 30 tentacles. I know they don't have that many, but
Sure.
just for this,
This right. Yeah, this
yeah.
creature right. Got it.
Each tentacle is a lifetime that the higher self is projecting itself out to have an experience. You, Gary, are one tentacle
Right.
to the higher self.
This
Yeah.
meat sack that I'm in right now
Yeah.
is one version that he's testing out for some reason.
Yeah.
If I had to guess, it's to be like, let's see what it would be like to suck on Earth. And then he's picking me right now to be this one. Like, let's just make this guy go through the grind. It seems. I'll have
Well,
words with him in the end, but we'll talk about that. Okay.
you could,
All right.
but
So,
it's going to tell you have free will. It's all you,
no, I
Gary.
know. I get it. Sure. So, okay. So I understand the concept. I understand. So that's the master self. So you're in this. So, okay. So then continue for the healing part then. So you're
Yes.
with them in this session. You go through 3 lifetimes and you're trying to figure out what needs to be healed with the master self.
Well, the master self, the oversoul, higher self, whatever you want to call it, it knows everything about you. Everything. Okay. I don't want to skip something also really important in between connecting with the higher self and leaving the past lives, because we do make a stop. The first place we stop on the third life, we do see the death. Okay, we do take you through the death scene on the third life. How did you die in that life? Okay.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying third life, but you're saying there's no time. Is this a chronological order of some kind, or
There's
you're
no
just picking
order.
so you're just picking a random third one of the
Well, I
30
don't
tens-
pick it. The higher self chooses what to show you.
Okay, but it is a random third thing from the multiple that you probably have.
Right.
Is that what you're saying? I just
Yeah.
want to understand what we're saying. It's not like this was the third time you lived and now this is
No, no, no,
this
no.
is
No,
this is all
not in
okay.
not in order.
Got-
It's
no, I
not
got it.
linear.
I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
So then
whatever
you
that
go through that death of that whatever. Okay.
right. You go through the death and then we move you up, up, up. And the first thing I'm going to do is bring in those spirit guides, because I know you mentioned them earlier and I don't want to forget that it's part of the experience is to connect with your spirit team. Okay.
There's a team.
There's a team.
Okay.
There usually is.
Are these human spirits or are they?
No,
do you know what I'm
don't call
saying?
them spirits. Don't call
Oh.
them spirits. They are guides. These are they could be angels, they're your guides. They're not spirits, but they're spirit guides, right? They reside in the spirit realm. They have been with you, they've been watching over you, they've been helping you in whatever incarnation you're in. And in many times they offer themselves as your guides through multiple lifetimes that you've had, right? You don't have an idea of who they are, but when you're on the other side, you're like, oh my God, bro, hi, you know them, right? You're very familiar with them.
But they are not human entities. They never
They're not
were.
human. No,
Got it.
no.
Okay.
Well, some of them have had uh, incarnations and they've sort of ascended and now they are on the other side helping. They don't need to come in anymore.
Okay.
They've evolved. They've evolved.
Okay. And these are there to help you or help a person what? Make right choices? Find a better tentacle to go down? What is there? No, I mean for real. Like what is there? What are they guiding people to do and how are they doing that?
Quit your job. Move. Certain things, big moves, they're always going to be there. And a lot of people understand and pray to their guides and their angels. They're like, God, help me get this job. They're going to move things and make things happen to help you. But there is a thing that is known that they don't get in the way. You have to ask them for help. Otherwise, they're just there. What I have heard is let's say there's a death in the family and you're in just major grief. You're laying in bed and you're just crying and bawling, and they are there. They are sitting on that bed and their hands are on you. You may not feel it, but these guides love you. They love you unconditionally. So they act as, just these helpful, non-physical beings throughout your entire incarnation.
Okay. So then does that mean that, are you saying then that the help part, or, the healing part of this process is to get to them so that, or to better help you connect with them in order to get over
Yeah.
what you need to get over, to solve whatever problem you need to solve?
No.
Oh.
That part, when I bring your guides in, is because people are curious. They want to
Okay.
know who their guides are, what their names are, what they look like. And often they do appear in a physical form for you. Some of them have wings. Some of them are angels. Some are light beings where they're just luminescent.
Mhm.
Yeah, so a lot of them just are pure light, but there's like a shape to them.
Okay.
Sometimes they come forward in multiples. Sometimes it's 2, sometimes it's 4. But I always ask one to come in even closer to moderate, to ask questions. So we're with the guides for just a little bit. Okay.
Why are they, who puts them there? Where are they, like, who's paying them?
Who's paying them?
Yeah, like, why
They're
are
not
they
paid.
is this, like, what is that from? Like, why are they helping?
Well, before you came into this body, it was an agreement. They are the ones that helped you, that sat with you, with that pre-soul, like, I'm jumping in, right? You are planning your life. You're planning your challenges. Who's your family? Who's going to be this? Who wants to volunteer to be the narcissist father, right?
No, I guess what I'm asking you, Myra, is if we looked at it through a religious lens, right? I can see that, okay, there's a God and God has angels and these angels are helping humans get through it with their souls and this and that. But if we're not saying it's like a Roman Catholic God and these angels, what are we saying these beings are that want to help people get through these various different
I
timelines?
call them my spirit guides. I don't,
Okay.
and there's a lot of people that are going to listen to this and say it's bullshit, right?
No, I get
I
that.
don't believe in
Me.
it.
Yeah, no, we're not in the bullshit. We're not in the bullshit. But, like, please, and we get caught. That's not where we're here. I just want to understand the, like this, like the hierarchy of it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just trying to get a handle on to how that, like, what is it? Do they report to a god or a even higher spirit? Like, or is it, were they always there and always were? Is it that
Yeah.
sort of idea? Okay.
They are there for you. Whether you believe they're there or not, they are still there for you. You'll learn the truth once you're on the other side of it, right? You will learn the truth. So after we connect with the guides, that's when we make contact with the higher self that we had talked about.
Okay. Yeah.
Now we're getting into the healing, okay?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, we're getting into the healing. So in QHHT, a client arrives with a list of questions. What do they want to know? They can ask anything about their life, their past, their future, and what's going on with their body.
But do you know what they're doing there beforehand? Like, hey, I'm coming to see you because I'm either grieving over a family member, or I want to quit smoking, or I want to, like, do you have like a baseline with a client? Okay, so that's like your starting place of something like a tangible problem that they have.
Well, that 4.5 hours. First, I do a consultation the week prior to their session on Zoom, so I'm able to see them, and that's the first thing I ask. What do you want out of this? Why are you doing this, right? And so they will tell me what their goal is. It's important not to have expectations, but people do come for healings, and I've seen miracles happen in QHHT.
Are any of these mental blocks in terms of, like, grief or dealing with people or emotions or getting along with a person? versus physical, or
All
or
of the
job?
above.
It's a good mix.
It's
It's a
all of the
total
above.
mix.
All of the above. And because
Okay.
people do listen to the podcast and listen, all of a sudden it sparks a question. It's like, oh my God, I never considered that the reason why I don't get along with my sister, that this is something karmic. Her and I are like this. We all we do is fight, fight, fight. What is going on? What's really happening here? So sometimes it is about relationships.
And do they use that knowledge to change or to justify their behaviors?
No, definitely change.
Okay.
Yeah. The
But you see
people
what I'm
that come
saying,
to,
right?
yeah, oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
People that come in, they're ready for change. They are ready. They don't want to keep doing the same thing, and they realize they're getting sick. It's making them sick. It's not, they're not evolving, and this is the one thing that they really want to, move on from. And
Okay.
so, yeah.
Um, okay. That's super interesting and helpful. Now, what is life between lives? What's LBL work? What is that? Is that part of the process to get to the higher self, or is it a whole separate thing?
Okay, so that's a different session.
Okay.
That Life Between Lives, that was created by Dr. Michael Newton, who also has written many books, Journey of Souls. So very, very interesting collection of books that Michael Newton has. And what his method is moving you through a past life, just one, okay? And then we bring in the guides. We always bring in the guides. But after that, we kind of keep going. From there, we take you to a place called the Akashic Records. Okay. Have you ever heard that word?
I've heard the word Akashic before.
Okay.
I have no idea what it means. It's okay, but please continue.
Okay. So the Akashic Records, I want you to think, okay, what would it be like if I handed you a book and I said, Gary, in this book is every life you've ever had, every life you will have is in this book. Would you want to look at it?
I'd be terrified to look at it.
Well,
I would be terrified to look at it.
it's in your records. So the Akashic Records is where everyone's records are kept. A hall of records. It's etheric. It's not like a physical place, but it is etheric. And the cool thing is that when you're in sessions, because you're working in the quantum field, it's a place that we can visit. And my clients can get their books, open them up. Today, my client, without even me asking, her guides took her there. After the third life, the fourth one, she was in the records, and I knew she was there. And she says, I see people like studying. I see them in little corners, like people are looking down and they're sort of reviewing their own records. So we pulled her records. And when she opened it up, everyone perceives different in the records. For her, it was like a movie that was playing, right? For others, it may be impressions and pictures that come based on some of your past lives, right? In this case, today, she was shown where her, because she did give me permission to share, so I'm able to talk about this, where her insecurity with men comes from today. And it was really interesting through this, movie that was playing out. She saw herself as an 8-year-old girl, a memory that she completely forgot, in a bathing suit, in a bikini. And she says, and I'm swimming with neighborhood kids, and there is these boys, and they're teasing me. She says, they're just teasing me. And she said she felt so bad and so insecure that the next time she went swimming, she wore a long t-shirt. Right? So
Did
Do you
this
see how
actually happen to her, or was this
it
something
did?
she's from a different timeline or
No,
from a
it
different time?
happened in this life, and they were
Okay,
showing her where her incident. That was one of her
got it,
questions.
got it.
And it's like we were going to ask the higher self that question anyway, but the guide said, we're going to show it to you now, where it came from. And so where you can recall anything in the Akashic records. It holds every possible, even future possibilities exist in the records based on decisions that you might make.
So,
So
Myra, are you your role? What exactly is the role of that? What exactly is your role? Are you like a cipher to help them get there, or are you the one channeling the spirit guide, or how does that? What
yeah.
is that?
No, I'm not channeling. I'm
Okay,
all the healing, all the information comes from within them. I'm simply the guide. I take them to the deepest level of hypnosis, not
okay.
sleep, but deepest level of hypnosis. And my job is to ask lots of questions and to unveil and reveal what is happening in each scene, in each memory throughout the lifetimes. We're taking them to important days, your proudest day, your saddest day, an important event. What are those days so that we can learn and reveal everything about that life. And then we do it again on the second life or the third. So, but with life between lives, you are just seeing that one life. Then we take you to the Akashic records. Then, because it's we're going from place to place. From there, have you heard of soul families?
No.
Okay, so it is the concept of, like
To be
Gary,
clear, I've rarely heard of anything. So,
okay.
oh no, this is my crash course in this. And you
Oh,
called
it
it
is.
soul families?
Yeah, so do you have a mom and dad, correct?
I would think so.
Do you have siblings?
I do.
Do you have a partner
Yes,
or
I'm
had a
married.
partner?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So typically, and you have children?
Yes.
So typically, your parents, sometimes your spouse or your partners, your children are in that soul family, okay? And you've all agreed to come into this life as your family. I'm going to be the mom, I'm going to be the dad. But what happens in the next life? Well, maybe you and your dad, you may trade. Maybe you'll say, I'm going to be the dad in this time because X, Y, and Z, right? There's a reason for it. Maybe you need to trade these roles for a certain reason. I work with a lot of clients that come in, and it's almost as if they already know. They'll say, my daughter, my little girl, I know my daughter was my mother in a past life because all she does is boss me around, bossy, 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 telling me what to do. And generally, they're correct.
I have a question
So,
because I'm just trying to get my head around it. We're talking about a higher self and tentacles with different sort of tracks, right? These different lives. But
mhm.
then it's like, but in the next life, we're going to do this, we're going to switch, which then says to me there is a timeline, there is a linear place. First we're doing this, then we're doing this. Is that just a misnomer, or is it in another timeline we're switched?
In another
It's not
timeline.
after this we're going to be this, or before
Correct.
this we're going to be that, right? I'm just trying to clear up the vernacular here so I get my
Yeah.
head around it. It's like,
There is
even
no
though,
linear. There is no linear. Forget
okay,
linear.
so even when we say like, I know in a past life I was this, that could actually be happening right now somewhere. Is that the
Everything
idea?
is how everything is
Everything
happening right
everywhere all
now.
at once kind of thing,
Yes,
right? Is that what we're
yes.
talking about? Right. So but I just want to be clear about that. And I think that kind of clarity, trust me, I know our audience,
Yeah.
they're going to be tripping out, trying to figure this out, like they're going to need a degree or something, but they don't. And so we're just saying we're just saying past life. We're saying
Yes.
in another, but it's really in another life. I am this. All right. Right. Like,
Right.
as opposed to I was or I will be.
Yeah,
It's
people don't talk like that. Yeah.
right.
And I think we'll continue to call it past lives because it's just easy to,
Easier. Right. But
it
but the
is
truth
easy.
is but the truth is what I'm saying is really how you think of it and what the people in your field think of it, right? It's this is all happening, everything everywhere all at once.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You got it,
That's
Gary.
I'm trying to get it. You're a good
You got it.
teacher. You're a good teacher.
So the soul family, you
Yes.
just you move from life to life to life to life, right? So let's say when this is over, right? When this is over and you're all up there and everyone's sort of deciding, okay, maybe it's time to come back. Here's the cool thing. Remember, it isn't linear. So you can decide if you want to come to Earth, you can come into Earth at any timeline you want. It's not, well, we lived in 2025, and we don't want to do that again, although you could and do it differently. But you can say, hey, who's up for Nazi Germany, right? Who wants to do that? Or who wants to go and be a Viking? You guys want to be Vikings, right? You
Two
can
words why I would never want to live in the past, by the way. Two words. Modern dentistry. But go ahead.
right.
I do not
That's
want to
true.
go anywhere. That's not it. And I hope you don't have a lot of clients who are sitting there going, I hope I get to try out Nazi Germany in another life. That's a little weird sort of, you might want to call
And
the FBI.
I have had clients that have gone there, and it's
You might
pretty
want to,
brutal.
you might want to put them on a watch list or something. But anyway, it's just like, all right, guy. But go ahead. Sorry. Continue.
Yeah, so you get to choose. And honestly, Gary, when you're up there, it's a game. It's all a game. Everyone is like, we're doing this, okay? Because it is temporary. But when you're here, it feels so real. It feels so real. But when you're up there and you're planning, and Dolores wrote in one of her books, I don't remember which one, it was really interesting. She took a client who was up there planning her life, and she was sitting with one of her guides. And there was a bowl on the table with marbles, lots of marbles, that she was given these marbles. And she says, okay, so for every challenge that you want to experience in this incarnation, I want you to put a marble in the bowl. And she was, okay, I want to experience, grief. Okay, throw that in there, right? And she just kept on with the emotions. I want to experience this. I want to experience that. And she said, I just want to get it over with. I just want to get there and get this all done. But the guides really try to talk you out of it. Okay, they really say you're taking on too much. But we can choose the life. I want to choose some of the tougher things that I don't even want to put words to it. Okay. And you can throw a marble in. It's like, why do we do it? Why do we do it? And it's really to evolve faster. So the soul evolves faster, faster. So there's no need to come back because I've done that, done it. I am good. Send me somewhere else. Let me be a spirit guide, right?
Sure.
So,
But let me ask you this, Mara. How do you, from a practical standpoint, because look, I'm playing in a paranormal space. You're playing in a fringe sort of belief system with past life regression and hypnotherapy just in general. What kind of safeguards do you put in place to distinguish between people who want to use this for help or they might have real mental illness? How do you know and how do you protect yourself and them or from that? How do you know the difference?
Yeah, so there is a waiver, a waiver and a questionnaire, and then also the consultation. So this work is safe for anyone, for the exception of anyone that's having, I think, schizophrenia for sure, no. But besides schizophrenia, you can pretty much take on, clients that have PTSD. Anxiety is an epidemic. I have everyone coming in has anxiety, which is really fear. But fear of what? Let's find out, right? Let's find out. Depression, people with depression come in. It's okay. It's very safe because all the healing is you. It's inside of you, right?
Have you ever had a situation with a client where you got into it and you're like, wait a minute, this is not, they lied on the form, or this is not
No,
going okay.
no,
I mean, I'm not going
no.
to ask you. I wouldn't ask you to name names. I'm just sort of curious. Like, has
No,
there
no,
ever been
no,
like,
no.
oh, I got to call somebody. This person might hurt themselves or
Oh,
hurt
no, no,
others.
no. No,
Okay.
Gary, hypnosis is so safe. It's
Okay.
very it's so safe. Yeah, it's like a deep meditation. Where have you heard anybody, like losing their marbles?
No, I mean, it's like, but it's like,
Yeah.
if someone reveals some deep, dark secret where you're like, wait a minute, that might be, you know, we might have to call the police about this, or this might be,
No,
no,
no.
nothing like that.
No.
Now, what are your beliefs, in terms of in the ghost hunting and the spirits that people claim and apparitions that people are seeing, or speaking to in spirit boxes? What is your belief system in what they're talking to and what that is in relation to what you know and what you in your work? Are they connected, or you just think it's not? These are two different things. Like, where does this fall?
Well, honestly, I feel that there's some stuff that there's a lot of mm, not real, people that
Sure.
are just, yeah, that there's some phonies out there, but
Let's assume it's real, though. But like
yes, yes,
for sake
yes.
of this argument, I want to assume that we're dealing
Yeah.
with someone who admits that they have seen an apparition, or
Oh,
they are
for sure.
talking to spirit, like mediums who are talking to spirits that can somehow, or clairvoyancy or things like that. Where does that fall into what you do, and how do these things
It
connect in?
doesn't. It doesn't fall into what I do, but I absolutely believe in it. And I believe that I mean, I've seen things in my house here
No, no,
where
okay,
I live.
right. No, so it's not,
So,
I don't mean like what you do as a work, but what are they then in comparison to what your clients are finding? What's the
yeah,
spirit there? What is that?
I
Or
think
how would you, or just what do you think?
I think that these are spirits that don't go back to source, don't go back to the light. I feel that they are lost, they're sort of wandering, and they've made themselves very, very comfortable. They're like, I don't know anything else, right? And it's not that I think that if you really focus, that you can see that there is this tiny little light that you can focus on, but again, they've made themselves very, very comfortable on this plane in a non-physical way. And I think that that's why people do see apparitions and, spirits.
But they may very well have a body in another place, correct? That's just one
Yes,
version,
think of the
right?
octopus. Yes.
Right. I'm just trying to put, right. That's what we're. No, that's
Hmm.
my nephew believes the same thing. He believes that there's different dimensions, because one of the people always ask him, oh, these, because they'll always say he's messing with demons. It's all hell, and he's like, I don't believe in hell. I believe there might be hell-like dimensions, horrible places, and some of
If
these
you
people
believe
might
in
be
them.
experienced. If if that might be a thing, who's to say? If there's an
Mhm.
endless amount of tentacles, who knows what we're dealing with and when it comes through? He believes he has had issues with various entities that he believes were never human, that have come through.
Yeah.
That it's like he doesn't know what those are. So he just calls them interdimensional non-human entities. And I like your explanation for it. Like, what could we be talking to, and how that relates to past life regression? If after a session and we make a breakthrough of some kind, and I go off on my own, but I want to keep that going, do I need to always
Yeah.
be hypnotized to do it, or is there a way to
No,
make a
no.
connection with my spirit guide without it? What do people need to
Yeah.
do to do that?
I think you should have a daily practice. Before you get out of bed in the morning, take a moment, lay down, connect with your guides. You can ask them, what do I need to know today? Right? Or just sort of, just ask them to bless your day, right? Yeah, you can ask them for anything. Can I share a story? I'll share a cute story
I love it.
that happened with a spirit guide. I had read a book about how you can ask your guides for favors, all right? Like a
Hmm.
favor. And I had lost this locket. It just disappeared. This locket disappeared. And it was missing for like 3 years. And I thought of that, and it's like, maybe I should ask my guide to put that locket, if it's in this house, it will put that locket right in front of my eyes. So I did this little ceremony, a little candle. I said a prayer. I called them in, and it's like, all right, I'm going to test you. And I'm looking for the locket, the little locket that you open with the little pictures. It's been gone. I don't know where it is, but I made sure to say if it's in this house, but you also have to give them a time, right? So I remember saying, you have a week. You have 1 week to put that locket in front of me if it's in this house. All right, thank you. And I blew out the candle, and that was it. So then as the days go by, I am just, you forget your little ceremony. You go about your day, you're just bipping along. And then I woke up one morning, this was on the 4th day. The 4th morning, I woke up, and I remember I brushed my teeth, and all of a sudden I had this urge to braid my hair. Just like
Okay.
braid your hair, 2 braids, right? And I'm opening the drawer. I'm like, okay, I need a hair tie. And I'm looking, I'm like, okay, maybe they're in the other bathroom. So I go to the other bathroom, I open the drawer, and this is my makeup drawer. Okay, where I have just lots of stuff.
My wife has one in my bathroom.
Yep.
I don't ever want to
Lots
go
of
in there.
Don't.
You're right.
And so I'm looking for hair ties, and then I realize this drawer is a mess. So I pull it out. I feel like just this longing now to pull it out, drop it on the ground, and clean it out. So I went to the kitchen, grabbed a bag to throw stuff away, and I'm moving so meticulously, just boom, 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 boom. Wasn't even thinking. And as I'm going through old shadows and lipsticks and whatever, just going through it, I saw, my hands were moving so fast. I saw this little box, and I shook it, and I heard something was in it. And when I opened it, it was the locket.
Mara, that's
Swear.
no, it's amazing to me. But you know what's more amazing to me actually is like your realization or your connection that was based on your asking your spirit guides for help.
Of course it was.
But can you pinpoint when in your life, because you've been doing this a while, when in your life you realize like this is what this is, and you start recognizing it for what it is as opposed to coincidence or anything else? Like what was that moment where this is, you said you grew up in a woo-woo house.
I did.
So maybe it always was this way,
It
but
always was. For me, it was. Yeah. For me, my dad taught me a lot. And, I saw a lot of things, and through him, learned a lot of things. He's the one who told me about past lives when I was like 11 or 12. He talked to me about it, and it was like, when he said it, I was just like, yeah, why wouldn't we come back over and over and over again? It seems like, why just once? So, yeah, it's just always been there.
got it. It's a really, I'm really liking the this perspective on what the spirit is. It's just amazing how energy and frequency fits into these theories in a really interesting way. Okay, so then earlier, just to take a jump back, you talked about extraterrestrial consciousness or starseed, right? The word is star. What does that word starseed mean exactly in past life regression therapy?
Yeah, it's not really a past life regression therapy word, but a starseed is a soul that originates from another star system and planet.
Okay.
And they are all coming here to Earth to volunteer to help bring light to Earth, to help Earth in many different ways and many different occupations that they have, right? So
now, I listened to a couple of your episodes. One of them, the client was like an elf. It was like he went to Middle Earth. Now, I certainly believe in extraterrestrial life. If we have an infinite galaxy, I can't believe there's not life somewhere. I firmly believe that. But now we're talking about mythical life.
Mm-hmm.
How is that? How do you approach that? When was the first time you ever came across that? And were you like, was that like a dog whistle at all? Did you tilt your head a little bit? Like, you know what I mean? How do you hear something?
Curious.
Okay.
Curious.
So but how do you guide them now? Now they're dealing with a world that we can't, how do you guide somebody to say, oh, there's a troll there and the king of the elves? Like, how do you
Yeah.
what do you do? Like, I'm
Ask
serious. Like,
questions. Lots of questions. Just keep asking. And I want to say my first elf was maybe 7 years ago. I had an elf. I've had mermaids. I've had giants. There are unlimited realms, and we are completely oblivious. That was a really fun one, the one that you just listened to. And my client, he's brilliant. He's brilliant. He's a brilliant, smart man. And that was just one of his lives. In a second life I took him to, which I will be sharing, he is actually Pleiadian from the Pleiades galaxy. They are very human. They can pass as humans, many of them. And he is on a ship with the man that's his best friend here. They're both on a ship doing Earth missions right now. Whenever there are rallies and riots, they are coming down disguised as humans. They dress as humans, boots on the ground. They are not part of the rally. They are observers.
careful. Someone in the government's going to take that as, see, Antifa. They came here to start trouble.
Yeah, they are.
Someone
they are
political is
here.
going to take advantage of that story. Now, what is the most, what is the biggest reason clients are coming in? What would you say there's any one or high end reason why they're coming in to go through this process?
I'll give you 5. Okay.
Yeah.
Because, they are so many. Curious.
Okay.
Curious. Fears.
Fears.
Mm-hmm.
Like to get over a fear.
Yep. Certain
Right.
fears. Yeah. It's like sometimes your fears can pop out of nowhere. It's like, I was fine, now I'm not. And now I have this, now I have a horrible, I can't even get in an elevator, a fear of heights.
Okay.
Fear of driving. It could be any fear of swimming, fear of deep
Okay.
waters, fear of flying.
Sure.
So lots of different fears. Relationships. People want to know about how they connect. Sometimes maybe someone passes away. Maybe they have a child that passes away. Grieving mothers come to see me because they want to connect.
I think grief across the board in this space, in mediums, from mediums to hypnosis to the paranormal, is a very big. Grief seems to be always the top.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And unfortunately, a lot of people take advantage of it.
Yeah. A lot of people, like I said, have anxiety. They want to know where it's coming from because they're done taking medication. Their therapists, it's like they're done. I don't want to talk about my issue. It's like not found. And to be honest, I work with therapists that come to see me.
Sure.
And they recognize that they can't help everyone. They can't help everyone when the issue is coming from a different time. There's no amount of therapy that's going to find it. Right?
Yeah.
So it could be that. It could be about I kind of said relationships, grief, and then also relationships, why you don't get along with certain people, right? And sometimes it's just they want to know who their soul family is. So they'll specifically pick a life between lives, or they want to connect with their higher self. They want healing. They want to correct some things that are happening in their body. But the higher self doesn't just say, okay, let me just cure your IBS, right? It's not going to do that. It's going to show you where it's coming from, why the why is really important. And that allows it to release because it's just really, it's energy. It's stuck energy. And we've had a lot of healings here in my
That's amazing.
office.
No, it's wild. It's really, it's very interesting. I asked you earlier how you discern and protect yourself against, mental illness. How do you distinguish between their actual spirit communication and just what's in their own subconscious from being hypnotized?
Yeah, so what I think you're asking, when you are in that deep hypnosis, you become a channel, right? So what essentially what hypnosis is getting it out of the left brain, that overthinking, overanalyzing part of your mind, and we're switching it to the right, quiet, intuitive, focused, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and then now take it deeper, 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 right? So we are in that right side. And so it allows you to connect with spirit, to listen, to hear messages, to hear what your higher self is saying. Everyone that comes in becomes a channel. We are all channels. So I'll give you an example.
Yes.
So you said you had kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So has your child ever come to you with a problem, like an issue, like, Dad, blah, blah, blah. Like, what do I do? They're just pouring their heart out, and you're just listening like a good dad would, right? You're
Mm-hmm.
listening, and you're already in your mind, you're already like, "Oh, I'm so ready. I know what I want to say." And out of your mouth comes out this very wise, intelligent piece of advice. Has that happened to you?
I wish I could say it has. I hope some of my advice is wise and intelligent. But yeah, of course, I have done my best to try to give my kids some sage wisdom
Yeah.
at times,
And sometimes what comes out, you're actually, wow, that was pretty good, right? You're actually proud of yourself
Yeah.
when something comes out. You're literally channeling, Gary. You don't even realize it, but when you are in that listening mode, you just went from left brain overthinking to right brain receiving, right? And so you're simply going to let flow whatever information is coming through. And this is what is called awake and aware channeling. So you can be totally awake having a conversation and channeling information, or maybe you're on the opposite side where you have the issue and you tell someone your problem and they give you that advice, and it's like, wow, that's actually really good advice. They're actually channeling they're reaching somewhere up there in the ethers for the correct answer for you, right?
Yes.
So
No, it's super interesting. Look, Myra, you've given us a great hour here. I got just a couple more questions to wrap up if you've got a minute.
sure.
How do you look at psychedelic drugs in your space in past life regression, from mushrooms to LSD and things like that, which is, you can see why this
Mhm.
could play a big role, but how do you look at those things?
Personally,
Yeah.
I
Or for
love
clients.
no, my clients don't need it
Okay.
because hypnosis works all on its
Got
own.
Okay.
So there was a woman that came in and she wanted to take some mushrooms to travel, and it was a distraction. It became a distraction. You don't need anything to experience hypnosis. All I tell people is no stimulants, no coffee, no caffeine, on the day of your session. And I do ask them to stop eating meat for 5 days, drink lots of water, because you're going to be channeling information and you want to be that clear channel. So avoiding meats actually helps for you to hear and get those downloads of information when you're in a session. Personally, I've gone on many, many mushroom journeys. And personally, I am leaving for my first ayahuasca trip on Friday morning. So,
Well, I gotta say, I've heard a lot about ayahuasca, and I don't understand it. It seems so unfun to be throwing up and shitting yourself to get some idea of some open-mindedness. I feel like that's a very strange way to go about it, but I wish you the absolute best
Thank
for it.
you.
I hope you have an incredible experience. It says I find it like that does not seem like a good time to me.
I know that.
I'm the worst vomiter on earth. If I start
Oh my
throwing up,
God.
people hear me from miles around. It's like it's just unfun. There's nothing fun about it. And then I feel like someone beat the shit out of me for days. My back hurts. It's just like
Oh
it's
my
not
gosh.
it's not it's not something I enjoy. But okay, so and this, I guess, can anybody be hypnotized? Have you ever met someone like I just can't hypnotize this guy or this girl? Like they're just
Yes.
not. And
Yes, of
sorry,
course. I
the
mean,
session's
yes.
not. What does it take for someone? What is it about people that can't be hypnotized versus people who easily can? Is there have you noticed a trait or a
Fear.
certain type? Like is it just the
Fear.
Irish that
Fear,
can't be
fear,
hypnotized?
fear,
Okay.
fear. It's just fear. And that's why it's so important, to I have these protocols in place, talking with them on Zoom so that they can meet with me, so I can hear about the why, and make them feel comfortable. I also provide them with a pre-hypnosis audio where they're already going to listen to my voice. They're already getting used to my voice at home. So I have them listening to that and already experiencing a lighter hypnosis with me so that by the time their session comes, whether it's online or in person, I work with people globally, my voice, it's like boom. So I'm
Do
already
you bring,
hypnotizing them.
did you bring your voice down to a certain
Oh, yeah.
frequency and level, right? To like sort of to go into that space for them?
Yes, Carrie. I
Right.
speak very softly.
Right. They're like the whole the ASMR thing is really a big hit. Mara, I don't have any other questions. This is really incredibly educational. I am
Thank you.
fascinated by it. I think our audience is going to love it. And it's, if they didn't understand it before, where can people go to find you? Is it all online? Could you do these things all online, but eventually they have to meet you in person? Or if someone
No,
from another
both.
state? Okay.
Yeah.
Where do people
I
find you?
I work with people all over the world. I'm flexible on time zones and
Tell
yeah.
everybody where to find you. I'm going to put the links up too when we're done, but let them hear it out of your mouth. How can they get a hold of you?
So I am Soul Signs Hypnosis. My business is here in Los Angeles. You could find me, my website, soulsigns.net. You can explore the different, the menu of services there and book directly. And you can find me on Instagram and all the socials at Soul Signs Hypnosis. Also, YouTube channel too.
Okay, great. And I'll put those links up. Mara, thank you so much for
You're
your
welcome.
time.
Thanks for having me.
Right on. Thank you so much for checking out this episode of Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on Spotify or wherever you get your podcasts. You can also follow Myra Rath on her podcast. She's everywhere, especially on YouTube. And check out her website if you want to book a session. Guys, until next time, Splintered Spirits. Thanks for listening. Medically speaking, and I think the doctors would say that I think the correct word for what you have is totally fucked. Welcome to Splintered Spirits, the podcast hosted by me, Gary, and my nephew, John Santa from Santa Paranormal, where we try to answer the question, what are spirits? Today's guest is someone who's been to the edge and back. Not once, not twice, but 4 times. 4 near-death experiences. I'm talking about the Belaski. Psychic medium Amy Belaski has survived cancer as a child, a traumatic childbirth, and 2 intense surgical emergencies due to a rare medical condition. Each near-death experience expanded her connection to the other side, sharpening her ability to hear, see, and feel spirits. Through the Belaski experience, Amy teaches that spirit communication is all about frequency, tuning in more so than reaching out. She's here to talk with us about what death taught her, how vibration plays a role in the spirit world, and what it really means to survive. Amy shares stories about love, death, and suicide, so let that be a warning for those easily triggered by such topics. We're going to get into it all. Amy is a true survivor with a spirit stronger than anything breaking through from the other side. We are lucky to have her on the podcast. Let's dive into the conversation. I want to tell you really quickly, Amy, how I discovered you, because I'm new to this whole paranormal world, right? I got into this with John. This is my nephew. And
oh, hi, nephew.
Yeah, I know. I tell people I have a nephew in the paranormal. They think it's a little kid. I'm like, no, he's no kid. He's an adult person. He's an adult person. And he's got a big TikTok following.
Hold on. Sometimes I'm an adult person.
Right. His maturity level. There's a difference between maturity.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, big kid right here. That's it.
It's exactly right. So, and I'm a producer in LA, so I create shows, and I wanted to try to figure out how to make a format for a show around this guy and what he does. And as I got into it, I was like, let's start with a podcast and talking about spirit communication and what we do. So we've had several interviews with like academics and psychics and authors, and really I'm getting into this space. So I'm just sitting on my couch and I'm Herkel-Dirkling, doom scrolling on my phone, right? And you show up, and of course, look, the look is phenomenal, right? The hair, the eyes. I'm like, all right, who's this? And then she starts talking about spirits. I'm like, oh, she's in the tribe, right? Like she's one. Okay, let's see what's going on. And then the attitude was like very East Coast, and I'm like, oh, okay. And I'm like, she's one of them. I got to reach out. And then I started digging into your story, Amy, and it's like, I was just floored by it on all levels. So, and I think that's where we want to get into this. And I know you've talked about a lot of this before, because, I mean, the first thing is, and as I was looking this up, medically speaking, and I think the doctors would say that I think the correct word for what you have is totally fucked. Is that right?
Yeah.
Like, is that safe to say?
Yes.
Like, medically, you have a very intense conditions going on in your life.
Absolutely.
And has that, with all these 4 near-death experiences, would you say that's strengthened your ability?
Hell yeah.
Given you the ability? Or
Strengthened.
Okay.
Strengthened. So essentially, I mean, I guess Gabe, everybody has this. Oh my God, there's so many people that gatekeep this shit. And like, nobody can be a medium. Sorry, can I curse on here? Is that okay?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, well, everybody has the fucking ability, and we all do it all the time. Everybody communicates telepathically. Everybody can feel, but you just have to understand the language, and that's where like time and practice and all of that, begins. But yeah, like I said, when I was little, I had cancer, right? So I lost my kidney. It was the size of the tumor was the size of a basketball. They found it at stage 3, going to stage 4. And back then, what was that, 1995, they didn't know a whole lot about Wilms tumor, nor had they seen really anything that big. And I got this removed in Houston, Texas. So like at the best place, right, at that point. And when they went and they, put me on the operating table, it essentially had so much vasculature to it that when they were, taking it out, I bled to death. And so that was like my first coding when I was 5 on the table. I was in ICU for like another month afterwards. They brought me back. Everything was fine. And then after that, I had chemotherapy, the whole 9 yards, but I started seeing and feeling and experiencing things and just having like these weird situations. And my dad was in the area. He's from New York, but my dad is from like a little town in New York and Pennsylvania area. They're kind of like both like Russian Jews that like fled the war, came over here. And he was in the military for 30 years. And so he's not woo-woo. And then my mom is a trigonometry professor, so she's not woo-woo. And so I just kind of had all these experiences, and they're like, okay, that's weird. And then I just started questioning it and asking. I guess maybe, being a little eccentric was interesting as well, right? Because I was a musician. I started playing the violin after that. I started playing the piano. I started playing the guitar. Like, I wanted to express this energy in any way possible. And then I ended up, after having my second near-death experience, when I was, 15 at that point, that was due to, bacterial meningitis. At that point, I got it from my violin teacher. Didn't know about it. Coded, took me to the emergency room, whole 9 yards, came back. Things got crazier, started channeling in high school, picked up a new instrument, learned it. I mean, all these are kind of like tied together.
Well, let me cut you off real quick there. You said you started channeling in high school.
Yeah.
All right, so high school's awkward enough for most of us. What happens when you start... What does that mean exactly when you say I started channeling in high school? Were you like doing readings for your friends, or this is like in the privacy of your own room and you're sort of like, how did you get into a state of that?
How did that end up coming up? So essentially when I was probably I don't know if I have the book in here right now, but when I was in ninth grade, I started feeling and seeing and experiencing all this shit, right? And I didn't know where to turn to, right? This was what, 2003? So the internet's not a really big thing, you know, as far as like looking at stuff up, and I'm only 14, so I don't know what the heck is going on. And so I went to Barnes and Nobles and I got this book, and it was called, it's that dummies stuff. Remember how they used to have like dummies for computers, but it was like dummies for communicating with spirits. And I was like reading it, and I'm like, this doesn't make any freaking sense. Like, what is this? So I read the whole thing. It didn't match. It was too woo-woo. And so in high school, after learning about that, I started just feeling. I started feeling, and I would be in class, you know, it's really quiet, everybody's focusing, and I would get something in my brain, and I would just want to know why. So I would turn around and I'd be like, you know, is this person dead? Like, did this happen? Did this happen yesterday to you? And they're like, yeah, that's weird, you know? But since I was in orchestra and I was in volleyball and all of this, it was kind of taken better because I was already like the friendly butterfly of the whole group. So it was like, oh, that's Amy. She's just eccentric. And then the big one came that was after my near-death experience. I was actually
But Amy, did you consider yourself eccentric, or did you think it was, like, did you know what was going on? Did you just think, like, I'm quirky, or I am talking to spirits? This is spiritual.
Well, I mean, I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming from somewhere, but I don't think anybody fully knows 1,000% of what it is until we get there, right?
Okay.
It's a spirit. Everything's a spirit. Everything's energy. I mean, you're a spirit and a body at the same time. And I just know that I was getting this information, these downloads. I would get all these feelings. They would come up, and then they would be translated essentially into English, and then I was correct. Like, that's what was going on. And then I really knew that there was a person, like there are spirits that want to try to get in contact with people because they have things that are left unsaid, and they have to kind of smooth that out in order for them to move up into the light. And so I was in my history class in 11th grade. Her name was Miss Fernandez, and she was very, very private. She was like 65 at that point, you know, very, very private woman. And we're sitting there, and I start getting this shaky feeling. And now I know what that fucking shaky feeling is. It's a spirit coming in and wanting to talk, and they're mixing with your energy, your vibration. It's like overloading your system. And so I'm like, oh my God, what is this? It's only slight. And then all of a sudden I started hearing, like, talk to my wife. I'm so sorry. She found me dead. And so at the very end of class, I got up and I was like, Miss Fernandez, I said, is your husband passed? Anyway, she just like breaks down. She was out for 2 or 3 days. We thought she was sick because, you know, back then it's not uncommon for your teachers to leave. Like, she was the head of the history department.
Did she
like
give
whatever
you an
it
A?
is.
Did she give you the A?
I actually got I think I got a C because I skipped her class a lot. But anyways, no, it's just that's a whole other thing.
I think that deserves an A, bro, right?
Yes,
I mean, if you tell your history teacher, that's talking about knowing history about her dead husband, and like, she should have gave you the A. But go ahead.
Absolutely. But no, I told her, and I said, it's weird, he keeps talking about, I think you found him dead. Anyways, yeah, she was at home, she woke up, and he was dead in the bed next to her. He had a heart attack. Ooh. And so she had missed a couple of days of school because of that. But because she was the head of this history department, she couldn't leave for a week. And so she came back, and she was still dealing with the grief, which was kind of
So, Amy, I usually ask this, and I want to come back to something you said here in a second, but I usually ask this at the top, but I wanted to get into your story because it's so intense and wonderful. But I usually ask this of all our guests. Because of this now that you're in 11th grade, you're seeing this, you're talking to it like an actual spirit, and you're getting the feeling. What do you think spirits are?
It's really hard to describe a non-physical thing in a physical space. How do I say this? I'll give you a couple of theories. One, this is kind of a dream. This is an illusion. This is something that your consciousness creates so that you can play out different scenarios.
Maybe like the Matrix or something?
Well, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, if you think about it, you break it down. Everything is energy. Everything is vibration. Everything is frequency. That's all it is. It's all in different tones, which leads to densities. That's it. And so a spirit, I think that's like the real. That's the real. And they're coming in and they're like dipping into our world. Because right now, remember, if you think about quantum physics and like what they're discovering, if you're looking around your room right now, nothing else exists outside of it except for what you're viewing. That's it. Matter only exists if you view it. Like that is like a law that is now like solid. It only exists. So everything, if you have a wife, if you have a kid, if you have a pet that's in the other room, that is only a belief or an idea. And you believe it so strongly that when you go out in there, then it manifests itself, essentially, because that matter is being viewed. So spirits exist in between that matrix, I don't have another word for that, and outside of it as well. And they come in, and I guess they use the signals or the frequencies in order to connect. That's where I'm at with this.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So that's how you communicate with them. That's how you judge it. Now you said you feel like you know they're coming in or they're about to communicate with you when you start to shake. Is that what you said?
That was back then.
That's back
That was back then. Yeah. So now, like if I'm out and about, like if I'm at a restaurant or if I'm at the mall or if I'm, like yesterday I went and I got a facial. I wasn't feeling it all. I was just kind of like, okay, enjoy the fucking facial. Shut up. Shut your brain up. Super hard to do that, by the way. Okay. But when they do that, they come in. Remember, everybody gives off a wave. That's, people call it an aura. I don't fucking care about an aura. It's your energy, it's your frequency, it's your tone. And so they come in and they interact with that, and that leads to some sort of disturbance, and it interacts with your body. That's it. And so for me, it would make me slightly shake. Not a lot, not like, but just like enough to be highly annoying. And then there's like this feeling of like, come on, freaking say it. And then it's my choice to either continue ignoring it, which I will continue to get that feeling gnawing in the back of my brain, or I can stop. And it's almost like I shift my focus in, and then I start getting information. That's it.
Now, John, you have a similar feeling when you feel...
Tell me.
Atmospheric. I describe it more as my atmosphere, my general atmosphere. Think of it like you're in Jello, and something hits that Jello or enters that Jello. It shakes the entire thing, and I'll feel it. So I can feel.
That's what it is.
Yeah. So I can't tell what's in a room. I can tell when something enters. If I'm already in here and I'm comfortable, it's existing. Once something comes in, different story.
Correct.
It could be anything. It could be anything.
Yeah. The only time that you're going to feel it is if they want to connect.
Well,
that's it.
It's like John will say that he's not a psychic or a medium, but I feel like he's just he's in a rough. It's I think yeah, I've heard you say that before. I always compare it to sports or something, right? I do think everyone has intuition, which is probably a level of that, of mediumship, if you like, just to put a word on it.
Yeah.
But no matter how much I practice, I'm never going to throw a baseball at 98 miles an hour. So I don't know if I would ever achieve that role, that heightened level. And I think people who are like yourself,
the question
or even
then
John,
becomes though, if everybody, which I can definitely get behind because magnetic fields, our brains, everything, right? It then becomes, at what point do we stop calling it mediumship and we call it just being a human being? And then we give that title to those that can actually, for example, like yourself, Amy, that can communicate with spirits, rather than someone like me who won't hear a spirit unless I fire up a device like Transcend Theory or a Necrometer or Vox.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, like with that, like what he was saying, I like to explain it that way as well. Not everybody's Tony Hawk, but everybody can stand or get on the skateboard at some point.
I'll fall off my ass.
I can't. Me too.
Man. Me too.
I can sit on it, but I can't stand up where shit.
Me too. I'll sit on it. Can't stand on it.
Yes.
No, it's awful. Amy, you talk about vibrations and frequency a lot, which is a really interesting sort of, I guess it's like a Kabbalion philosophy, or like the Hermetic principle of vibration, like we're all this frequency, we're all this vibe. And I don't know was there a certain instance that you, when talking to spirit, recognized that, or was that something you read and sort of got into? Like, how did you put those two belief systems together? What was it that made you recognize that?
That's a great question. Nobody ever asked me that. Yeah, that I choose to not read anything. The only book that I've ever read was that other one, and I thought it was full of horseshit. So after that, I chose to not read anything because I didn't want anybody else's experience and opinions to falter my own or me to be influenced by it. I wanted it to be a pure, like, best way I can get it is like scientific, extraction of what it is. Like, that's it. And so when people ask me, what books do you read? And I'm like, none. I just sit in my room and I be weird and I try to figure it out. That's it, right? So that's it. But with that, I think me being a musician for like my whole life, number one, has really helped me. The one thing that I figured out was when I used to write music all the time. I still do it, but when I have my nails on, I can't do it. So I write things on my piano, my guitar, I layered it all together. I put my violin on top of it, like it's the whole thing. But remember, all that music, that either invokes feelings or people write it because of a feeling. Right? So music, right? So if you're thinking about like heavy metal rock music, what does that make you feel? Aggression, anger, sometimes sadness. Those are like lower vibration, sometimes hyped up, just depending on what your state is and what your tune matches it. Usually if you're going through and you're playing in a higher octave, that's light, that's love, that's airy, that kind of it lifts you up. Right?
528 hertz.
There you go. Yes. And then you have the middle, which is kind of like normal. So like just the key of C. That's what all of our things for, the casino, like ding, 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 all that, that's done. It's kind of just keep you in like this meditative middle state. So after I started like dissecting that, I was like, holy fuck. Okay, even my voice, like when people go and they talk, if I talk in the same tone down here over and over and over again, it can put people in some sort of meditative state and keep them there. That's what Om is, right? That's the whole thing.
Okay.
So within all that, those are frequencies. Then I noticed when I started channeling and like really, really getting deep, because I've been doing it for forever, but when I started getting really deep into it, I noticed that when spirits would come in, maybe they ended up, committing suicide, or maybe they ended up dying of a drug overdose because they were an addict for 20 years. When they would show up, they would make me feel all those same feelings that music would make me feel in that certain octave or that certain frequency. So from there, I would have to tune myself down or tune my feelings down to that vibration or that level in order to connect with them. That's it.
Got it. No, it's fascinating. It's really an interesting take. And John's theory on spirits and is the one thing that I always found interesting, because we don't come at it from a religious place, like the soul and heaven or hell, is that we all have energy in us, right? It's a fact, right? Brain synapses, electrical energy. And when we die, that energy has to go somewhere. But it cannot be created or destroyed. What happens is we think, or he thinks, and what we're trying to say is that consciousness, which we don't really know or understand, the mind is attached to that energy somehow. And then that spreads out. So John believes he's talking to memories of spirit, in a sense, right? That's sort of his,
50-50.
Like, this is what he's, right. That's kind of what he believes he's speaking with. Which is just a fascinating thing, but it still plays into frequency, energy, like the way that spirit boxes work is they're manipulating frequency, they're manipulating energy. So that's kind of where it comes from for him. So it's a really interesting thing that you've connected with. So that's how you connect. So has there ever been, do you have to get to a certain frequency to connect with certain
people,
spirits? And have you ever, is there like a specific, is there a sort of a frequency you don't want to get to do that? Is that hard for you? You know what I mean? Does that question make sense?
No, absolutely. Can I go back on John's take?
Yeah,
real
please.
quick of it. So 50% of that is absolutely correct. So spirits will come in, they will hop in your body, and they will make you view and experience their memories and they don't remember everything. You don't remember everything when you cross over, but you do remember key moments, things that have like this emotional, like deepness to it, whether it be a good thing or a bad thing. And they're trying to show that to you in order for them to like release. There are some spirits that are just residual energy. For some reason it gets trapped, but it's not a conscious entity. Just kind of like if you walk into a room after a fight, you can feel, if you like, you're just like, that room doesn't feel great. It's because that energy like sloughs off on you. And the only way I can describe it is like an ether. That's the old 1800s term.
We've had some academics describe that. Sorry to interrupt you. We've had some academics describe that as more of like how they would define a haunting. Most people find a haunting as an imprint. So like you could be alive and leave your imprint on something, and then that's it just repeats. It's like playing a tape over and over and over again.
It can be
as opposed to like an apparition, which is what we would
A
think of as a
conscious
ghost
entity.
or a spirit. Yeah, right. Exactly.
Uh-huh.
But sorry.
Yes.
But sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're okay. So yeah,
Yeah.
they do hop in your brain, they do play with it, they do make you see, feel, and experience memories because they want to connect with you. But remember too, the only memories that they can make you see are things that you personally have seen, felt, and experienced and done before. So they're going to take little clips from all these different things that your brain has ever accessed before, and they're going to smash it together to try to talk about their experience. Okay?
And how do you decipher what's what?
Oh, so let's get into that. All right. Oh, this is so much fun. Oh, it's crazy. Oh, it's such a
Does that-
mind fuck. Yes.
Yeah, like how do you know what you're hearing isn't a memory versus an apparition versus, you're talking to the right person, if you will, right?
Yeah. Okay. So when you sit down with a client or when you sit down with a person that wants to be channeled, whether it's a client, friend, person that I go out and see, we'll get into how everything happens for a reason and there's no chance and all that stuff in a little bit. But essentially, if I'm sitting down with a person, they have to be in the right energy and in the right space. And I don't mean that they have to be like, or whatever it is, but they can't have any distractions. It's you and me. Get your kids out of the room, get the dogs out of the room. I want you to be calm. Don't just get off of work. I want you to be relaxed because you are the channel. Whatever frequency you're in, like if you are in super deep grief and your loved one just died, you're probably going to be in a lower state than what they are. So it's going to be more difficult, not impossible, but more difficult for me to connect because 50% of the energy or the power is with you because we're all connected. Like we just are because we're all each other. And then essentially when you go in and you start feeling, sometimes I'll go through and I'll just like feel and see who's around. Other times my client will say, I want to channel, like this is Friday. She says, can I channel Richard? Richard is my dad, right? So that's what she asked me. So I'm sitting there for a second and I'm feeling, and the only way that I can tell you what it feels like as a representation is it's almost like, this is going to sound so stupid, but echolocation. It's like you're sending out a signal and
Sure.
you're trying to get it back. You're sending out, it's like ping, 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 ping. And so I'm pinging at like the highest because I'm happy, I'm light, I'm super excited to connect with her. And I'm like, Richard, where are you at? What are you doing? That's what it feels like in my brain. And then I get nothing. And I'm like, okay, maybe Richard's not here, right? He's always here. There's a reason why she wants to connect with him. Of course, Richard's fucking here. And so then I go through and I'm like, all right, well, maybe I'll make myself less happy. So I get a little bit more melancholy and I'm like, hold on, let me adjust myself. I calm down. I get kind of blah, like that kind of feeling. And then I'm like, okay, Richard, where are you at? And then all of a sudden my head, it's like you're feeling in the back of your head, you feel like just something show up. It's not, you can't see anything. It's just like there's now something in your space, like a circle or like a mass or whatever it is. That's the only way I can describe it. Can't see it with your eyes. It's like you're feeling it. And then I'm like, okay, is this Richard? And then all of a sudden he shows me an image of, and he makes me feel right here hurting really, really bad. And I started rubbing it and I was like, he committed suicide, didn't he? And she was like, yeah. And I said, I don't think he shot himself. I did say, did he hang himself? And she was like, yes. And then he references Mike or Bubba, which is a client I had. There's a video of him. Mike shot himself in his garage. He didn't hang himself. I said, did he do this in his garage? And she starts crying and she's like, yes. And I was like, okay, well, he's coming to say, I'm sorry. So he's taking other sessions that I've had to try to talk about his experience because I've personally never, done that to myself. So that's how they do that. And then from there, when I'm asking them questions, I said, so why did you do this? Like literally in my brain, I'm like, well, what's up? Why did you do this? And so it's almost like I'm scanning every scenario that I've ever seen or I could possibly think of to see if he'll highlight one. So I'm like, were you and your wife in a fight? He says, no, we're perfectly fine. What about your kids? No, we're perfectly fine. I'm like, were you just really depressed? Nah, it was hard. It was difficult, but not crazy depression. And then I said, so what's happening? And then he gives me this feeling of coughing heavily, and he gives me the feeling of when I have people that die of long COVID or die of like emphysema because like their lungs are melting on the inside, like that whole thing, or they start bleeding, or tuberculosis. And I was like, this is odd. I said, did your dad have like long COVID? And she goes, no. I said, he keeps making my lungs burn, and he's sitting on the side of the bed and he's coughing and he's complaining about that. And she says, oh, he had bronchitis, but it had been chronic for 10 years and he had kept getting bacterial infections, and he was septic and nobody could do in it, and his inner lining of his lungs had been eaten away from this, and so he would cough up blood, but it wasn't tuberculosis, and so he wrote this note saying he couldn't live with that pain anymore, and that's why he took his life.
Jesus Christ. So, all right, but Amy, okay, you have to get yourself into this place to talk to this person in order to help your client. How do you protect yourself?
You're always protected. You don't need to protect yourself.
How? That can't be good mentally, physically, to get into that space. That's such a dark space all the time. No, I mean, am I wrong?
It's just a
I mean, is it
story.
like it's cool?
It's a story. It's not my story. It's their story, and it
feels
needs to be
stressful.
told. It can be, but it's not when you realize that it's their story and they went through it, and that's a story that they have with their person. It's not mine. I'm here to give the message. I'm here to talk about. I'm here to be the bridge between the two, but I'm not here to like take that and take it home with me. Because remember, at the end of the day, all of us are going to die, no matter what is going to happen.
Did you always know that? Did you always? That's a very mature statement, though, from an adult person. Like when you were younger, was that? How do you not take something home? So when
I used to get really sad.
Okay, so when did you? Okay, so then when did you make that turn? When did you learn to? And what did you do to say I have to stop this here, or I have to protect myself by doing this? And what was that? Can you pinpoint it at all? Or?
Yeah, kind of a little bit. So when I was 29, I had this. Or I was 30. I can't remember which one it is. I'm 36 now, so I'll be 37 in like a month. And so about 7 years ago, like I had been living with this, and every single session I would cry, and it was not in a bad way, or like after them, like I would like offload it, right? Because you have kids drowning, you have people murder suicides, you have, you know, grandmas passing away and the whole family's around them, and like they can't say goodbye because they have a tube down their throat, like you name it, every which way possible. And I would take that and I would feel the sadness from my client, the loss of the other side. But it's odd too, because then you're like, okay, well, they're fine, right? So there is that silver lining. But after sessions, I would go and I would sit in my bathtub and I would just be like, oh my God, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. And then at some point I had a feeling, and it said, and this was probably a download or spirit or God or whatever you want to call it, or just my higher self, I don't know, it's all the same thing. And it said, you know, remember, it's just their story. You don't have to take it with you. And I was like, but how do I not take it with me? Like I was getting their pain and I was personalizing it. And I felt like it was my duty to hold on to it, right? And it wasn't. And so the kicker was, I had this session with this wonderful woman. She wanted me to channel her two dogs. They were named Kirby and Daisy. I was just thinking, it's like, okay, both the dogs passed. Okay, they probably got put down, whatever it is.
Wait a second. You were channeling a dog?
Yeah, I channeled dogs, cats. I've done dolphins. I've had chickens. I've had a potbelly pig. I've had.
That's outrageous. All right.
No, it's great. That's a whole other level.
I want to hear. Yeah, like, do you understand it as English?
Yeah. Oh, we'll talk about that. So dogs.
Are you like
humans,
are you like the Dr. Doolittle of the dead or something?
Everybody can. Yes. It's because remember, we're all energy. Oh, we'll talk about that in just a second.
Okay.
It's great.
Yeah. All right.
So
keep going.
I was channeling them, and I was like, I said, "What happened to you?" I was like, "Where was your mom at?" And there was this feeling of this dog. He made me feel the feeling of like when you get a puppy when they're little and you lift them up by the scruff of their neck, right? Just to hold them, to like put them somewhere really quick. And he lifted it up, and then he made me feel what it felt like when I had clients that drowned. And then he made me feel like this sinister, evil, dark feeling. And I was like, okay. And then he keeps making me feel this feeling of, why don't you love me? Why don't you love me? I love you. I love you. And then death. And I said, did somebody like drown him, or did he get like drowned in the bathtub? And I said, it's not you. I said, who is the guy? Like, who's bathing him? I go, and why is he so sad? Essentially, her boyfriend at the time, she broke up with him. He broke into her apartment. He went in, grabbed that singular dog, and then essentially waterlogged it 100 times over and over.
John, you just walked into a story where she felt and channeled a dog that was murdered by some girl's real jerk-off ex-boyfriend who would do that to a dog.
Great place to just enter, you know?
It's wonderful.
Yeah.
Yes.
I hate that story makes me, like, I get chill. I've got literal chills because I can't watch any movies where dogs or kids die.
Listen, I'm pretty sure we all agree that anybody that does anything to innocent animals is
garbage.
just
This is a garbage.
Complete. complete and utter garbage. But anyway,
True garbage. And
Yes.
it's like, so you felt that from, so, okay, so you got that feeling
Yeah.
that, so it's kind of like E.T. then is what you're saying. Like my obscure movie references. It's
You're
like, no,
okay.
Elliot doesn't, you know,
ouch.
well, not
My
quite like
fingers
that.
are very long.
But it's like Elliot doesn't hear E.T.'s thoughts, he feels E.T.'s feelings. Does
That's
that
what
make
it
sense?
is. Yeah.
That's what you're saying. But that's with
Yes.
animals. That's with the animals.
That's with animals and people. And so that's how spirits talk. And so he made me feel this up and down. And then she says, yeah, he grabbed him and he videoed it, all of it. That's the only way she could confirm it. And he kept waterlogging it. And at the very end, he held him under and he drowned to death. And then he got an iron to the other one and then pressed it on its face until it died.
Dude, this is a
from burning.
psychopath.
He is, and slammed it. So anyways, so with our session, are you ready for this? This is where it gets interesting.
This is where it gets
so-
interesting?
Yeah, this is another one. So this is where it gets interesting. So she was asking me, she was like, you know, what should I do about this? She's like, the authorities in Chicago won't do anything. And it had happened like a month before. And I said, I need you to go as far as you can, press charges, write a book, make a big deal about it. She ended up getting our session and posting it places. She ended up writing a book. And this past year, he finally went to prison. And she has a book and she has the social media. Like, you can ask her about this. Her name is Sarah Manos. She's online. And she's one of my friends. But she just had a baby.
That's
Oh, nice.
that is, well, I'm glad it's got a happy ending to it. That is
Yeah.
a crazy person.
Yeah, he was. Sorry. But I got
No,
really
no.
sad after that.
No, don't apologize.
weeks.
Don't apologize. It's like, I don't like hearing about, like, that's true garbage to me. Like, I would definitely, I'd run over somebody who hurt a dog. I'd run over a person before I'd run over a dog. You know what I mean?
I
Like,
know.
it's not,
I
it's
know.
not a,
Can I
it's
tell
really
you
not
another
even a
dark
question.
one?
Sure.
I guess.
Okay.
So
Are
have
you
a sip
ready?
of coffee. Yeah,
I'm all about
I know.
It's 9:30 in
Everybody
the morning for me. Let's start the day with some darkness, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah.
Go for
Hey,
it,
live
Amy.
in
Let's
it.
hear it. Let's
Okay.
hear it.
So this was probably my most, I didn't know what to do because, by the way, I hate the term, I'm an ethical medium. My God, everybody should be fucking ethical. Like, what are you talking about? Why are you labeling that yourself? Either you do it or you don't. But anyways, I digress. So with that, I'm going through and there's this lovely blonde woman. She was probably about 24, 25. I can't remember the guy's name. I don't think I want to remember it, but I can remember exactly what he looked like and in my head and the way he felt. And he's in, the best way I can describe it is hell, or what would be a lower vibration, like the lowest vibrational state. So she gives me his first name. I start feeling around. I'm feeling in my upper octave. I don't feel anything. Feel in the middle. Nothing's coming back on my little echolocation. And so I start to get like, I was like, weird. I was like, I don't feel him at all. And she was like, well, he may be really frustrated. And I'm like, oh, okay, interesting. Because I'm like, well, why are you not here? So I started adjusting myself to like frustration. And then I adjust myself to anger. And the best way I can describe that it looks like in my brain is he shows up. It is an entire room of black. Everything is black. And there's like a single light barely illuminating his face. And he's pacing back and forth and he's grunting. And all I hear is those little bitches got away. Those little bitches got away. And then I'm like, okay, he's talking about like two bitches. Maybe it's two girls, because that's what I'm assuming, right? And I'm like, I don't get this.
Bitches would be at least more than one bitch.
Yeah, it would be exactly. And so I was like, odd. I said, he keeps doing this. And I asked him, I said, who is this person? He says, oh, you're talking to my slut. Like, just said that. How do I convey that to my client? And so I like negate it. And I was like, so you and him weren't married, you were dating? It's kind of what I say. And she goes, yeah, we were seeing each other. And then I go, why does he keep referencing like these two bitches or maybe two people are not with him and he's angry? And she just like panics. And I said, hold on. And so I start channeling. I said, what happened to you? How did you get here? Clearly he's in a lower state. And then he makes me feel what it feels like to walk through tall grass and have shorts on. Like with the tall grass on my legs. And I'm like, because we have acreage. And so like I walk through that shit all the time. And then he makes me hear like a metal door opening. And then he shows me a head exploding, which was very interesting. And I said, so he committed suicide. Maybe outside or maybe like a shed or like a metal building. And she says, yes. And I said, it's weird. He's talking about like, I get the feeling of murder. I go, but there's those people aren't here. And he keeps referencing sons as well. And she says, well, he got mad because his wife found out about me, and the wife was going to take the two boys, and so he took them out early in the morning instead of going to school, and he shot them both in the shed and then killed himself. So she was wanting to see if he loved her, and he was the absence of love on every level.
Oh my God.
The two boys were in heaven. They're in a higher vibrational state, and he was mad about it, but whatever, fuck him.
All right, listen. I don't know how you do what you do. Do you have a story? Is there any story in here that's like a fun one? You know, where it's like,
one?
yeah, listen.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's all about death. So
I know, but it's death. It's like something that's a little more uplifting. Can't we get a story about like, you know, here's like an old couple that were together for 50 years, and then like, you know, it's like, don't you have a Notebook type story where we can all we feel warm inside?
Okay, are you ready? Are you ready?
Yes, please.
This is sorry. I may be channeling her soon because she's come up in my brain 2 or 3 times as of recent. It's probably been 3 years at this point. I think, okay, so number one, if
John's got a big anniversary he just had, so a good love story might be a good way to, let's hear a good love story.
This is where it's at. So I remember for me, the reason why somebody pops in my head is because I'm probably either going to interact with them soon, I'm going to get an email from them, or I'm going to be channeling them. So the reason why I'm choosing this specific story is probably because I'm about to channel them, which means when I figure it out when that is, I will email you just to show you that, yes, that is a real thing. Okay?
I love it.
Yeah, so anyways, I remember there was this one time, there was this woman, she was having a session with me in her car. And she wanted to channel somebody named Dustin. She was like, I want to see if I can get in contact with Dustin. I said, okay. So, because I have a lot of people that just want to get in contact with a single specific person, and you can. The reason why they want to get in contact with that person is because that person is wanting to get in contact with you, and they've been trying, and now they're like, holy shit, okay, at least we can do this now. So they're always going to show up. So I sit down and I start feeling, and in my brain, he shows up in the passenger seat next to her, and he's vaping. I said, oh, I said, so he vapes? And she says, yeah. I said, this is weird. I said, this is not your son, right? I said, he looks very young. And she goes, oh, he's 20 years younger than me. I was like, oh, okay. And I start feeling, oh yeah, I start feeling, and I was like, what happened to you? What's going on? And he shows me this like whirlwind romance. He makes me hear horses. He makes me see beautiful forest. He makes me see a mean husband, like somebody grumbling outside. And I was like, do you live like on a ranch or something? And she goes, yeah. I said, so you have horses? She was like, oh, we own an equestrian training center. And he was one of the people that would help train the horses. I'm like, oh shit. And I was like, well, who is the angry husband? I said, you're not married. She goes, yeah. And I'm like, you know, I can't release this session because of that, right? So essentially I'm like, oh, this is so juicy. So anyways, I go through and I ask him, I said, you know, what happened to you? What's going on? And he makes me, do you remember the movie, God, what was it? Pearl Harbor? Do you remember that movie? Okay, so he makes me hear the song, the When I Look Back on These Times, and the da-da-da-da-da. There's like a whole song that Faith Hill sings as the airplanes are flying over, and like Josh Hartnett, like we think, or no, Ben Affleck goes down, and like his airplane, like the whole 9 yards or whatever it is. And I'm like, he wasn't military, right? She goes, no. I said, it's weird that they keep referencing this movie. They keep referencing planes and like the specific area where the planes go down over in Japan. And she says he died in a plane crash. And I was like, oh, and I was like, is it a reason why he talks about Josh Hartnett and Ben Affleck? So there was 2 people. She goes, yeah, it was him. It was his last flight to become a pilot, and a private pilot. And he was with his instructor. And I was like, oh my God. And so now I'm asking, I don't know where she lives at. I'm like, where did this happen? Because they can tell you like what the area looks like. They can show you what they were seeing. You get these little last snippets, pop, 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 of what happened. And so I'm asking him, and he shows me snippets of what I've seen when I've looked at like documentaries of Canada with like the cruciferous forest, like the super thick pine trees, like super. And I was like, was this like more like north, like near Canada, or like on the Canadian border? And she said, yeah, it was on the border of, what is it? Minnesota, I think that is Minnesota or whatever it is. And she says
I'm
he
not.
went
I'm
down.
not Magellan. I'm not good at geography. I don't know where.
It's
anything
okay.
is.
I have to remember everything, and so sometimes I
Yeah.
forget some things. But she said that what they know is that it didn't install. They couldn't get it back up, and he ended up crashing through a forest, these thick forests, and they
Yeah.
got impaled. Let's just say that.
Sure.
Okay. But as we're reading, as we're in there, and he's like having this feeling of like, I miss you, I love you. I hear bop, 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 like this knock. And she's like, oh my God. He was like, what are you doing out here? Why are you hiding from me? And she puts the phone down. It's her husband. It's her husband that came outside to try to find her. And he's like, get the fuck inside the house. And I'm like, whoo! Anyways, it was the whole thing. But
It's like a Bravo episode. I like this one.
It was a Bravo episode, but he ended up, she was like, I'm on the phone. I don't remember who she said she was. It was like a family member. And he said, well, get back in here. So essentially he went inside and I calmed myself down and I go back into the session and I said, do you have a little boy? She said, yes. I said, weird. I said, he keeps showing that he's playing with an airplane. I said, I don't know if your son wants to be a pilot. And she goes, no. She says, right before he died, because he was about to get his license, he gave him a set of little airplanes and he plays with them every day. And he says that he talks to him. And I was like,
Ooh, I thought you were going to say like the boy is actually that guy's son, the pilot's son.
no, I don't know. No, I wish.
That would
I
have
wish.
been-
I wish that would have been juicy.
That would have been real juicy stuff, right? Like that would have been nuts. I took
Yeah.
that story to my own place. Look, speaking of great love stories. So, Amy, you're married, right? Is that correct?
Second marriage.
I am curious to know, because of what you do for a living and because of all the near-death experiences in medical history, and I just got to know, because your husband must be a saint. It's like, what do you tell him first? That you talk to the dead, or sickness and health could mean a hell of a lot in our lives together. So buckle up. Like, what do you say first, this guy? And then he sticks around for both, right? Like,
Buckle up, today's a bad
that's-
one,
let me tell you. Like, how do you, as I say, I just want to know from a personal, experience. It's like, listen, 2 things about me you should know. These 2 big things.
Yes. Okay. So this is how it happened. All right. So I got my first divorce. We co-parent great now. Good guy. We have a son together. He's 12. Wonderful. But then obviously got a divorce, didn't like what I did. And so when I got a divorce when I was 26, I decided to go out and play the field. It was bad. Essentially.
Wait, Amy, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
You're okay.
He didn't like what you did, as in he didn't
Mediumship.
he didn't like it at all.
No, he told
That
me
was
that it was
okay.
evil and it was the devil.
Okay, he's one.
and
Okay, he's one. Okay,
He's
gotcha,
one of those,
gotcha.
yeah.
Yeah.
One of those guys.
I gotcha, yeah.
Right.
Exactly. And so I didn't get a divorce because of that. I got a divorce because essentially the abuse had been going on for 5 or 6 years. I was in a wheelchair. I couldn't walk. He would tell me, oh, the only reason why you're staying with me is for insurance and you can't leave me because if you do, you're going to die. Ha ha ha. And so at that point, I took that as a fucking challenge and I was like, fuck you. Yes, I am.
You're like, I'm getting the hell out. Yeah. Good for you.
Exactly. Yes.
Good for
so
you.
that's what ended up happening. Are you ready for the cool karma? So he got remarried and his new wife has my disease.
That's weird, right?
Wow.
That's a little
That's funny.
strange. Yeah.
I think he has a type.
Yes, exactly. I agree with you on that. Exactly.
Yeah.
So I go out and I play the field, and actually, with what I do, it really helped me date, which is interesting because I knew what people felt like. I knew what their glances felt like. I knew what to say and what to do to kind of like pull them in or push them away. It's a really weird thing. So there was be like a game. I'd be like, okay, I like that person. Yeah, I'm going to get them. All right. Yes. Okay, I got them. Now I'm done. On to the next one. Like that. It was bad. Okay, because I got a divorce, so we'll leave it there. So essentially,
I get it. No judgment.
there was a time period. It's okay. There was a time period that for about 2 years, that's what I did. And then I finally said, okay, you need to chill out. Why are you dating all these people? Why don't you find somebody that loves you? Because at that point, I'm like, okay, I'm a medium. I'm chronically ill. I'm going to live in an apartment for the rest of my life. Like, I want to farm, but I can't do it because I can't lift more than 5 pounds, whatever, fuck it. And I essentially said, okay, now I'm going to turn into a celibate nun. Right. So I did. So I cut everybody off and I wrote everybody's names down and I was like, well, why am I dating all these people? And I realized it was because I liked something about them that I wanted to find in myself. That's it. With each one of those people, it was something that I was trying to find in myself. That's it. So I started doing the inner work and I started seeing like, well, why did I date the doctor? Why did I date the lawyer? Why did I date, you know, the accounts executive in Dubai? Like, why did this happen? Right. It was because each one of these people had something interesting, but they didn't have it all. So after doing that, I ended up getting on Tinder on accident because my best friend put me on there because I was the one that would help my friends get all their dates. Like I would be the person behind the scenes. And then when they got the date, I'd give it to them, go have fun, free, right? And I ended up having my third near-death experience. Because of all, funny story, my bladder, my butt, and my cooter fall out because my mesentery fails. So I've had 3 different surgeries to kind of tack them back up. Have you ever sneezed at work and your asshole fell out? That's fun, okay? Just FYI, that was a real thing. I had to tell my boss. That was very odd, okay? And so with
You
that,
blew out your O-ring.
Yes, exactly. And so I couldn't, I can't feel when I pee, like nothing, because everything's been numb so much. And so I would get these really bad bladder infections that would lead to a kidney infection. And since I have only had one kidney, if I didn't catch it early, I was fucked. So I essentially had septic shock. I passed out at work. They put me on life support. They brought me back. They were able to kill the infection with vancomycin and all this stuff. And I came out of it. I was in the hospital for another week. And I came home and my best friend said, hey, Amy, go ahead and get off a Tinder. I got a date with this guy. I think his name was Michael. And I go, okay. And I was curious. I was just laying in bed because I had like 2 or 3 more days off from like recovering. And I was like, let's see who messaged me on Tinder. Because remember, I swore everybody off. And there was this one person and he had a single profile picture and it said like, if you like street tacos and long walks on the beach. And my profile said, if you like tacos and like Mexican food. Like it was just super simple because I wasn't on there to date. And I said hi. He said hi. And then that was the end of it. So essentially what happened is at that point in time when I started dating, I didn't want anybody to know anything about me. If I didn't take you seriously.
Like at what point of the conversation you say my asshole fell out? It's not an easy, there's no cool segue for that.
I know. So we were actually eating sushi. We were eating sushi and he was talking to me. It was like our 5th date. And he was like, you know, I really want this to go to the next level. And he's the oldest of 4 boys. Okay, he hasn't had any kids. He hasn't been married before. And I look at him and I go, I know we get along really well. I said, but I have a couple of things that I have to tell you. And he's like, what? I said, I know you're the oldest. I can't have kids because I had a total hysterectomy. And he was like relieved. He was like, well, that's great because I don't want any. I was like, oh, wonderful. Number 2, I was like, I have a son and he is 6. And he's like, okay, cool. I want to be a dad. This is great. We're past the baby phase. So I'm like, what the hell is this guy? Like, where is he coming from? And then as we keep going, if you've ever, it's going to sound weird, but if you ever touch me or if you ever get a chance to hug me, I feel like an orthopedic pillow. So I'm super soft, I'm super squishy, and everything is very bendy and stretchy and everything like that because of my illness. And so even my bones. And so when you touch me, I'm very velvety. And I go, you know why I'm so soft? And he's like, yeah. I said, I have a connective tissue disorder and you know, all these things have happened to me. And at that point he couldn't see the scar on the back of my brain. And he was like, well, I'll be there to help you. And I'm like,
Jesus Christ, this guy's a dream.
Yeah. Or I was just really good. I don't know which one it was. It was probably both. And so we went through and we talked about it. And then on like the 5th date, I started talking to him about what I did. And he was like, yeah, sure. A lot of girls like crystals and all that stuff. And I'm like, no, you don't need any of that. That's all stupid. Right. And so then essentially he sat down one time with me. And I guess for like the first like 6 months, I didn't have him in any sessions. I didn't really include him at all. And then one day he said, like, is it okay if I sit with you on your session? Like, is it okay if I just listen in another room? And I said, okay. So I asked my client. And as he's sitting there, he starts to get really dizzy. And he gets up and I go, are you okay? And he goes, Amy, I feel sick. And I go, why? And he was like, I don't know. He's like, as soon as you started like doing whatever you do, he was like, it was like the wind got pulled out of me or something. And he's like, I don't want to be here anymore. He was like, I'm not in the relationship, but like in the room. And so he went to the other room and he felt like instantly better. And I think for that experience, he was like, okay, there's something going on. It's weird. And then from there, he started seeing it. He started seeing the reviews. He started hearing about it. I started showing him all the synchronicities, like how things work, how everything's connected, how like you're creating your own reality, like all of that. And then from there, I'm really just kind of like deep diving him into what it is and showing him proof every step of the way. And now he's like, okay, it's weird. I like it. Okay, good. But like, that's essentially the extent of it.
Amy, I love that story. I love it so much. It's like a real human story in this world.
You know what I really like too, what she said there at the end. And this is what I tell people all the time, and people just don't grasp it. I get asked the question, John, how do you protect yourself? Why are you so calm? Why are you so nonchalant when you're out here doing what you're doing? And I always say, I am the master of my own reality.
Reality. Yes. Yes. Absolutely.
Hands down. I am the master of my own reality. I'm
Yes.
glad you said that. That's a strong point, and a lot of people can't grasp it. And I believe that just falls into why a lot of people are so, I guess, as you would say, closed off, if you will. They just don't understand the concept. It's like, I'm the master of my reality. That's it.
Yes.
End of story. There's
Yeah.
no other.
John, you've experienced like feeling sick, right? I feel like that's something that's
Oh
happened.
yeah, that's what they do. They hop in your body and they make you get really nauseous. I projectile vomited during a session one time. The one time.
Your client must have loved it.
When I go to a really, really haunted location called Buck out here in New York, and after every time I'm there, while I'm there, I physically feel like I'm getting the shit kicked out of me.
You are.
So it's insane. It's constant. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's just no matter what part I'm at, no matter what I'm doing. Yeah.
I know. I think that if we were able to see what was happening around us, I'd be a lot more afraid. But since I can only feel it, I don't care.
You can only feel it. I think I see. That's the funny thing. I get angry a lot. You know how we all have our demons and our issues.
Because
like
they
our
pull
demons,
off your
right?
masculine energy.
I am just an angry soul. And so if I get knocked on my ass by a spirit, most people go and run. I get up and start flipping out,
And that's good. And that's good because the entities that you're talking to, they need that. They need that pushback. And that's what I always tell people. I go, if you're dealing with a spirit that's an asshole, you don't go and run and be afraid because they feed off of that frequency. That's like their food. That's their energy. So what you do, like when I went to St. Albans Insane Asylum in Virginia. I don't know if you've ever been there, but that's a crazy place. There was this guy in there.
I've heard of it. I've never been, but I've heard of it.
Oh, it was great. I went in there and there's this really, really angry guy in the bottom. He like murdered all these different women and then buried them on the property. And everybody's like, why don't you go down in there? They're like, it's too terrifying. And so I walk in there. I'm like, what the fuck do you want? Like that. And yes, you can feel this that would come across, but they'll try to mess with you, but they don't. And as soon as you start to have fear, that's when they take over.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
So I always tell people intent is everything.
It is.
Intent is everything.
Uh-huh.
It's and I also love how you're like, crystals, you don't need that shit. While I'm they're beautiful, but you don't need them. While I'm live, I always, because people are like, you need the sage, you need crystals.
No. That's intense.
I have a little song, crystals, Jesus, salt, and sage. I say to people, and some people get offended by it, but you know what? If they don't get it, they just don't understand it.
No, it doesn't. These don't do. People are like, oh my God, sorry, I thought I had a piece. It's over there. People go, oh my God, it changes the frequency or it helps power up. You're putting your energy through that. Like, why don't you just like not dilute it and just use it?
Yeah. Well, that's the other thing. If we scientifically dive into it, the purest crystals are the clearest.
Yes.
And people don't realize that. Like, scientifically, the purest ones are the clearest. So all these different, tiger's eye and this, that, and the other for all these things, it's like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
To me, it doesn't make sense. So, it's crazy. But they're beautiful. Don't get me wrong. I have crystals all over this place.
Yes.
Not for any, just because they're beautiful.
That's pretty. I agree. What were you going to say, Gary?
I was just wanting to ask you, because you start talking about, how you're dealing with people say this or people say that and they push you in one way or the other. Look, you're running a very successful business as well, right? That's the thing that John will get a lot of heat for it, and he does get a lot of heat. Oh, this is fake. This is shit. It's like all this stuff. And it's like, we always blow it up. I love the trolls. He has moderators that kick him out, and I would love to argue with them all the time.
I sing to him.
And you have a massive audience. So just like you guys both have a very big TikTok following, you know, and I'm curious what you do. Or people are worse. In my opinion, people are worse than spirits in a lot of ways. Reddit is like, I just started getting into Reddit to promote this thing. They're so mean. What is it? How do you balance that? How do you balance that sort of, you know, or is it just as simple as you just ignore it? You know, but really, you are trying to run a business in terms of people hating on you, people faking it. What is the advice you give other people when it comes to that sort of angle in your practice, really?
Okay. Number one, I just want to let you know I have a whole. So I always have these Yeti cups, and I make chai tea. So I put a teaspoon or a tablespoon of sugar, 2 Tazo chai tea bags, and like a quarter cup of whole milk. I have a whole Reddit on people theorizing what's in my cup, and they all think it's booze.
Oh my God! Of course they do.
I
Yeah,
don't
Reddit
drink.
is a dark place.
It is. It's a very. I don't do drugs. I don't drink or anything like that. Ooh, we have to talk about that. Okay, drugs in a second.
Yeah.
But anyways.
Okay.
So I don't.
I love the conversation.
Yes, we're going to talk about that and why some people feel that they need weed or mushrooms to enlighten themselves, but then others that they take it lowers their vibrational state. And it's because we're all on different levels and different frequencies. So when you're super anxious, you're really uptight, you're really like in this reality where you think nothing else exists. When you do smoke a little bit, or when you do take something, it allows you to relax, to level up or like raise your vibration. But then as you do it, you get used to that. So actually when you start taking it, it actually brings you down in the long run. So therefore you can't connect. So at some point you have to realize that you don't need anything to connect because it is just you. It was all inside of you to begin with. But anyways, okay, going back to the other thing. That's because I have a lot of companies that are like shroom companies. They're like, will you go through and promote us? And I'm like, you don't need anything. Sorry, can't do that for you. But going back to that, so haters. Recently I had between 2,000, 2,500 people on my live every single night, which has been pretty popping, which is great, which is cool.
Yeah.
But it's not my job to teach people that just want, I like calling it throwing poo. Essentially, they come up. I always like to say it's like they have Tourette's. You're fake. Ah! And I'm like, my God, you angry little demon.
And they repeat themselves over and over too.
Yeah.
And it's like,
I know. So I get the comment and I pin it to the top and I go, everybody, look at what this person said. Isn't it phenomenal? Go check out their profile. Bless them with love and kindness. And so everybody's like, I bless you.
I love that idea, John.
Yes. And they're still
awesome.
like that type of thing.
Oh, and sometimes they get so frustrated. If you do that to them, like I'll sing to them, right? And I'll create whole songs around what they say. And they get so upset, and the community loves it. Yes. They love it. They love the and you're still spreading positivity, if you will. Yes. You're still being positive with it, you know.
Yep.
Yeah, that's great.
That's exactly that's all
idea.
you do. You have to pin it. You have to bring that darkness to light, and then therefore it has no control over you, right? And then from there, you know, with people that go, oh my God, read me now. I'm a cynic. And I'm like, well, I don't read cynics. You're not here for a session. You're only here for like a negative attitude. When you're ready and you want, and there's like a willingness, then yeah, absolutely. Let's do it. I said, or if you want to come and learn and talk, I will answer every question and break it down as logically as I can make it be with 1,000% proof behind it. I said, please let me know. So I give them all the options.
That's it. It's a great way to face it, and I love that you pin the fact that you pin their comments. I love that. I love that so much. Do that. You know, Amy, you've given us a great amount of your time, and I'm very thankful for it. John, I don't know if you have any other. I have one more question, and John, if you have any other questions for Amy.
I want to hear what she was going to say about drug use and all that, because it's an interesting. There's mixed feelings within every community about it, right?
Of course.
Some people, you know, it's very strange with me. Like I am an avid believer in cannabis. All right.
Yeah.
I have a couple of things wrong with me, and you know, a couple of tokes here and there, and those things go bye and they're manageable.
Yes, they do.
You know.
I go pain management.
Yeah, which is great, and but like you know, there are people now, you've probably heard this before, you know, if you drink, you're lowering your
You
frequency
are.
and whatnot. And but what I liked how you said is how some people it brings it up, some people it brings it down, some
Hmm.
people, you know, and how you don't need it at all.
Hmm.
You know, I just thought it was very interesting. So I want to hear what you were going to say, because you were going to say more, and I
No,
just
you're
curious to that.
okay. Yeah, so let's talk about alcohol. So essentially, alcohol, if you have a, like, especially if you're starting out in mediumship or starting out in feeling, right? You have a single drink, it relaxes you a little bit. So therefore, you can feel things more. That's why people become more empathetic. They become more like, oh my God, I know that you weren't feeling very well, especially if you're like a drunk girl, like that whole thing. But then as soon as you have 2 or 3 drinks, it's gone, right? Because now you're inebriated. Your inhibitions are gone, and you are now like sitting in the lowest vibration of yourself, which is kind of like this. You're like in your body. And so from there, since you're lowering your vibrational state, you're becoming your emotions. Instead of being aware of them as a wave, you end up attracting lower vibrational spirits that want to come and hang out with you more. Just FYI. And that also means other people that are in that octave with you as well. That's why some people only have drinking friends. And as soon as you stop drinking, they kind of like disperse. It's because you're not on the same vibration anymore. That's it.
Yep.
You're not tuning to them. And so what I say to kind of like get rid of alcohol altogether, absolutely, 1,000%. And people are like, well, I need it to relax. No, you just haven't learned how to not have it. You are in that same pattern over and over again, and you accept that that is your only pattern that you can use. Change your fucking pattern, okay? And
Yeah.
that's going to be a little bit hard. And then also, I have so many people that die of suicide because of alcohol. I have so many people that murder people because of alcohol. I have so many people that die either in head-on collisions, drunk driving, whatever it is. That is what kills the most people, but yet is the most commonly used drug in the entire world and is socially acceptable to be pushed on everybody between 13-year-olds all the way up to like 85-year-olds. Like, why the fuck is
It's
that?
true. It's insane. It's
Yeah.
insane. We'll vilify cannabis,
Yes.
but completely promote vodka like it's, you
Yes.
know,
I know.
it completely blows my mind, and it always
I know.
has.
I
You know,
don't know.
things are starting to shift
Yeah.
a little bit, but you know,
Uh-huh.
it's still so, hey, it's okay, have a drink, but don't do that. You know, it's very, very odd.
Yes, I mean the
Very
cannabis is starting to get scary because of all the different levels, and we're fucking with the plant right now. So now it's getting
Yes.
stronger. So therefore, it's causing symptoms of like pre-onset dementia and Alzheimer's, and so therefore
Yeah.
people are getting used to it. They're smoking it more. So now you're also putting yourself in a lower vibrational state. So at some point, we just have to realize that it's okay to be comfortable with ourselves, and we all have to learn how to have coping skills. And I think that if we all started becoming more spiritually and learning how to connect and learning how to really feel and not this woo-woo bullshit, then everybody would be a lot happier or a lot more in a place of gratitude or content with their life, and therefore we wouldn't need these things, and we'd be a more productive society and a better family. Anyways,
And listen, I agree, and it's also a whole, you know, going towards the needing to
yeah,
do it and the
yes,
wanting, you
yes.
know. And I'm not talking about addiction with the want. I'm talking
No, I
about,
know.
like, oh, I need to do this, and if I don't
Correct.
do this,
Yeah.
and yeah, no, it can get
Yeah.
it can get crazy for a
Yes,
lot
but
of
like
people.
with you with pain
Man.
management, with me with pain management, we need stuff in order for us to kind of keep ourselves level so that we don't
Yeah.
drop down into depression, so that we don't, so I'm not laying on the couch 24/7 and like dying. So I don't have to bust out my wheelchair every single time I go outside. So I don't have to use my handicap sign every time I go to the grocery store. Like I want to walk like a normal person. And so from that, that's okay. But when we start going into excess and we start drugging ourselves to get away from our feelings and understanding what we truly are, that's the bad part.
That's the bad part. So your condition, that's genetic, right? It's
Yeah.
a rare genetic disorder.
Yeah.
So it's so wild, you know, like, and
Isn't it
how
weird?
many people in your family have had it? Or-
So everybody's dead in my family except for my mom and my sister because they were all born in like the 30s and the 20s. Like my dad was 56 when he had me. So essentially, yeah,
Okay. Yeah.
And so everybody's dead. So essentially, I started having all these issues and started getting surgeries when I was like 21, 22, but nobody really knew what it was because nobody had heard about it before. And then randomly I went in when I was like 26 because I kept thinking that I kept having ear infections over and over again, like, and I was like, what the fuck? And so I went to the emergency room. They did a brain scan to see if like it had gone into my skull or something, and then they came out and they were like, oh, you don't have an ear infection, you have Chiari malformation. And I'm like, what is that? And I looked it up, and it's where your brain is getting pushed out of your opening of your skull, and it's
Oh, in the back.
blocking.
Yeah, there's the yes.
Yeah.
I've heard.
Yeah. Yes.
That's actually, and that actually goes back. See, I'm into genetics and
You're
all
okay.
that.
Yes.
That's actually, if I remember
Spina bifida.
correctly, a Neanderthal, Neanderthal genetics.
Yeah.
And that's wild.
Mental note, remember to tell John not to compare our guests, especially the ladies, to Neanderthals.
And some, it could be like hell.
Yeah, I was in a wheelchair. I stopped. I had to be on breathing, like the whole 9 yards. Like that's bad. And so then I had that surgery, and then after that, there was a nurse in my room, and she was touching my arm, and she was like, "Do you have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome?" And I'm like, "What is that?" And I looked it up, and I mean everything. So I went and I got genetically tested, everything popped positive. And then from there, because it's such the most classic case of this, they ended up sending me around the United States to like be on shows so that other geneticists could like see what it is. I ended up dating one of them. That was interesting. And that's weird. But yeah. So I fall apart, and then they put me back together.
Yeah, you don't know. You don't know if he's touching you because he's just trying to show you affection, or if he's studying you.
That's what happened. That's what would happen. He would be like, "Oh," and I'm like, "Weird." Yeah, it was interesting.
So you're basically fucked because of the past ancient humans from back in the day. I love all that stuff. By the way, that's just so wild. And listen, and I think your attitude is just amazing. You know, and I think a lot of people really would benefit to look at you and go, "Hey, listen, my life is fucked up, but guess what? My life is beautiful at the same time." And it's just awesome to see. You know, it's just awesome to
Amy,
talk to you and get this experience. Thank you.
Yeah, Amy, what would you tell? Like, you know, thank you for your time and everything else. And you know, I'm sure I know you have a busy schedule. Like, I just want to leave it. What would you? Because on that note, that's the perfect way to wrap it up. It's you are such a medical survivor. You've seen survival on both sides of the realm, if you will. You know what I mean? What would you tell people, or what's the best advice to give somebody from either serious medical trauma or PTSD about how to get through it? What is your message to them in that respect, knowing that you've seen both sides of it and you talk to both sides?
Absolutely. Number one, you don't have to carry your trauma around like a bag. It's not a Louis Vuitton. You can drop it at the door and check it. You don't have to. That trauma does not make you. You make you. And that trauma is in the past. It's just, it's part of what made you who you are right now, but you don't have to hold on to it. And that may be scary in its sense. The other thing too is remember everything is happening to you for a reason, but because we want to know about it now, we get upset as to why we don't know the answer. But it could be that, I know this is going to sound weird, but it could be that you got your leg blown off because there's people that you meet, 5 years down the line that want you to help them in Special Olympics so you can help train kids, right? And you're like the most motivational person. So maybe that is the reason why it happened. So you can help these other 5 kids not kill themselves because of their genetic condition that they have. And they won that. You don't know the answer. You just have to go through and realize that life is beautiful. This is just an experience. And then from there, you go back to the only thing I can call it is God or source or the matrix or whatever it is, to just enjoy your time. And if you need meds, take meds. That's okay.
Yeah, enjoy the beautiful moments, right?
Yes, exactly. Because they're fleeting, they're quick, but every single beautiful moment leads to another one. And even in those trials and even in those tribulations, that can also be a beautiful moment. And if you step outside of it, kind of like instead of like being knee deep in it, you step outside of it and you look at it what it is, it actually becomes very entertaining.
So real quick, Amy, before we go, where if the viewer listening right now and watching right now wants to find you, where is the best? What should they check out? The links, the best thing to catch you out on.
All of those things. So my username on every platform is the THE Balesky, Balesky. That's my dad's last name. So that's my maiden last name. He was, just FYI, he was the last boy and the last family member that came over from Russia. They fled. Nobody had any other boys. And so I am the last of 7 sisters. So when he died, I was like, I want to make sure that like this name lives on. So then I went through and I trademarked it with the US government. And so now it's always here. There you go. That's why. That's my username. But yeah, if you want to look me up on social media, the Bolesky Experience all the way across the board. That's YouTube, that's Twitter, that's TikTok, that's Instagram. And then also you can do the Bolesky Experience, which is my website, but you can also get to that through any single one of my profiles as well.
Got
Okay.
it. Yeah,
Sweet.
we'll
Awesome.
definitely put up there. Amy, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. We appreciate your time. This was really fun. I hope you had some fun doing
this
it.
was great.
I did.
Thank
I
you.
did. If you ever need me again, please let me know. It is so much fun to talk to y'all because it is, how do I say this? I love doing podcasts. I love doing shows, but I also get into shows where they're like, tell me how you quantum healed your, body. And I'm like, sorry.
No, we want to know, like, we want to hear, like, for me, I am interested in figuring out, like, what the hell John is talking to when he's walking around,
Well,
these
we can
haunted
do
locations and cemeteries. And it's like, I want to know, and the best way to do it is to talk to people like yourself and others who experience things to try to get, it's a data collection, right? It's an experience collection. And what is it that you experience? What does he experience? To maybe try to paint a picture for people that are follow John and follow us or starting to follow us about what are spirits? What are we talking about?
Can I answer one thing for that? So I love going to
man.
cemeteries because I live in the middle of nowhere in between like 5 different little ghost towns out here in East Texas. And the reason why I put this location is because of that, essentially. And so I go out into the woods by myself. My husband doesn't know where the hell I'm at. And so people go, oh, are spirits just hanging out in cemeteries? Well, maybe a couple, like 1 or 2, they do because that's the last place that they left their body. Maybe somebody fell off a roof. Maybe somebody hung themselves. And so they're hanging around because that's the only place that they exist in the world. When you go to a cemetery and you read a headstone, that's the only place, like I said, that person exists as well. So when you're calling that forward, Mary, Sue, Martha, blah, 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 you're connecting with their energy and their vibration, and you can pick up on a part of them that way. So sometimes you're talking to memories or experiencing that. Sometimes you are pulling forward a spirit from this other area. Sometimes you're talking to a spirit that's been hanging out in the cemetery as well. But that's what happens.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the data coincides with that. I can go and now, interesting enough, I don't say the name on the headstones. I wait for the spirit to tell me who they are.
You can do that as well, yeah.
I will get I'll get all different types of spirits. I'll get spirits that aren't around, that aren't from the cemetery.
Yes.
I'll get ones visiting, looking for loved ones, looking for people they knew. I'll get all different types. It's not just stuck to that cemetery. It's
correct
from all over. You can have one spirit buried in another place, and they'll still come looking for Mary Sue, for example.
Yes. Now, this is what I want you to do. This is what I do sometimes on the weekends. Obviously not like the last 3 weekends, but I like to go to older cemeteries from like probably 1850 and below. Now, mind you, I'm in Texas, right? So we got founded in 1820.
That's all I do. I don't do newer cemeteries out of respect for the living.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. That's exactly why I do it as well. There's too many feelings to go along with that. And so I want you to go to one of these places, bring a notepad and like sit next to a headstone and focus on it, call it forward, and then just see what you start to get and then write it down. And then later on, maybe a week or 2 days later or whatever it is, go online, go to like newspapers.com, see if you can find their information or something, and then see if what you're getting matches. And that's kind of how you flex that muscle and grow that muscle. You're like, oh,
like
shit,
a blind
I did
study.
get that.
Like almost like, hey, let me see what I can. Okay.
That's a really good way to like.
Do. I think you should do that too.
Gary's been looking for so many different ways to test to see if I
test this guy.
Yeah.
For sure. I think it's
what
great. Here's one thing, Amy, too. We say, I'm sorry, we keep
no, we
finding
can talk
cool
here for hours.
we keep finding cool things to talk about. But like one thing we've tested, because John, when you jumped off, I told her about, the idea of memories and the theory that we play in the world we play in. We believe we have spoken to 2 different versions of the same spirit.
Yes,
a
probably.
younger version and an older spirit.
Yes.
And we tried to trick one once by telling him I was somebody else in the one location to see if they called me something else in a different one, but they knew who I was. Like they said I was uncle, and we told this one I was his brother. We told the other one I was the uncle, but then this one knew, and we just to see if they're separated or connected, the 2 different ages. So it's I don't know if you've ever experienced anything like
so remember
2 different versions of the same thing.
Yes, they can see everything from the top down, so they know that you're in both. They see it all. They see the whole thing. They're not in just the spot with you. They're not in just the spot with John. They're over the whole thing. And so they're like, what is this dumbass doing? Why is he fucking lying to me? Like, what is going on? Like, that's essentially what goes on. He's like, of course he's this. Like, that's the way it feels. And yes, when I go through and I'm channeling somebody, especially if it's like a kid, like maybe I'm channeling like a 5-year-old boy, right? There's a reason why I'm saying this as well. And so I'm going through and I'm channeling him, and he shows up, and the first thing he shows up as, he shows up like 22, right? And I'm like, weird. I was like, you lost a son? She's like, yeah. And I'm like, I was like, he's showing up as like 22. I said, but he was younger, right? And she goes, yeah. And as soon as I say that, he like morphs himself down in my brain as like being 5 or 6, or he like compares my son to a time, you know, like younger, like a memory from him. That's what they do. And I go, weird. So he's like 5 or 6. She goes, yeah. So he's like playing out both of these ages, but it's because he died when he was 5 or 6, but now he would be aged up and he'd be like 22. Just FYI.
All right. Well, look, that sort of speaks to, it sort of goes right along with what we're trying to do, John. I mean, that's a good, to have that experience happen to somebody else is always, it's validating.
And if you ever want to, I am planning on coming up to New York to do my next big event, like that whole thing. And I have to come up there to go ghost hunting as well. And then I also have to go to the Bel Air house in Ohio. And I told them that they can lock me in that upstairs room because I don't give a shit. And I have reached out to Matt Rife and I said, sit me with the Annabelle doll. It's fucking stupid. And so because we're friends online. So if you ever wanted to do anything like that, please let me know.
Where in New York are you going to be?
I'm going to go to Buffalo.
Okay.
That's far for you. A little bit far for you, but that's
okay, but let me tell you, I'm in Texas. It takes me, I have to drive 5 hours to go to my doctor's appointment. New York is like a heart. Right? So it doesn't matter the drive.
We'll definitely stay in touch. We'll definitely stay in touch with you, Amy.
Yeah.
This was a real treat. We're honored to have you on. We really appreciate you taking the time for us. It was fun. It's fun to get your whole perspective and hear your story. I mean, your story is phenomenal. It is phenomenal.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. I love you guys. And if you need me, let me know.
Thank you all so much for tuning in to Splintered Spirits. Please like, share, and subscribe wherever you get your podcasts, especially on YouTube and Spotify. If you want to see more from Amy Belaski, please check out thebelaskiexperience.com, and you can find her all over social media. Thanks for tuning in. What's up, my boy?
What's going on?
Just getting started here, getting warmed up.
I was just thinking about something. I was wondering, you know when you do something and then you forget that you did it.
Yeah.
Right. And you're like, you're in like a state of wonderment. Is that even a word? Wonderment. We're gonna make it a word for this. Okay.
Yeah.
A state of wonderment. I fixed the central air in the tower.
Okay.
And completely forgot that I fixed it. Okay. Like I ran new wires and everything just because it was not functional when I got in here. And I'm sitting here and I'm like, yo, I'm so cool. It feels like it's 60 degrees in here. And then I just remembered that I got the damn central air working. And I have it running right now because I didn't feel like being tortured while I was doing this.
You thought it was magic or something.
Yeah. It was a hot one today too.
Jesus.
It was so hot. Oh, brutal.
Let me shut this music off as we're getting started. Yeah. Welcome everyone to Splintered Spirits Live.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome.
Guys, I hope you can hear me okay. You might see me a little in like as if I'm in a different realm, but that's just my camera might be doing some weird stuff. It's just, I don't know what to tell you today. It's going to be, we're just going to, as long as you can hear me just fine, that's really what matters. Don't worry about the sync. I really, live things are happening. That's how they go. Hello, everyone.
True. It's very true, especially when it's live.
Especially when it's live,
Yeah. What's going on, Gary?
This week? This week, look, we dropped the Dan Sturgis episode. That was a fun one. We got some good feedback on that.
A lot of great feedback on that. People were loving Dan,
Yeah, Dan's a pro,
everybody, we're going to see him soon. We're linking up soon. We're going to see him on the stream and, who knows, maybe we'll make it a Thursday and we can, fall right into, another live episode of Splintered Spirits at the same time.
Well, he's got that merchant house that he
Yeah.
does investigating, and he's been that's his like almost like I would say it's safe to say his life's work. And it would be really cool if he lets you in there and you can see what's going on into that place. That would
Yeah,
be
that'd
really
be cool.
wild,
That'd be
right?
cool.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
a very different thing for us. It'd be a nice change of scenery for you too. And he's just
Yep.
one of those old school pros.
Yeah.
Uh, and it's really interesting, dude. So, in the vein of that kind of like a classic uh paranormal investigator, we have a guest on
Mhm.
today. And I like to do these lives as with other influencers. And this guy is like, I think he much like you in a way took advantage of social media early in the paranormal space when there wasn't a lot of people doing it. And it's going to be fun to have him on. I want to talk to him about a lot of things because I look at him and I don't think it's odd to say, but I feel like he's a traditionalist in a lot of
Mhm.
ways about how he approaches things. So, I'm excited to get him on. He'll be joining us very soon. How's
Cool.
everybody in the chat doing?
What's going on, chat? I can't read the chat right now. I got it.
That's all right. I'll read the
But
chat. I'll,
hi.
I'll do some chat reading.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
do the
Do some
chat reading
chat
for these
reading.
fine people if they've got
Yeah.
anything interesting to say. Right now, they're just saying hello. Hello. Hi.
Hello,
Yes.
chat.
Welcome. There it is.
Hello, chat. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's
Hello,
everyone saying?
Angela. Smarson. Just
Everyone's
still highs.
everyone's
Trolita. I
cycling
recognize
in.
these names.
Yeah.
Kirsten. Renee.
Yeah. We
Hale.
got a lot of cool
A lot of
people in this
meow. A lot of
community.
people with meow names and various cat names
Yep.
in your
Meow,
chats.
meow.
They're all cat people.
Yep. You know how we do it. I mean, in
It's
general,
funny.
I think the majority of us are fur baby people. You know what I mean? Like, we love both dogs and cats. I mean, I know I do. I love animals in
I
general.
I'm a dog person for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, for sure.
Yeah.
I'm
I
low
don't.
volume. You're telling me you can't hear me that well? How's that? Is that a little better? I can amp it up. Hopefully that helps. Is that better, folks?
I hear you better. I mean, I
Okay.
was hearing you
I
fine
just
before, but now I hear you. Hear you.
okay. All right. All right. All right. That might have
Isn't
helped a
that
little
weird?
bit.
Usually, if either I'm having the issues or you're having the issues.
I know, dude. The lives are tricky for sure.
What's up with the
Uh,
performance issues? It's usually not a
well,
problem for either of us.
I like this service because it's easy, but like for quality, because we're going through the web, it's always iffy,
It's always.
right? It's not like there's the other service that everybody uses, which we used to use, the Riverside FM, which we can go back to as this gets bigger because it does give you a better quality because it uploads the video after.
After, yeah.
Uh, but it's like, man, as we're starting out, this one just looks good and it's easier to use.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, it looks good.
yeah, it
Now I'm
looks
reading
good.
the chat. Now I'm reading the chat. What's up? What's up? It
Yeah,
looks
yeah.
good. I'm watching it right now. I'm watching the.
All right, cool. Cool. Hopefully our guest is going to join us any minute.
Yeah.
Hopefully he's not having any problems logging in. And then once we get him here, we'll get going. But yeah, okay. Everyone's saying much better. Ooh, great.
Wait.
Ooh.
Yeah. So I was cleaning some graves today. That's what I did for.
Okay. Where were you going? Where were you cleaning them?
No, the same old spot, the same old cemetery where I have permission to do it and whatnot, and I'm usually there. Every other day, every day, depending on the weather, of course, because the weather's just been horrible. I mean, it was even raining on me when I was there for a bit. It's just the way it is these days in New York, I guess, with the summer. But
Yeah.
it was interesting. I got a couple interesting responses. I think the mother of a 5-month old headstone I was cleaning came through.
Do you find that you get
Big.
more action? Do you find that you get more action when you're cleaning a child's gravestone versus an older person's gravestone?
No, no. It's
Doesn't
been
matter.
50-50 because I've cleaned both I've cleaned almost every age that, age groups, if you will. And like, it's 50-50. You never know what's going to come through. You never know, if
Got
anything's
it.
going to come through. I mean, there's been some where it's just been, gibberish, where it's nothing coherent, or may I say, nothing that passed my bar, that
Got it.
made me go, okay. Dude, did you see the video I posted the other day?
Well, hold on.
It
I
was
want to get to that, but our guest is in the waiting room. He
oh,
just signed in.
awesome.
I don't want to keep him waiting too long.
No,
So
let's get him in.
let me tell you about our guest, everybody who's sitting here. I think he can hear me, and hopefully, he's going to let me embarrass him by bragging about him for just a minute.
Go
Our
for
guest
it.
today is Brandon Kramer. All right. Uh, Brandon is a seasoned paranormal investigator with over 2 decades of hands-on experience exploring the unknown. He is a Wisconsin native, and by the way, let me say this. I wouldn't even have to say that. He's got one of those Wisconsin accents that's classic, just like you and I have that Goomba New York accent. Like, you're gonna know where this cat's from right away. He's worn many hats, right? He's an investigator, a ghost hunter, an educator, and a trainer. And he really enjoys coaching others. And I'm hoping to get some information out of him because I need the coaching for sure, because I don't know shit about anything, which is a fact, right? Um, Over the years, Brandon has uncovered compelling evidence of unexplained phenomena and shared his insights as a guest on numerous podcasts, including his own Paranormal Watchtower, which you guys can check out on YouTube. Uh, but for most, he's known as Real Ghost Hunter One, which you can find. And dude, he's got over 450,000 TikTok followers. So let me bring him in right now and add him to the stream.
Oh, there
Brandon,
we
how
are.
are you?
Brandon.
How's it going?
Good,
Good,
man.
good.
Now
How are
I
Can you hear
can
you?
us?
see all of us.
Cool. Can you see it? Can you hear us okay?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. No problem. No problem. I was actually watching on here. I'm
Right.
like waiting to come in. I'm like, ah. So, John, I haven't seen you for a long time.
Yeah, it's
Missed
been a
watching a
minute.
lot of the lives. I got questions for you if we have time for that.
Yeah.
Gary, it's nice to meet you face to face.
Nice to meet you too. Thank you.
So thanks for having
Have
me in. I'm excited.
Yeah.
I love doing these. So we can
Cool.
just jump right into it whenever you're ready.
Cool. Yeah, I would love to
Yeah.
jump. So, Brandon, I always start every question. The first question I ask all of our guests is this one, because what we try to do on Splintered Spirits, it's really about spirit communication and what are spirits. So I want to ask you,
Mhm.
what do you think spirits are, and what happens when we die?
Okay. Well, and that has been a big topic as of lately, as in the last year. There's a lot of controversy. People think they're just demons and this and that. But I am old school. I believe that they are spirits of our past. I call them past personalities. That's kind of what I call them. Instead of ghosts or spirits, I just call them past personalities. That covers the whole gamut of things. But they're definitely, in my opinion, used to be human. So they're souls, spirits.
Okay. But you say it's soul. When you say souls, do you say that in like a religious sense, or do you say, is there
No,
another, like, what do you think it is?
well, and that's a good question, but to me, when you're talking about what we're talking to, what we're communicating with, it isn't a religious thing. It's a spiritual thing, and I know how hokey that sounds, but
It's all
it's
right.
definitely because no matter what your religion is, there's an afterlife, whether you want to admit it or not. So everybody has their own words that they want to call it, but it's all the same thing. We all go to the same place. We all go to, I shouldn't say we go to the same place. We go through the same steps, and end up going wherever we need to go and do whatever we need to do. Um, but to say that it's religious based, no, it's not religious based. It's spiritual based. It's just, you are what you are. There's no way to change that. You can't label it as a religion. You know what I mean?
Okay. Okay. Now, when you got into this,
Hmm.
so it's like, did you have um mentors, or like how did you start? I mean, we'll get into like how you really started and what turned you
Yeah,
on to it, but like,
yeah,
how did you get? I saw that you were giving tours in haunted locations, and
yeah,
you'll be a private practice where someone calls you, but like,
yeah.
what taught you your methodology? Because I look at you, man, and I see like a guy who has a very and some of the interviews I've seen of you and the videos I watch, you clearly have a methodology, and I kind of want to know, how did you come to
Well,
learn that for
a lot
yourself?
of it, is through personal experience. And that's how everybody should grow, in my opinion. Yes, you can take hints from other people, and I have. And I'm not one of those guys who's going to come out and say, "Whoa, I watched Ghost Adventures and that made me do it." Although it kind of did, I will admit, there's a little
Sure.
bit of truth to that. There's, I like to think as myself is because I used to, like, when I first started on TikTok, people used to call me the Zach Bagans of TikTok. That's before he had a bad rep. You know what I'm saying? But just because I dress like him doesn't mean I'm just like him. So,
No, no, I
anyways,
get it.
but there's certain things that you should take from Zach, from like Jason Hawes is a huge, been a big influence on me. I've talked to him several times. Um, and I like to model my stuff off of the spiritual responses that I get. And I learn from that. That's the most. But yes, there are people out there. I've talked to priests, I've talked to mediums, I've talked to, I've learned a lot from going out and not interviewing, but just having normal conversations with a lot of these people, a lot of people that you probably know. But to say,
Dude, I don't know shit, by the way. You tell me. Like, I don't know anybody.
well,
But
and
even John knows.
I'm
Like, it's
trying
just a
really
fact.
hard. I'm trying really hard not to name drop because it's tough for me. you know,
Name
but
drop, bro. It's fine.
well,
We don't want to badmouth anybody, but let's name drop. If it's
I
like
will
somebody
You can,
say
who
yeah,
Zach.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
if it's somebody who
definitely.
means something to you that you like value, I
Please
want to hear
do,
who that
yeah.
is.
Okay, well, okay. I had the luck and opportunity to meet and hang out for many times with the guys from Ghost Hunters. You got Jason Hawes, you got Dave Tango, Steve. I can't pronounce his last name, but they're great guys and they're really down to earth and they don't bullshit anybody. They don't try to make it out to be something it's not, and that's something that I admire. Whether you have been doing it for 30 years or if you just started a month ago, if you are willing to say, hey, you know what, there's a slight possibility that that was not paranormal, so I'm not going to push it that it was paranormal. That means to me, when I see somebody do that, they jump up in respect for me.
Gotcha.
That's what I
Gotcha.
used to love about those the old Ghost Hunter, man, the old Ghost Hunter shows. Dude,
Yeah.
some of those episodes were just so, there was nothing going on.
Right.
There was no production into it. It was raw,
Yeah.
and it was shown to the audience as raw. It was great.
Yeah. And that's another thing. When you watch a live, if you see somebody who generally has a lot of stuff happen or they have a lot of videos that have a lot of things, activity, I should say, and then you go watch them live and there's nothing happening, to me, that's validation because they're not faking it like most people do. I mean, you can scroll TikTok anytime, day or night, and see a paranormal group that's faking stuff. It's so obvious to somebody like me, so obvious. But it just means a lot when people actually take it seriously. I mean, I'm all for joking around and doing that, because spirits like that too. They like to goof around too. So
Yeah, they do.
you got to have a little bit of that, but you also don't want to just make a mockery of the whole thing.
Yeah.
So Brandon, when you get someone calls you and they
Yeah.
say, "Hey, I got a ghost in my house. I need you to come in and do an investigation," right? And I
Yes.
don't know if you do this actively still anymore.
Yeah.
I wrote down. I'm taking a guess. What's the first thing you do when you go to that house? Like,
Well,
what's the first thing you check? Someone calls you up, Brandon, I got a ghost in my house.
there's
And then you're
there's
like, all right. I wrote down 3 things that I bet, and I want to see if
okay.
they match up. I'm gonna show you.
There's a whole process that happens before we get to that. But if you're talking
Yeah.
about when I first walk in the door, first thing I walk in is get their story. I get their
Mhm.
story. I find out where these happened in the home, and then okay, I might take some notes, or one of my people that are with me are going to take notes, and then what I'll do is I'll take a baseline reading through the whole house. We'll go through with I'm not going to go through the list of paranormal equipment that we use, but
Yeah.
we go through and we basically take readings of all the electromagnetic fields in the house and just everything in the whole area. And then that way we have somewhere to go off of. After I listen to their story, I do the tour, then we start setting up, the cameras and things like that. And then going to setting up recorders. There's a lot of process. There's a lot of stuff that we do. It takes a while. It's way more complicated than just going to a haunted location and throwing a REM pod on the ground and hollering, "Who's here with me?" You know what I
All right.
mean?
Well, I
There's
was
way
totally
more.
wrong, by the way. I was totally wrong. Here's what I thought for sure Brandon does. He tells him to check their plumbing, electrical, and pests
Oh,
before he
that's
wastes his time.
that happens before I even get there. That's
Okay.
before I even get there. I ask if there's pets, if there's children. Here's a nightmare scenario. You get there and you're in a third floor apartment, and they have people above them and below them, and on the sides. So there's so much
Right.
garbaging up your evidence that you're like,
Mhm.
it is really tough to come up with any solid evidence from there. But I've done it. I've done it to the
Yeah.
point where there was a lady and her daughter that would not stay in their house because they were getting scared in their bathroom. And after a couple nights, it actually took a few nights, we came to the conclusion that it was some Carol. And I asked her who Carol was. And here it was her mom.
Wow.
Didn't know any of that information until after we were done. And there's a lot more to it, but yeah. So the private
There's always a spirit in
investigations.
the damn bathroom, you know?
I know. Well, I mean,
It's
if you're a ghost, are you going to watch people shower? I mean, you
That's
know,
yeah,
I
yeah,
guess that's true.
you
That's
know.
true. They're
it's
probably a
true.
little bit creepy. So
Yeah.
Brent, you said you have people. So do you like working with a team? Do you find value in that, or do
Yes,
you like going
yes,
with yourself?
absolutely. If I'm doing a private investigation, and I have two different answers. If I'm doing a private investigation for someone who needs help in their home, I absolutely bring a team. Um, if I'm doing something, and I'll explain that a little bit too. But when I'm doing like a haunted location, I'm going to an insane asylum or something like that, I prefer to be either by myself or with one other person. And the reason that is because I learned that when we went to the Farrar. I held an event at Farrar back in 2021, and we had like 10 to 12 TikTok people there. And I learned from that and going to ISS or whatever the heck it's called in Indiana, um, that you have too many cooks in the kitchen and everybody wants to be the host. So you're kind of fighting over camera time instead of doing an investigation.
That's funny.
You know what I
Sure.
mean? Like
Yeah,
everybody
yeah,
wants
man.
to be the star of
We
the
want
show.
those likes. We want
Yep.
those
Yeah,
likes,
Yep.
fellas.
everybody wants to be the star, and I get it, I understand, but it really interferes with the investigation itself. So
Brandon, speaking of the Farrar house, I'm going to pronounce it the Farrar
Farrar,
School, Farrar
Farrar,
School.
yeah,
Now I've heard you talk about this before. Have you ever tried to figure out what that smoke monster was, or like done deeper
yes.
investigation into like
Um,
what is that entity, or what do you think it is?
well, it is. We originally thought that it was the principal. Those of you who don't know the story, real
Of
quick,
course, it's a principal. Of course, it's the principal.
Hold
right,
on, hold
right.
on. Brand, is this the floating head story?
No, that's
No,
a
no,
different one.
that's a
Well, I want
different
to
one.
ask you about that later.
Yeah, that's
Dude, I
That's a
have
that's
great
like
one. I remember you telling me that.
that floating
I've got the
head
picture of
one
that.
is that's like my title story right there.
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
got the
You got
picture of
to
that,
talk
Brandon.
about. Tell this one
If it's
first.
Yeah, but
And then-
we're all talking over each other. Brandon, go on. Tell us about this.
I'm gonna make it real short. We went to Farrar years ago, and I was with like the first team I was ever on. It was like one of the bigger teams. Anyway, we went there, and this was way before I went solo. We went there and we did an investigation. Half the team went to sleep, and half of us were up there doing a spirit box session. And I think this was right after. I think it was 2015 ish, in that ballpark, when the SB11 first came out. Like when it first came out, the spirit box, the SB11. Anyway,
Mhm.
so we were doing a sesh up there, and one lady, one girl, she was doing it, and she was holding it, and she started to get kind of, feel kind of icky and scared and whatever. And we just kind of blew it off as, well, you're a girl, blah blah blah, you're fine, you know. It was 2015. You could talk like that.
It was different then. It was
It
different
was
then.
a
Everybody.
different
Ghost
time.
hunters. It was
It was
before.
10
Right.
years ago. This is a different time.
We were
You
far
can't
more
talk like that
sexist
today.
as ghost hunters then.
Yeah, you can't talk like that today. But anyway, but then through the spirit boxes, we started getting warnings, and it started to get increasingly scary, to the point where they were telling us to hide, run and hide, and he's coming. And it said a couple names. It's been a long time. I don't remember exactly what the names are. But then all of a sudden, the back door flew open. Now, keep in mind, there's 8 people in there, 6 to 8 people in there, and the back door flew open to the auditorium. Everybody else is sleeping. Flew open, and this black mass came in that you could see in the dark. That's how dark this thing was. It was dark, and it kept getting bigger and bigger and coming closer. And as it got closer, it kept getting bigger and bigger. And we heard these roaring noises, like this. It was super scary. Like, you'd think it was a movie the way I'm explaining it, but it's super scary. Scared the hell out of all of us. Everybody took off running. At this point, the girl that was doing the session fell down in the fetal position and was totally ugly crying, just bawling her eyes out. Couldn't take it, scared to death, saw the thing, couldn't not handle it. Everybody took off. This thing is getting closer. By this time, it's about 10 feet away from us already. I picked her up, threw her over my shoulder, ran out the stairs, or out the hall, down the stairs. This is on the 3rd floor. Went down 2 flights of stairs, went outside. We all hung out there. Some people left, refusing to come back. And we waited out there for a good hour. I was shooken up. And then we ended up going back in 21, October of 21. It was the 8th through the 11th, I think. And there was Jen from Extreme Screams. She saw the dark entity that I saw, and she told me about it. And like an idiot, Ray from Nebraska Paranormal, who might be on the show eventually, he was recording me running out after it like a lunatic, trying to get at this thing that, well, I had like 4 or 5 years to build up courage to, go after this thing, and completely lost my mind and ran out towards it. Like, I don't know what I was going to do when I got to it, but,
For science.
Yeah. So that's what happened there. We did not. I didn't even get to see it when we went back. As far as what we think it was.
Oh yeah, sorry. Oh no.
I think it was. I don't think it was the principle like everybody thinks it is. I think it's something darker that holds spirits there. I think it's something that's guarding and preventing some of the spirits there from leaving.
Do you think, did you ever look at the history of this school? Like, did horrible things happen there? Did like kids die in a fire or some shit?
No,
or like, what's
and I try not to do that until after I get some solid evidence so that I can compare to it. I'm not one of those who does a lot of research before I get there, as far as details, because I like to pick them up on my own, because I don't want to pre-program that in my head. So when I'm listening to a spirit box, I know, let's say Peter was the principal, and because then you're gonna hear Peter. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Sure, that makes sense.
I try not.
It's the same thing. It's like, who's to say that Peter that's coming through is the same Peter that's the principal?
Exactly. So no. To answer your question, no, I did not. And I kind of didn't want to, because that's one of the places that I hold dear to my heart. And unfortunately, I don't think I'll ever get to go back, because now it's owned by Sam and Colby, and they changed everything. So,
wow.
So, you used to be able to go in there for $300, and now it's over 15. So, yeah, it's a completely different
clever.
Let me ask you something. It's over 15. Are there people there? Are you allowed to go, by yourself? Like, is it one of those things where there's always going to be living people in the building? And
not anymore. The people that used to own it, the woman's name was Nancy. Her and her husband and her dog used to live there, and they were there day in and day out. Because we would have to stop our investigations for half an hour or whatever, so she could let the dog out before they went to bed. So they were always there. Then they had it up for sale for a long time. I actually tried to buy it, but price tag was a little bit too high for me.
Sure.
And I did talk to Nancy and try to work negotiations, but she had another offer that was better. And anyway, long story short, it ended up going to some bank, bought it, and then Sam and Colby bought it. So
Right.
so they own it
Right,
now.
right.
So I mean, hey, if you want to meet Sam and Colby, they might be there if you want to go there.
What? So okay, that's a fascinating story of something you've done, and and it sounds like you were
Mhm.
doing that early on as you were working with early teams.
Yeah.
Now with the experience you've had, if you went to your dream location of an Alcatraz, how would you start that up? How would you start? Like, who would you bring with you? What would be the move?
I've got
What are you looking for? What are you hoping to see? What are you hoping to get? And how would you do it, man? To make
okay.
it like,
In
I'm gonna get my dream stuff.
a dream scenario would be
Yeah.
to have Jason Hawes, Steve, all the guys from Ghost Hunters come with me. We're talking dream, right? It's my dream. We're gonna go with it.
Yes, it's your dream, dude. This is your bucket list thing. How
I'm
do you
not.
want
I should be
how do you
looking
want
at
to
the chat
capture it?
right now. I don't know who's talking shit or not, but anyways, they're getting away with it because I can't see nothing.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about yourself.
So, anyway, yeah, it would be the Ghost Hunters, myself, and a few choice others that are unfamous, and I hope they stay unfamous because they're so good. And I don't know how they're not famous yet, but bless their heart, they're awesome.
Right.
We would all go there, and everything would be recorded. The whole thing would be like a big documentary. That would be my dream to make an Alcatraz documentary. Because I do know some of the stories from there, and who didn't play Call of Duty Alcatraz? I mean, come on, I already know the layout. You kidding me? I played that for 50 hours a week. You kidding me? That was great.
Right.
So
Right.
so I already know the layout of the place. But
And who's on the team? Is like with these people on the team, are they have the same skill set as you, or do you bring people with specialties? Is it like the A team, right? You got your demolition expert. You got your what is that? What does that look like?
Yeah, this goes back to the question where you said, do you want to go as a team? When I'm building a team, I'm very particular. I'm probably one of the pickiest guys ever. I test anybody that says they're a medium they go through the gamut of tests to see how good they are. And they have to be a certain quality to be on the team. I was blessed to have some amazing mediums through the years, and they're awesome. It is very hard to compete. You really need to have a medium on there because they can validate what you get through your equipment. So if you get something through your equipment, they can validate and say, yes, that person is right over there. They're looking at you. They're saying this and this and this. And then immediately after that, you get the same message through the spirit box. You can't top that. That is the best. That is rock solid, if you ask me.
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. So you got a medium.
Yep. You got a medium.
You got like a tech person.
Yep.
Like that's really good at that, right?
Yep. You got to have a tech person, somebody that knows how to hook everything up, how to do that, how to watch. You got to have somebody that's watching the cameras who knows what to look for. You got to have somebody that doesn't, they're not on the walkie-talkie telling you every time a piece of dust flies by, telling you there's an orb by you. You don't want that. You want somebody that knows what to look for and knows how to. And this is all stuff that I used to go through when I did the training. Just stuff to not be alarmed at and whatever. But so you need a tech guy, you need a medium, you need somebody, and you can be one of those people. You know what I mean? You don't have to hire out or do anything. If you want to do it, you can do that. But the problem is you can't watch the cameras and do the investigation at the same time.
Right.
So you got to have somebody do that. Let's see, what else do you need? That's basically it. But like when you're doing a private investigation, you want to do it in two different ways where the people that live there are gone, and then you want to do more when they're there. because it's a completely different investigation, especially if
Why would it become? Why does it make it different when they're there? What makes it different with them being there versus when they're not? If it's the spirits that are doing the
if the
shit.
person is not there, you are investigating the location. Okay. If the
Okay,
people are there, you're investigating them and their attachment to the spirit.
I see. Okay,
Because
okay,
if they have something that's attached to them, if they leave the house, the entity will leave the house. You see
I
where
see.
I'm going?
Okay, yeah,
So
I
if
do.
they're
Yeah,
gone,
Kind of the difference between a house and a home. You know,
kind of, yeah,
the home. The home. What's the home? The people in it.
yep, yep. So
okay.
that's how I look at it.
All
And
right.
and
No, that
and I
I
do
like it.
want to say I don't want to say, because some people call themselves a pro or whatever, an expert. I don't. I don't consider myself an expert. I don't believe there is such a thing in this field. I want to make that
I say it
perfectly
all the
clear.
time. I agree with them
Um,
John says all the
100%.
time.
I don't think there's any way that you can be a professional until you make that, journey, till you go through it. But that's I just wanted to make that clear. I don't want people thinking, oh, this guy thinks he knows
No, it's
everything.
cool.
No.
But look, it's like I look at look. I've been diving into this thing for a few months, and I've been talking to people who study it from UVA to the Psychical Research to the Forever Family Foundation to Arthur Finley School, and like all these people who study, right? And really, what it comes to, and all of them who they all are open minded because they all are like, what are we talking about? We don't know what it is. Here's what we
Right.
think it is based on our years of experience. And
Yep.
that's how you sort of could tell the difference between somebody who is and who isn't.
Right.
Um, in my opinion, right? So, like, just as what I'm learning and what they're saying, so they can only rely on the evidence they've gathered from some of these people have been doing this shit for like 40 years, and
Right.
they have thousands of case files. And it's like,
Mhm.
well, this is what I have discovered and seen, and here's how I break down things. And I enjoy that, and you got to respect it. And that's what they've seen. I
Right.
wasn't there, so I don't know what it is, right? So, Brandon, you talk a lot about the tech of it all, and I feel like is that important to you, the tech, and how has it advanced in your years of doing this?
Well, when I first started, there wasn't much to it other than your voice recorder, EMF detector, and your basic little, before the official REM pod came out. I mean, I don't know if John knows about these, but they used to have just little boxes with a little
Look
antenna that would real
at 'em. Yeah.
flimsy, and they would
Yep.
break every time you drop them, so you're
And,
constantly buying new ones.
dude, we
But
would we would modify theremins. The musical instrument.
Theremins, yeah.
Back in the day, and those things were so flimsy. Sometimes they'd break when we were bringing them to a location.
sure,
It's yeah.
yeah. So the advancement in technology is phenomenal, and
Big
and
time.
the toys that they have now, and I call them toys. Don't take that as disrespect, but they're
No, that's all right.
toys. Um,
We're big kids, and they're the toys.
yeah,
I'm gonna
yeah.
say something about all tech that will be disrespectful to many. But go ahead. I'll tell you what my feelings are. I'm gonna say.
But when it comes to there, there's a big discussion as far as the app situation and this and that. And I'm not against apps. I kind of I like them. As long as you're not believing every word that comes out of it. I'm totally okay with it. We all have our own journey. We all have our own process of learning. So if the apps is your thing and you're digging it, fucking go for it. You know what I mean? Um,
Look, here's how I look at it. This is, and again, take it from this noob, right, who doesn't know anything. But it's like I look at things like, and I was telling this to John. I was like, look, if how do I start this? I'll try to make it not too long. But it's if a carpenter messes up your renovation, you're not going to blame his hammer, right? You're going to
right,
blame him.
right,
And so that's the first thing, right? So I look at all of the gadgets and the tech, from witch sticks, which are metal hanger rod, those dowsing rods, to that what's
Wait, wait.
that ovulus thing that you have that's like $600, John. That thing that's like,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
look at it all as tools because here's the thing, fellas, I'm gonna tell you this straight up. If we actually created a device or an app that can talk to the dead, the world as we know it would be changed forever. It would be bigger than Apple and Nike. It's
right,
not.
right,
But I do believe in people, and I believe in intuition, We all have it, right? We all have a vibe, right? Like you walk in, if a guy walks into a bar, John, I've heard you say this too. Guy walks in a bar, gives you a bad vibe, right? Or you meet somebody you like, you got a good connection. There's something there, right? And
Mhm.
much like, everyone could throw a baseball, but there's only a handful of us that could, or a handful of, not us, I'm not one of them, that could throw it at 98 miles an hour, right? I think intuition is that same thing where
Mm.
there are a handful of people who it's heightened. And maybe that is what mediumship is, right? And they're connecting to something on a different level. So with that, it's like, look, I turn on these apps, I get dick. I get the same old thing that everybody gets of leave, get out,
Right. Right.
why am I here?
Right.
It's all that stuff. But
Right.
I've watched John do it,
Right.
and it's been,
And
I get
John
chills
gets,
when I think about it.
hey, and
It's
I'm
specific. So, and he doesn't like it when I say it, Brandon, but it's like, I'm like, dude, you're like some kind of medium.
I'm
And
not a
he makes
medium,
the dad
bro.
joke. He
no.
makes the dad joke of he's a
If
double
if I
XL.
can
And
if I
it's
can
like,
touch on that just for a second, what people, I like to include myself in that category as
you
someone who
should,
has
because I've seen some stuff of yours, and it's crazy what
as
you've got.
what I like to call it is like we're a paranormal beacon. I've been saying that for about, I don't know, 7 years now. But it's the ghosts or spirits, if you will, see us as like a lost ship looking for land, and they see the beacon, the light beacon, and they come towards it, because they know that that beacon is someone who is willing to listen to them, willing to hear them out, willing to give them any help that they can. And here's one tip that I really like to stress to people that don't know me, um, and that just go out and do this, is when you're doing a paranormal investigation, you're not just helping the family. You can help the family by helping the spirit get what it wants, what it needs, where it needs to go. Because if you can do that, if you can help the spirit's not going to be there to harm the family, to scare the family. They're going to be gone.
Yeah.
And the
That's an
family
interesting
doesn't have to
perspective
worry
on it.
about it.
That's an
Huh?
interesting perspective. John, how does that fit into you? Have a slightly different perspective on this. How would you compare your
Well, first off, my perspective is only different because I don't even view myself as an investigator or a hunter. I view myself as a documenter. So I actually, and people have judged me on this plenty of times. I've been in situations where I've refused to help the spirit, where I'm just like, all right, I'm just here to listen, hear what's going on with the spirit, what it's doing, especially if it's in a place where no one's getting hurt or no one's getting bothered.
Mhm.
There was, I don't know, last summer, I believe it was, where that circumstance changed for me, where I went from documentation to actually having to get proactively involved. And that's where a place I go, we call the pre-war burial ground. We came across an entity that the spirits called the smoke. And interesting enough, in the woods, there's a little clearing and people walk their dogs. It's like a nice little dog walking area around the burial ground. And there's like a little campfire set up. People that hang out back there were getting harassed by something they nicknamed the creature. And this thing, these aren't paranormal people. These aren't people who even think about this stuff. These are normal, everyday people, that, have no interest in the paranormal whatsoever. And they're actually being harassed by an entity back there. So I actually had to get proactively involved because they came to me right on the stream and they're like, hey, man, you're the guy that talks to the spirits. This is what's going on to us here. And I'm like, well, it's funny because we're dealing with this entity that the spirits are calling the smoke. So I actually had to get involved and actually dig into it and, try to help it. So it was interesting. But I do listen, if you're going for investigations and hunting and a family contacts you, you want to help them. You
Right.
definitely do. That is
Right.
something you want to do 100%.
Right.
So
I'm not
eh,
saying if they have something evil, you're trying to give it what it wants. That's not what I'm saying at all.
yeah, exactly, exactly.
If it's something evil, you're looking to cut the ties with the family at the bare minimum, and at best case scenario is to shun it from the house. Best case
Well,
scenario, if you can.
if
A
you
lot of
can,
times,
it failed.
you can't do it, and you have to seek
Yeah,
outside help.
it's true.
Brandon? Have you ever, I heard you tell a story about like the first experience you had, And as you're saying, you like to think you're one of those people. I believe that you probably are, one of those people who is a little more intuitive than most. And when it comes to the story of Philip for you, as that when you were a kid,
Yeah.
and now have you ever gone back to try to figure out
I
what
haven't gone back
Philip was?
haven't gone back to the house. I have found out through some further research that Philip was an. I'm trying to get the story right now. Philip was a guy that was associated with the house apparently, and I can't remember if he owned the house before them, but I didn't find this out until like last year. Like I just found this out. I thought Philip was just a name that my step grandfather made up to scare the kids into being good. You know what I mean?
Right.
Don't do that or Philip's gonna get you. He would say that
Yeah.
all the time.
How the hell did he know Philip? That's the question.
And
Like, what
that's
do
a
you think?
good
How do you think he knew?
question. I think he made it up. I really think up until last year, I thought he made it up, and it was just a scary story. It was a boogeyman story to keep the kids in line. But when I was a kid, there was something there, and I kept calling him Philip.
I see.
So,
Interesting.
so he may have adopted that persona. He's like, fine, I'll be Philip. Talk to me. You know, I'll call me whatever you want, as long as you're willing to, if you can hear
Real
me.
quick, I want to interject to what he's saying. And I love the fact that you use those words, adopt a persona, because spirits do that all the time. But in that scenario, another person would turn around and be like, oh, maybe it was something that got created. Well, I think we touched on this on one of the with our past guests, where
Yeah.
an entity gets created,
Have you heard of the
for whatever
phrase?
reasons.
Have you heard of the
What
phrase
was
an
it called?
egregore? An
Yes,
egregore.
an
Egregore.
egregore.
So
You know,
so Brandon, where John and I are from, Westchester, New York. There's it's a wildly haunted place. But Washington Irving made one of the counties very famous at Sleepy Hollow, right? So you have probably the only true American monster is the headless horseman. That's right from where we grew up.
Okay.
Now, a consciousness of the one of the things about the headless horseman is, did Washington Irving get his inspiration from a supposedly true story of a Hessian German soldier getting his head blown off locally in White Plains, which is where John frequents a lot?
Mhm.
Or is it an egregore, which is the collective consciousness, because the story spread, has built this manifestation of this spirit, right? Which is like,
Like
see,
Mothman.
like the Mothman. So it's really interesting, all these different perspectives. But I like how Brandon literally went to exactly what I would think also is, you know what? There was something already there. And it's like, oh, Philip, I can be Philip,
Yeah.
an easier way to,
Right.
now
get in there.
you
And this
said
is,
you
this
heard
is
there
when you
was a
were a
Philip.
child, correct?
Yes, I was 7
Yeah.
years old.
Wow. Wow. 7
Yeah,
years old.
and
Wow. Okay.
listen, we all know that children and old people are the worst when it comes to being scary. If the movies have taught us nothing,
Right.
children and the elderly are
Right.
straight up the worst. But
Yeah.
but you looked up, you said you looked into this, and you think there was a Philip associated with this property
Yeah,
somewhere.
yep. And I come to find out that there was actually, and again, I just found this out last year, that and I'm well into my late 40s. Okay. But
I'm older, buddy, so it's all right.
so this is quite some time ago when I was 7. But anyway, I found out that there's actually a supposedly a rocking chair that was owned by Philip that is still in the house or in some sort of property that was associated with um well, my, I guess you would call them step grandparents that used to live there. So
Yeah,
somewhere there
rocking
was this
chairs are by
rocking.
far the scariest chair. Is there a
Yeah,
scarier chair than the rocking chair? It moves by itself. I mean, come on,
yeah.
everybody knows
So
it, and of
so
course they kept it.
so rumor has it that that is Philip's chair. I don't. I've been trying to get it now since I heard about it, but let's just say it's in possession by the person that possesses it is not willing to let it go. So I have to wait.
The
Yeah.
So it
weight.
looks like you like collecting this stuff. I'm looking behind you. So that chair,
I
you
was
have it,
just about to get into
and
that. I want to
and
switch
he's
this
got a
up real
bunch.
quick.
Yeah, I
I
mean, I
want
want
to
to talk
switch
about
this
all
whole
this
thing up
stuff.
real quick.
Yeah.
All right,
What's
listen,
going on? So tell me about your haunted
Brandon,
items and crystals and all that stuff. What's going on there?
tell us about the auctions, man.
Oh, well,
Tell us
all
about
right.
the auctions because this
All right.
dude's got some cool stuff that he auctions
And
off.
a couple,
yes,
let's see.
real quick, Brandon, let me just tell the people, right? If you want
Yeah.
to find Brandon, he's got his handle up there at Real Ghost Hunter One, but he's going to start selling his stuff. You know, he's got crystals for sale and other stuff at Real Ghost Hunter 1.0 on TikTok. That's where his shop is.
That's where I'm
Real
trying to do
Ghost
it.
Hunter 1.0 is where he's going to move everything to. Okay. But yes, Brad, tell us about this stuff that you're selling. I've even seen your
All
co-host
right.
Ray opening boxes of cool ass skulls and shit. I
Yeah.
think it is cool, but
So
is there
I
a
do.
belief system behind what you do? Let's hear it.
Absolutely, there is. Absolutely, there is. Now, all right. If we're talking about the sales part of what I do, that started off with strictly oddities. Oddities, quote. I used to sell things that I would get off of haunted eBay just to see. You know, I would buy mystery boxes and open it up
What
and
did he
see
say?
you know, what is there anything to it? Is there, you know, I would test it out, and there's been a few shocking things that I've gotten. So it's not
Wow.
all, you know, hokey crap. I mean, there is some stuff that
Sure.
is out there. Um, so it used to be just straight oddities, and I did that for a long time. And it was like once every 2 weeks, I would, you know, sell off a couple things here and there. And then people started, then it kind of took a turn when people would see that I had a crystal collection and they'd want to see it. Well, that turned into, hey, can I buy that from you? And I'm like, you know, whatever. And then they keep harping on me. And eventually I'd sell a couple pieces. Well, then word got out that I was doing that too. So fast forward to now, every Friday night, I'm selling tons of crystals. I got tons of them. I mean,
What is it?
now,
What's the deal with crystals?
well,
What's the thing?
it started off with the whole spiritual thing. I was deep into protection and cleansing and all of that. And that goes hand in hand with paranormal investigation. You should have protection. You should have ways to cleanse yourself and to get rid of some of that, so your paranormal hangover isn't as bad afterwards. And if you don't know what that is, I can go into that too. But it's basically your body recovering from all the stress from the investigation and any influences that may or may not have happened during. So your body is trying to make up for that the
So a
following day.
crystal is like a ghost condom
Well,
to keep you from getting spiritual
I'm
AIDS.
not sure I'm doing the same thing with ghosts that you are, but
Not yet. It's not cheating if it's with the ghosts, Brandon, by the way. But go
well,
ahead. No. Okay. So there's a belief system, right, in spirituality with crystals that it is a protective thing. That's what, like, is it, do different crystals do different things? Is it the bigger
yeah,
the crystal, the better the protect? Is that what
not
you're,
not
is that the
necessarily.
idea?
Not necessarily.
No.
Bigger isn't always better when it comes to crystals. You know, a smaller one will do the same thing as a larger one. It all depends on how paranoid you are, you know, and what you think you need. To be brutally honest, a lot of people buy crystals just because they're pretty. You know, so I gotta have that too. I gotta have the pretty stuff
Right.
just so if they come in, they want the pretty stuff. For instance, I got stuff that's
Right.
not so pretty. Here's something right here. Here's a garnet Medusa. You know, it's just, you know, just
Sure.
I mean, I got a little bit of
It's
everything.
just cool.
Yeah,
Right. It's just cool stuff.
yeah.
Now, are those dolls haunted behind you?
It depends on which ones you're talking about. But I do have. This is Adam. If you don't know Adam, if you've watched any of my, if you let's see, my most viral video, I think it's my most viral video, was where I was going through this portal box and running the SB11 through it, and I was asking. I played a song. I played "Tiptoe Through the Tulips" for Adam.
Was that in the attic?
No, that I
No?
did it in the attic, but this was down here, right where we're sitting, right here. That
Okay.
this is where it happened here, and he said, no, I'm sorry, that wasn't here. Where was that? Anyways, it was with that portal box. Adam was there. And he said, "Fuck that, fuck this." And I don't know if I can say that on your podcast.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you're good.
That's fine. It's
Yeah, but he kept saying "fuck this" and "fuck that" and it went
We're
all
live,
crazy.
dude. So it's
As a
it
matter
is
of
what it is.
fact, let me just put this out there because and it was so good that apparently Sam and Colby got a hold of it and used it on their YouTube channel. And of course, didn't even tag me in it, but whatever. You know, I'm still a little bitter about that, but whatever.
I would be.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know, they get
We'll
paid
find out
big
how
money
many
for that.
video views that has and go get your residuals, boy.
Go
Right?
get
You
those
know what I'm
residuals.
saying?
But whatever, you know, you can't argue with them. You know, it is they're too big now. So, but anyway, so yeah, so
And
Adam,
so
I
are
do
their
believe was
wallets.
haunted. This is not. This was a gift. This Chucky was a gift from my kids for one of my birthdays.
That's great.
So yeah,
But
That's
you know
awesome.
what's funny? But what's funny is too. The scariest story I heard Brandon tell was about teaching his teenage daughter how to drive. As you know, I just did the same thing, John, and it was like, you know, it's totally visceral, the biggest fear you can ever have.
The biggest
Yeah.
fear, huh?
You know,
Yeah.
Brandon, we've got a question in the chat that speaks to these items here. I'm gonna ask it, and we can show it. But it says my question for Brandon is: when you get an attached item, how do you know for sure that when they say their name from the attachment, it's really who you're speaking to, like your doll Adam? She probably watches you.
Right. But that's a
Does that make
great point.
sense?
Yes, absolutely. I know exactly what they're talking about. Thank you for whoever asked that. That was a great question.
Karina.
Thank you, Karina. When you are, and it goes to something that I've been talking about for a long time. Someone gets a haunted doll. How do you prove that it's actually the doll that's talking? How do you prove that it's not just some random entity that happened to scroll or follow you through the door that day? You don't know. You don't know if it's actual doll that's just because you have the camera on that doll doesn't mean that that's the one that's talking. You know what I mean? Because
Sure.
I believe that we all have attachments. I believe that at all times we have any number of attachments because I feel that the spirits that are around us do miss what they had when they were alive and they want to feel that again. They want to experience that again. So
I
if you're
use that
doing,
in my warning all the time,
you know,
Brandon.
if
All the
you're
time, dude.
if you're doing something, you're cooking out on the grill, they love that. They love that. They're gonna be there watching you, hanging out with you. That doesn't mean that they're gonna haunt you. That doesn't mean they're gonna pull your hair when you're sleeping. That doesn't mean they're gonna choke you. It just means they're watching you. Let it go. Who cares? They're gonna leave when they get bored. They come and go. We all have attachments from time to time, whether we want to admit it or not. So back to Adam being haunted. I firmly believe I am like 100% that there is something attached to the doll. I'm not saying there's something in the doll, and I think there's a big difference there.
Big difference.
I don't
Wow,
believe
okay.
that there's anything that's trapped, quote unquote, trapped in the doll. I think it's something that liked it at one point, probably from Germany, because that's where he came from. And something that just traveled with him, with it.
Well, you've also done multiple sessions.
Right.
It's not
and
like
I've
you have
done
like one or two
oh,
sessions. You've done multiple
hundreds.
sessions with
hundreds. And the word Adam keeps coming through. The same voice keeps coming through. You know, you got the same voice, the same name, the same asshole attitude. Because he's I'm sorry, dude, but you're kind of a prick. And that's why we get along. That's why we get along. You know, because you know, I can be a prick too, and I'm the first to admit it. When someone is disrespectful, I don't sugarcoat anything to them. So after repeated the same responses over years, I've had him for what, 4 to 5 years now, and when it's always the same, that means that there's something there. There's something there.
Yeah, personality. When there's
We've
personality there.
We've got about 5 minutes left, and in that 5 minutes, Brandon, you have to tell us the story.
Brandon, can I show the picture?
What's
Are
that?
you cool? Can I show the picture of your floating head? Are you okay?
Oh,
with that?
you have it?
Oh, you have it?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I
You can wait, but don't do it until I cue you, and then I'll show it. Right. Show it after I tell the story, and I'll try to
tell the story.
You got
this
5 minutes.
Great story, everybody.
It's a 15-minute story, but I'll make it short.
No. Yeah, let's hear it. And I'll show it.
So I'm doing a tour. I used to do tours for the public. And what that means, it's not just a haunted tour. This is a grave site. This is this. No, you would come in and investigate with me. And this was, I was part of a team, but I was the one who ran it all the time. And I'd have maybe anywhere from 8 to 24 people at a time. And this place was called Bootleggers Bar in Greenville, Wisconsin. If you know, you know. If you don't, now you do. So it was closed at the time. Believe it or not, this place is open right now, but I'll get to that. So we were doing it and for the public investigation, and we were down in the basement. Down in this basement, they had a crematorium. This place was a funeral home at one time, and they cremated a lot of bodies down there. And right around the corner from that, there's this intersection, I call it, at the bottom of the stairs, where we all sat and we would do spirit box sessions. And we were doing an SB7 or SB11 spirit box session. Here's the SB11 in case anybody cares. Anybody wants to know what I'm talking about when I say SB11, it's this. Okay, you can get them on Amazon for like 180 bucks. Anyway, we were doing a session at the bottom of the stairs. I'm sitting there, I'm talking shit because it's kind of slow. I'm just trying to entertain everybody that's there because they paid to be there. So I'm talking and I'm trying to get a rise out of them, or whatever. And then all of a sudden, 2 girls across from me stand up, frantic, pointing at me, and they're saying, Brandon, behind you, look behind you. I turned my head. I didn't even get halfway, and I saw something there. And I kind of did one of these, and I turned around. There was a floating head above me. No body, no nothing, a head. Now, let me explain this to you. When I saw it, it's slightly different than the picture, but it's similar. But when I saw it, it didn't look like the traditional transparent ghostly head. It was like dripping. Like it was kind of gross looking. So by the time I looked back, some of the people that were near the stairs had already got out of their chairs and were running. They're running up the stairs. And I grabbed the last couple people that were there and I escorted them up the stairs fairly quickly, because I didn't want to address the head, with everybody there. I wanted to get everybody out before I went down and addressed that. Not that I knew exactly what I was going to do anyway, but we went outside, sat there for a little while till people calmed down. Some people left, of course, understandably.
Yes, the smart ones.
Now we went back in after about an hour. We went upstairs instead. So opposite of main floor, we were in the basement when that happened. We went upstairs. So there was a floor in between us. We're up there, and one girl, we're doing something. And the girl says, "Oh, I gotta check what time it is," because I make everybody turn their phones off, okay, during this. So she's like, "Is it okay if I check my time?" I'm like, "Yeah." So she turns her phone on and she looks at it, drops her phone and screams. I'm like, "What the hell is going on?" Everybody's looking like, "What the fuck?" And she's like, "Oh my God, oh my God." And it was one of the 2 girls that stood up and warned me, came over, ran over and showed this image on her phone of this thing.
Is that my cue?
And she says, yes. She says, "This is what we saw over your shoulder. Look." So go ahead and post it up. This is the picture that she showed me.
Give me 1 second. Let me get this.
I bet you those people got their money's worth.
Hell yeah, they did.
Hell yeah, they did.
All right.
You
So
know
this and so this is what you're seeing. Okay.
This is it right now. Brandon, can you see my cursor on here?
Yes,
I know it's small. Are these eyes here?
Yes.
Is this the hand right here?
Yes.
Dude,
So
fuck this.
So what you're seeing is you're seeing him
Look at this, John.
standing here like this with his hand out like this. Like, ta-da!
Yeah, like this.
He's
Look at
standing
this.
there. You can see his head, his shoulder right here, and his arm, and his hand is kind of like, how do I put it here so that you can see me? His hand is like this.
I can see it, dude. It's
you can
pretty
see
clear.
the thumb and individual fingers.
And what's wild about this whole thing too, and I stress this in my live streams all the time, the bane of the paranormal is audio pareidolia and visual pareidolia. They're just 2 insane things. And one way you can tell that this is not visual is the detail, the hand, the shoulder, the everything about it is just, there's just so much detail to it
You can see
that, you know,
everything. The ear. You can
yeah,
even see the ear, the
yeah,
nose,
Dude, this
everything.
is
it's great.
nuts.
So
It's
this
nuts,
is
bro.
what that head is
It's a good one.
very similar picture, a little bit
Yeah.
drippier, but that's what I saw on over my shoulder. Now tell me, her phone was off. Okay? Get this. The picture was time stamped that it was taken at 11:04 when her phone was off and we were downstairs in the basement right before we came up.
Wow.
That's wild. That's wild. I mean, that's cool. I mean, it's just like
That's
truly
cool.
unexplained is wild.
That's
Right?
cool.
I mean, that's like you
Yeah.
get something really great.
Yeah.
Thank you for Brandon. Thank you for letting us share that. I mean, it's really
Yeah.
it's cool, man. I mean,
Yeah.
that's cool. That's the kind of stuff that
And-
we're all like. That's the kind of thing. I mean, look, I like to think like that's we're all trying to figure out what the hell that is.
I
right?
have been to
Like,
that
what-
place several times after.
Now, is
So,
it known?
Brandon, what do
well,
you,
you said
what
it's
do
known
you
for.
think
Sorry,
that
go ahead.
is? What do
I
you
think-
think that is?
Well, originally, now that I've had years and years to think about it,
Hmm.
Originally I thought it was a demon. Originally,
Okay.
first thought in my mind, but I think at the time, and I've grown since then. You know, it's been 10 years. I believe that it wasn't something that was intentionally trying to scare us. It was something that was just happened to be gross looking, but I don't think that's their fault. I think something happened to them that
Dude,
made
ugly
them
people in
gross.
life are not
Like,
necessarily scary. They're just ugly. You
Disfigured,
can't help it.
something
Yeah.
disfigured this poor soul, and it was looking to either possibly get help, possibly get some attention, possibly just to tell its story, saying, hey, something happened to me. I want you to know that I'm still around. Can you imagine, you know, dying and then not going to heaven or whatever you believe, and you're stuck on earth and nobody can see you, nobody can talk to you, nobody can hear you, and then all of a sudden, years go by, and there's this one guy who can hear you? Can you imagine how overwhelming that must be to them?
Exciting. And
You know?
and that's the other thing too. What about, you know, what if, you know, that spirit is so excited and it manifested from that excitement and it just
Right.
ended up looking like that.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Manifestations are
Exactly.
interesting. So
And
yeah,
that's-
dude.
And that's where I think experience comes into play as far as understanding. So and then you've got you've got what we just talked about, and then you've got people that think they got demons in their house because their light flickers. Okay, so there's a whole
Yeah.
different
I know.
spectrum of
The D, listen, I unblocked it, but for the longest time I had the D word blocked in
Yeah.
my live stream because it's
Yeah.
just ridiculous
right.
with the amount of everything is a demon.
Right.
No, there's no such thing as angry humans, let alone
Yeah, right.
angry spirits,
just,
right?
They're just
We're
asshole
all just
ghosts.
happy.
That's right.
Yeah.
They were an asshole in life. They're an asshole in afterlife.
Exactly.
I just started this whole process, and I told John the other day I got my first like Jesus fan trying to convert me to stay away from demons on my tree. I was like, John, I did it. I've achieved. I've arrived. I got my first. You know,
Yeah.
don't fall into the thing of
You
demons.
deal with them a lot,
which is-
unfortunately.
It's a
Which
damn
is-
shame you guys are your podcast is so short. I think you should go longer.
We
I'd
can,
love to
all right,
sit
so we
here-
got. Well, listen, Brandon. Look, John. I got a couple minutes actually. If you can
Oh,
stay,
we
or
can,
do you
we
have
can
to
go
jump?
on for another 5.
We can go
I
for
have
another-
another 5 minutes, and then I gotta
So,
unfortunately
look,
go.
Brandon, I don't have.
Yeah.
You know, I got one
Well,
more thing that I'll
okay.
close out with, but I know you had some questions, Brandon. What did
Yeah.
you said you want to talk? Go for
Yeah.
it, dude. This has been really fun, by the way. I've had a
Yeah.
good time
I think
with
so.
you here. This is really great.
I think so. I love talking in depth. You know, I was really afraid that I was going to come in and you guys are just going to be like, so what places have you been to? What
No,
I'm
bullshit.
no, dude. Listen, I'm not interested in the Wikipedia version
Right,
of Brandon
right,
Kramer. I want to know
right.
what I want to hear your
Fun.
perspective on it. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand And what this podcast is hopefully doing by talking to a variety of different people
Okay.
is what are spirits and what they look at, right? And we do these lives because I want to get more of this crowd, this influencer crowd, from a different perspective for the pre-recorded ones. And if we can do it, it feels very fun. And to keep it high and tight. But go ahead, you take the show here. What do you want to know?
Real quick,
want to ask John?
I just wanted to say that the reason that I think that I got so I was fortunate. I got on TikTok pretty close to right away before all of this. Now there's thousands and thousands of paranormal people on there. I got on. There were 6.
So many.
There were 6. You know.
Yeah.
Anyway, but what sets me and what I like to claim as a difference between me and everybody else is the one thing I like to do is when I believe in something, I try to go the extra mile to explain it to people as to why I think that way. I'm not just pushing what I say, you just believe me because I said it. No, I'm going to explain to you why I think that way and maybe shed some light on something like the whole. Nothing annoys me more than you see a paranormal investigator telling the spirit to go to the light.
I can't stand that.
Don't even get me started. Because if the light was there, they would see it. They don't need your
dude.
They don't need you to tell them. A bright light, they're going to notice. They're going to notice it. They're going to check it out.
I take it a step further with them. I take it a step further. I straight up say, hey, what if that light is some sort of interdimensional entity that feeds off our human energy? Like you're gonna send little Sally Joe there,
right?
You know, like, are you kidding me?
Well,
you know,
and that might be where my religious belief comes in to believe that that's probably not the case. But if it was, wow, you know what I mean? But the whole there, I could talk for an hour about my icks of what people do during a paranormal.
Oh, dude, we can make we could talk for, they're very similar.
I claim no negative energy. Go fuck yourself.
Yo, yeah, that's the best.
Whatever. But, you know, I get why they're doing it. I get it. And I'm Catholic, but I get it. But you're just
we were both raised Catholic as well. John and I were both raised Catholic.
We're both raised Catholic.
We're probably more atheists now, but
you're drawing attention unnecessarily to yourself. So, instead of the opposite, and you know what I mean, you're not helping yourself out when you put that comment in.
Oh, 100%, 100%.
So, anyways, that being said, now back to because John, goddamn it, I don't know what happened, but we used to be tight, man. I don't know what happened. I used to come to your lives all the time. You must have went through something and unfollowed everybody.
Dude. And do you want to know
I'm
what
like,
I went
what the hell? What did I do? You know?
Yo, listen, it was nothing that anybody did. The problem is that, you know, these fake accounts that pop up and they claim to do tarot readings. They claim to do, contact your loved ones.
Yeah.
Dude, if you go on TikTok right now, search Santa Paranormal and click users, you will see 50 of them.
Oh, wow.
So one of the big things I did is I unfollowed everybody so I can just tell my people, hey, listen, this is before I had 1 million followers too. I was like, hey, guys, I follow no one, and I will never message you. Do not fall for the scams. They're still doing it to this day, you know. But it's now I'm following people because it didn't stop. It's been 2 years of it, and it's just relentless. Yeah. It was nothing anybody did. I still like everybody. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Because I see you poke your head into lives every once in a while, and I'm like, I always wonder every time. I'm like, John, what the hell did I ever do to piss you off?
Nah, you did nothing to me, man. You're good, yo. You're good.
So,
dude, we started this podcast together. It took him a few months to finally follow it. I'm like, dude, can you please follow it? This is yours. It's not the same. Can you? So it's like it's not a personal. And he's still getting people. And Brand, just so you know, I mean, look, he's still getting people that come in there and they look for the littlest thing. We're not on TikTok right now for a reason with this live because the things we talk about, someone will use against him to knock him off. And
to get me banned.
That
still happens.
He just got banned a couple weeks ago on TikTok for something of the spirit that always like calls people assholes, called me an asshole. Like it's in this one spot, has this one personality, and it said it, and someone said they were bullied.
Yep.
Really? Not a joke. They complained.
Wow.
Knocked right off.
And I know I still remember, like, just to prove that I remember the whole meow thing. Okay.
Hell yeah, we still got the meow thing going.
Got that. Now I always thought
I'm a dog person.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm a dog person too. I got 5 of them.
Yeah.
But I had no idea it was actually related to cats. If it
Yeah.
is,
It is.
I totally thought it was just women being frisky in your life. I totally did not. Right
Oh,
up
man.
until
You flatter
like
me, Brandon.
today.
You flatter me.
I
No,
thought
it's
that's
cats.
what it was.
It's
Because
cats,
people,
man.
No.
because all your
You know
people
what?
would
It's
come
it's
into my live and they would say, "Hey, meow, Brandon." I'm like, "Okay, you're from Santa, you know, whatever."
Yeah.
And you know, and I'm like, and I always thought they were just being frisky with John. That's what
isn't
I
it
Yeah.
thought.
great? Brandon thought it was about pussy, and it's actually
No, it's about
I didn't
straight up.
say that.
about real
That's
pussy.
funny, though.
I didn't say
I'm not
that.
that good looking of a guy.
It's about real. It's really
Yeah.
about cats.
That's
It's really
what I
about
said.
All right,
Hey.
so where it came from, just real quick, where it came from is every now and then at a ghost tube, you get the original ghost tube, not Vox. You get, it repeats the same shit over and over and over. And one phrase that's always said is make a noise, ooh. So I would say, whoop, whoop, welcome to Chili's, every time it said it. And it started off as a joke, just so people would kind of ignore the same shit that's coming out all the time. Because again, going back to these spirit boxes, the digital spirit boxes, the apps, they have to be taken with a grain of salt. I say it all the damn time. Can't take every little sound, syllable, and word for something. Because, dude, it's insane. A spirit will say, I don't know, what's something, I'm trapped here. And then all of a sudden, people are coming up with scenarios of why the spirit's trapped. And it's like, for all we know, a spirit, got its foot caught on a root. You get what I'm saying? Like, it could be anything. So, but that's where that comes from, the whole meow club. So, yeah. That's funny, man. That's great, dude.
How I would think that, though, right?
Yeah, no, listen,
of course.
It's logical thinking.
Of course, it's cooler that way.
That's
hey,
funny.
I tried to give you credit, man. You should have just sucked that up and been like,
that's smart. He should have.
Yeah,
he should have.
Yeah.
Listen,
and dude, Brandon, Brandon, another thing I want to touch on what you said real quick, dude. Isn't it insane how many people are now just out there, on not just TikTok, YouTube, everything, dude. It's insane. It's like, I remember, think about it. When I came onto the scene, doing this for social media wise, I can remember you. Okay. I can remember Howie, RIP.
Yeah.
The very controversial Paranosis.
Right.
They
actually came quite a bit later, but yeah, they were earlier than all the big mass that came in.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. And now all of a sudden it's just like everybody is just that's like my big regret with cemeteries, dude. Like, and I feel partially responsible. When I started doing those cemetery walks, I felt like Gizmo, like someone threw water on me and I fucking multiplied, insane, dude. And I mean, some of them were good, but others, it's just like, ugh.
Dude, did you see? But totally off point. But we had Chris. Did you see Chris Netzel's video from a couple days ago?
Yeah,
dude,
I know Chris, but I didn't see it.
Dude, he puts this.
Great video.
We had Chris on. It's it really looks like something's walking. It's not like a smoke or a thing. It looks walking.
Oh no,
that
went right by him.
I think
I get chills.
by him. I think I saw that on his TikTok. I think I saw that on his TikTok.
Yeah. If it were me, I would have been like shooting and running at it,
right?
Because I know he's packing. He is because it was a really good.
But and I don't know.
He's a lot of fun.
I'm assuming Chris has been doing it for a while. I don't know him really well, but I know him. And I like him.
He's a cool dude.
But it goes to show like how numb we become to activity after a while. When something big happens, sometimes it's not big to us anymore. Now because you keep looking for bigger and more and better and try to get so when a REM pod goes off or heaven forbid a goddamn cat ball.
Cat balls.
That excites a lot of people. Not me. It does nothing for me.
Right.
But, dude, you breathe on those cat balls the right way and they're going off.
Yeah.
And they're so, dude, I stopped using cat balls after I bought like a bulk of 100 and none of them worked. They all came defective. And I'm like, this is not, I'm done with these, like it's,
I look,
cat balls are one of
from
those things that are, what's the best word for it?
garbage.
Pseudo evidence, if you will. I mean, is that the best way to say it? It's like,
yeah.
Here's the thing. Look, the thing I value the most as someone who's new to all this, honestly, is, and John, I've said this to you 100 times, is personality. When he's getting words and phrases that are not, there's not only a clear call and response several times with specific information, things that are not generic, right? But there's a personality to it.
Yeah.
There's a tone of voice. The words used are that I find really wild. Like that's what I watch for what he does. But look, now I do have to call it a day. Brandon, this was a lot of fun. I hope you had fun.
I did.
Yo, thank you. Brandon, thank you for doing this, man. I appreciate it.
So many more. We're just getting started here. We have there's so many other things. I have a lot of questions I didn't get to, so which is only good because we want to keep the people wanting more, and we want to have you back. So that's really the reason for it.
There you go.
So I really thank you. I really thank you for your time and taking the time to do it.
Hopefully, maybe some of your people will follow me over on TikTok, and they'll get to see more.
Yeah, guys, follow Brandon.
Real Ghost Hunter 1.
He has an auction every Friday.
Right?
And he's going to start that on Real Ghost Hunter 1.0. And Brandon is a co-host of a podcast of his own with another paranormal investigator, Ray Wright of Nebraska Paranormal. It's called Paranormal Watchtower.
Yes,
that's Paranormal Watchtower on YouTube. It's a great title, by the way. And it's they oversee a lot of various people and evidence, and they talk about it. From
we talk about everything
sort of experience. Traditional stuff, but that's another. This is a great guy. We're really glad. A really great paranormal influencer with a lot of experience and a lot of fun and a lot of things to talk about. Brandon, thank you so much. We really appreciate you being here.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, man. Thank you for doing this. Awesome, dude. Thank you.
You bet.
Thanks, Brandon. See ya.
All right. See ya.
All right. Wrap it up. Awesome. Now I gotta go too.
Yep, I gotta call it.
Bounce.
I tell you, guys, this is a good one. It's fun. It was fun, right?
Yeah.
A lot of fun.
Cool dude.
He's got that head photo is creepy as hell too.
It's such a good story too. I remember him telling me that years ago. He must have told me that like 3 years ago, that story. And I was just like, oh, that's it's unique, it's awesome, it stuck with me. Like, it's floating good. Head, ooh-wee,
Yeah, it's nuts. Everybody, thank you so much for
thank you guys for listening
with us
and being here.
We appreciate it. This has been
thank you.
Splintered Spirits. I don't know why my music's not playing. Come on, there we go. There's our little theme closer.
There's the little theme.
There's a little podcast theme. It was there, now it's gone. Now it's back. Things are moving a little slow. Everything's on a little bit of a delay, but it's fine. Ladies and gentlemen, mostly ladies, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much.
Sorry we didn't
get
to all your questions. Well, we were in it, man. We were in it with Brandon. We couldn't get to all the questions.
A lot going on.
Looking at the chat now, a lot of people reminding us how married they are, as if they don't fantasize about us regularly. You liars!
Yeah, right?
You know you love us.
Or do you fantasize about spirits? They might fantasize about spirits.
That's probably true.
And
Brandon just jumped into the chat, and there he is on YouTube. Brandon Kramer, everyone, the Real Ghost Hunter 1. Really fun time. Everybody, thank you so much. John, I'll talk to you later.
Gary, talk to you soon.
Yeah,
later,
don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe. Splintered Spirits, follow.
Oh, wait.